I'm the weakest person who got persecuted, but I became too OP after training in the worst dungeon for 100,000 years. A loner who didn't realize that he became a broken character after being alone for too long. Volume 4, Babel Entrance Examination by Rikijui, translated by C9 at Folksaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Pledge of Allegiance. East End, Neo City. Kit Kai. 3 months after the event involving Windcat. When I asked the Windcat's folks for their opinion on name of the village, I decided to use Feely's cat-shaped spirit pet. Kit's name. Kai was the name of cat-shaped guardian deity in the eastern region. Yup, the village turned out great. Stone-paved road, uniquely shaped buildings, for this world, lined up along the road. Not bad at all. I gained a lot of knowledge about construction from the numerous construction manuals I found in the dungeon. So, along with subjugation picture book members whose forte laid in construction, I drafted the blueprints of the city. Thus, under the supervision of the construction master, Alice and Ka from Lost Forest, the buildings were erected. They managed to finish the construction of this village quite early. Well, the scale was rather small since there was no need to build excessive buildings for the time being, and although the members of 3 kings of Underworld became legal citizen in this city governed by Rose, not every one of them lived in here. Since they had many branch organizations, it was easy to imagine the kind of chaos could erupt if all upper echelons suddenly vanished. That's why, to prevent the ensuing chaos, I decided to let the Tao family handle that job, who were also entrusted with the transaction of the potion in black market. One of the reasons for this decision for mine was because Tao family had the most members amongst the 3 kings of Underworld. Their members made up the most of the 1,000 weak villagers in this village. The scale of this village was slightly bigger than a village, but smaller than a town. Nevertheless, the village was developed with the technology found in the dungeon, such as heating installations for using stoves and chimneys in each house, or using the power of water mills to draw water from the river located in the nearby plain. Though I had a lot of plans to implement new technologies, the progress was currently stumped due to the lack of manpower, which happened to be our prime concern for now. Fun. Alice, the little girl who wore a pointy hat and green robe, hummed in high spirits as she did her job in the plaza, accompanied by a kitten who sat proudly on top of a wooden crate. Come to think of it, there was something that came up when I had a discussion with Giram Kala about the defense system of this village. We'll install stone statues at the entrance of the village. That would zap any intruder who had yet to gain the permit to enter the village or arrived with malicious intentions. This safety measure was necessary since we lived in this dangerous world filled with crouching tiger and hidden dragon. That's why this plan got instant approval. The problematic part was, Giram Kala and the fanatics said that the statue must be modeled after me. But I stepped in before things went out of control, and to prevent such disasters. Thus, I decided to sacrifice Kit, Feely's pet spirit, who also happened to be the origin of this village name, Kit Kai. That's how I forced Kit to become the model for the statue instead of me. And now, the fella works as a model. Supreme Ruler. Kit noticed me and jumped into my chest, rubbing their cheek on me. This fluffing really couldn't be helped since this kind of job was really taxing for this kitten. Thus, they would start whenever they saw me. Yup, your fur is as good as usual, Kit. I patted the kitten on head. He. I watched as Kit, who closed their eyes, enjoyed the moment as I brushed their head with a wry smile on my face. Thanks for the hard work, Alice. Is that water magic? I greeted Alice after fluffing Kit. In contrast to the sleepy look on her face, Alice was the kind of girl who fired water magic at tremendous speed to carve the stone statue. Yeah, water magic is so easy to use. Even if it was just this needle, as long as the water is fired at high speed. Wood aside, it was even possible to carve metal and stone. In addition, after I covered Alice's mouth with my right hand before she ruined the mood with her rapid speech about magic, I understand. In short, you want a new grimoire? Not yet. After I delve even further into this magic, Alice made a smile unsuited for a little girl and ran in a strange direction. Well, Not that it was bad or hurting anyone. Why yeah, do your best. Yes, kid will do their best. Kid raised his small paw. Leave it to me. Alice also raised her right hand cheerfully, returning to her job. I entered the 4-story, the most conspicuous and biggest building in the village center. This is the Lord's Mansion, the central government of this village. I participated in designing the building and put a heavy emphasis on functionality. Since my sense of aesthetic was below those fellas from Subjugation picture book, I only gave my opinion on functionality in the interior, and left the rest of the design work for them. Entering the 4-story building, I found that everyone including Rose had already been occupied with office work. By the way, Faf, Mayu and Fen were running around in the forest outside of the village around this time, thus not present here. They still couldn't stand the complicated talk during meetings, which was natural considering their age. The villagers stood at once, and saluted like the fanatics. Yeah, this was normal. If there was something different, we pledge our absolute loyalty to Supreme Lord. Led by the leader of Crimson Raven, Obra, the rest of the members placed their right hand on their left chest. Are you kidding me? These fellas too? I'm sure that I wasn't the only one in this place who felt that way. Rather, Rose, what's with that shocked look on your face? I never expected these guys to turn into fanatics either. I mean, the reason why I left their training to Nemea instead of Giram Kala was to prevent something like this. Well, just as expected, Esther nodded in silence hearing Zach's remark. Rose heaved a deep sigh. Well then, since Kai has come, let's begin our regular meeting. She declared the start of the meeting. Chapter 2, Not Enough Manpower. The low-grade potion was sold for 10 billion ore. Feliz, who sat beside Rose, ended up spurting tea upon hearing Rinrin, who reported proudly and made a V-sign. TT 10 billion ore? Rose, who was seated beside Feliz, asked with trembling voice, and sipped her tea with a calm look on her face, as if she had expecting this outcome all along. Maybe because Zach wasn't that interested in this regard. He yawned loudly upon hearing the report. Good grief, it seems he had no interest in anything unrelated to combat. Well, the same could be said for Esther, who kept her head in her books. 10 billion, even after deducting that amount for maintenance cost, labor cost, and payment for Tao family, we can pretty much start the next project with the remaining 4 billion ore. And while we are at this topic, we've no choice but to address our current, most urgent issue at hand, manpower. Manpower raw, human resources, the most important factor in an economy. Something that this kit guy lacked the most. First, on top of limiting the number of the potions being sold outside, there would be a new project to promote development here. I've had made several plans in that course since there's a lot of prep work involved with that new project. Unfortunately, we're critically lacking in manpower. Yes, Crimson Raven are working as part of Defense Force and Lost Forest are participating in construction. We can't allot any more personnel for the new project. The same goes for the 80 members of Windcat. Even if we kickstart the new project, we severely lack workforce. There was nothing worse for common folks than an incompetent lord. Ideals alone cannot achieve. Therefore, Rose set aside some of her time to read a business management book obtained from the dungeon, which I personally recommended. As expected, Rose absorbed the new information like a napkin absorbing water. Yes, we've no choice but to increase the number of the inhabitants. My plan needed at least a few tens of thousands of workforce, though there was no other way but to gather inhabitants from other areas as East End was completely forsaken. We wouldn't be troubled if gathering populace was easy. Kai, do you have any idea? Sorry, but no. Rose sent disapproving stare towards me, hearing my denial. Is that the truth? She asked again, her face filled with doubt. Hey, I'm not an almighty god, you know. I also have limits. Yeah, this problem is pretty serious. Unfortunately, I can't think of any normal solutions for this. I raised my hands and shrugged, to let her know my honest judgment. How about recruiting those underworld people like you did? Feliz pointed her thumb toward the 3 kings of underworld as she made such suggestion. Rejected. Her suggestion was denied on the spot. Why though? It sounds like a brilliant idea to this mistress. because our current situation is different from before. Yes, this town has already become a target for underworld due to potion secrets. Not to mention that Tao family's involvement with this city has been extensive. That hoarding plan is a gamble. Spies from other organization might sneak in. If not that, lowlifes blinded by greed could also join in the fray. Rinrin was right. The information about this city had already been spread wide in the underworld, and was available at every information broker. It would very soon reach the ears of the wealthy merchants who have connection with the underworld. Recruiting anyone from underworld at this point is equivalent to accepting the spies from the other organization. And the same goes for the slaves sold by slave traders. It has to be a group of people isolated from outside world for us to be absolutely sure. That sounds difficult indeed. Lucas voiced his weighty remark as he lay with his face on the desk. Yes, it's problematic. First, they mustn't belong to any organization. I mean, what human in this land lives without being related to an organization? Even if we find one, it would be those who are close to dissolving. But still, you said a while ago that within normal means. Since that's the case, you must have thought of some plan outside normal means, right? When Feliz asked Kai, Rose raised her head to listen. Well, it's actually not a special method whatsoever. All we need to do is approach people with slightly different nature. And that is? I stepped away from Rose, who brought her ghastly face closer to mine out of nowhere. We just need to invite the demon race in the north. I heard that the demon race who lives in the north of this forest are living in poverty due to severe environment there. They're most likely going to accept our invitation, but a much bigger problem is that the demon race lives within the influence of one of the 4 great demon kings, Aldebaran. I summed my not-so-normal plan to her. Are you serious? Amelia Kingdom is currently at war with the demon race. Accepting demon race as citizens at this timing is akin to making an enemy of Melia Kingdom. No, the entire humanity itself. As amusing as ever, since she specially said timing, it means that she planned to accept the demon race in the future. Her train of thought clearly differed from the normal Amelia royalty. Yeah, that's why I specially said that they're people with slightly different nature. Upon hearing that, Rose stared at me with a vigilant look on her face, but finally heaved a sigh of relief, since she might have finally understood that I didn't have any intentions to consider that plan from the very beginning. Finding people whose lives aren't related to any organization out there really isn't a simple task, Rose muttered as a sigh escaped from her lips. Yup, you're correct. We befriended Windcat's folks after so much trouble. If I'm not wrong, there's something like human? If we use that logic, we can try monsters. Monster? Rose's lips flapped for a while like a parrot, and she just barely managed to squeeze her voice. Yup. In the North Grand, which is located north of this East End's demonic forest, is the home of many monster tribes such as goblins or orcs. Do you think that they're suitable candidate for being citizens? This East End was split into marshland area, jungle area, and lastly wasteland area, which was otherwise known as North Grand, which was located on top of a hill, and demonic forest, which was the jungle located below the tall cliff. Though the area that was ruled by Aldebaran, one of the 4 great demon kings, it was located in the north part of North Grand, because of existence of the tall cliff that cut off that place from this demonic forest. The Demon King army couldn't launch a large-scale invasion to East End. Moreover, North Grand was a literal wasteland, ill-suited for growing crops. It was literally an extremely deprived region with no value. Therefore, since the North Grand had zero value, became some sort of paradise for the monsters. Conferring to the investigations conducted by people from the Subjugation picture book, with so many monster tribes such as kobold, orc, or goblins living in the North Grand, that place was always embroiled in power struggles. In normal situations, no one would try to rule the various packs of monsters who had no intelligence or will, the reason being they lived their life on instinct. But still, the monsters there have been in war against each other even before they were discovered. The reason was unclear, but at the very least, they seemed to possess the necessary intelligence and will. That's why I considered the option of accepting them. I mean, I would just exterminate them if they're no different from those wild monsters who harmed humankind. Thus, I made a really good plan for this. What's matter? When I asked so, everyone looked at me. Upon seeing everyone watching me as some sort of unbelievable creature, Kai, that's your usual evil joke, right? Rose asked, as if trying to make sure that fact despite the cramped smile on her face. No, I'm serious about this matter. It's strange. Completely out of the box in a bad sense. I mean, how did you arrive to such idea? Maybe because she couldn't hold back anymore. Rose spoke rapidly, as if she read some sort of spell aria, and she looking at me with determined look in her eyes. Bahahaha. Goblins and ORCS after the three kings of Underworld, as expected of Shifu. Your idea is always beyond our expectations. Zax burst into laughter as he banged the table. Is my idea really that strange? I ended up heaving a deep sigh upon seeing all participants of the meeting motionlessly. I nodded in unison with them as the meeting proceeded. I guess it really can't be helped if you're so against of my plans. Having said that, it means that we couldn't start our new project for now. Winning this crown contest is the only way to fulfill my ambition of living slow life. Moreover, we are undeniably in dire need for new citizens. Maybe I should start by visiting their hideout first. I constructed such plan in my head while letting out a sinister chuckle from my mouth. Master hasn't given up yet. Esther, who had been observing the meeting in silence for a while, was the first one to pass a comment, filled with satire. Chapter 3, Journey Toward World Sorcery Institution. Why should I enroll into Babel? I replied with a dumbfounded face. You have to. A royal guard is prime example for the knights of a kingdom. In case the royal guard is young, they have an obligation to attend the educational institution chosen by the kingdom. Rose replied with a face telling me to just do it. It seems she kept this matter a secret despite being fully aware. I'm just your temporary royal guard. I don't need to enter something like an educational institution. And I refuse to become a student at this age. I mean, I don't need that anymore. I am no longer an underage youth. I'm a full-fledged adult, around 100,000 years old. No problem. We have already handled the registration process for you. Now let's go. Rose ignored me as she took my right hand and dragged me out. Hey! Don't ignore me. Completely ignoring me, she pulled me into the carriage stationery outside the building. Esther, Zach, Anna, Mayu and Faf had already been seated inside the carriage. It seems she had already prepared everything. Good grief, what a troublesome girl. Oh whatever. Rose herself was also forced to enter Babel and live there as one of their students. Babel was an independent institute, unaffected by all nations and the most suitable place to ambush one's political enemy. I find it surprising that hot-tempered fellas from the Gilbert faction could actually enroll into this school. Thus, I could only prepare for an ambush. If Rose were to die, the East End would most likely get devoured by greedy nobles. That's why I built the city, quite literally, in the middle of a mountain. There was no way I would let those greedy pigs take that city. I guess the best choice for now was to never leave Rose unaccompanied. Moreover, the long journey inside the shaking carriage didn't feel so bad. I guess I really am too occupied with managing the territory nowadays. Maybe I should treat this as some sort of vacation. It wasn't a blazing fast journey using Phoenix, but a slow journey along with these guys with carriage. Section. After shaking inside the carriage for 2 weeks, a tall and huge tower piercing the clouds came in our sight. That was the most famous educational institute in this world, Babel's Pillar. It was some sort of wandering destination for the sorcerers or swordsmen all around the world. Naturally, not even in my wildest imagination I expected that I would have to attend this ridiculous institution. The essence of swordsmen laid in a struggle between life and death. In a certain meaning, one had to swing their sword till they could abandon all selfishness. Things such as fame or influence, in a certain meaning, resembled pieces in board game. A swordsman could still be a swordsman even without those mundane things. Well, an incompetent like me would most likely be rejected immediately by the tower. Our carriage entered inside the city of Babel. So many people, Many people now notice you. Faf and Mayu leaned half of their small bodies outside the carriage window, taking in every detail restlessly with sparkling eyes. Even I was in awe, witnessing a sheer number of people in the street. As expected from world's largest institute, more than half of the crowd was young. Faf and Mayu were clearly excited. Let's pick an inn and head for lunch. I'll guide you to a delicious eatery in Babel, Rose muttered so with a proud look on her face, resting her hands on her hips. It's mealtime. Now notice you. It's mealtime now notice you. And delicious now notice you. Everyone then started to arrange themselves to get off the carriage with a smile on their faces, as they saw Faf and Mayu frolicking inside the carriage. The lodging facility recommended by Rose was in the southwest part of this city. Compared to the lavish structures in the center of the city, the stores lining up along the street appeared to be ordinary. Maybe this southwest district was for common students rather than those royalties, nobles, or wealthy merchants. Given the fact that Rose was really familiar with this place, I guess she often used the inn we were heading to. Despite her disappointing, real personality, Rose was undoubtedly a genuine royal. The place allocated to her from Babel might not be located in this district. I guess she came here on her own accord, just being herself. I never expected to see such behavior from a royalty of the kingdom that lacked the massive vanity. Well, no matter how gorgeous the building looked like, I guess she is simply fed up of living in the midst of sophisticated people. Even from my perspective, living in this district was much better choice. We entered the inn and Rose left for the inn's office to take care of the formalities. Waiting for Rose to complete the procedure at the reception, I leaned on the wooden pillar near the entrance, watching the situation inside the inn. Kai Heineman. When I heard the shout, I caught a figure of a blonde-haired girl with bob-cut hair, pointing at me. This girl is Lila's cousin, Lumin, and just like me, she was also the holder of a trash gift. Lila had never changed her attitude towards me, even after she came to know about my trash gift. The most incompetent in this world. Thus, it was only natural that her attitude toward Lumin remained the same, an extremely loving big sister. Yo, long time no see. When I greeted her with a wave and smile on my face, Lumin surprisingly stared at me for a few seconds with a rather dumbfounded look on her face. Stop making that forced smile, it's creepy. She retreated, as if trying to avoid me, and uttering words that could stain my reputation. This girl, she was serious when she told me that. Well, I guess she has a point. Lately, even that Zack, who was a little beast in human clothing, often joked around telling me to stop my smile since it looked nothing short of a demon king's smirk, or devil when they're concocting an evil plot. Hearing Lumin's remark, I couldn't help but wonder if she might be telling the truth. Oh, screw that. Like hell I could make that kind of smile. The strange one was Lumin's and Zack's sense. Yeah, no doubt about it. I see. So, what are you doing here? I gave a vague reply and decided to change the topic, to avoid the topic of my smile. That's none of your business. She folded her arms, looking away. This girl was the same as ever. Lumin deeply trusted Lila. Or should I say that she trusted no one but Lila? She shouldn't visit this city by herself. Since she was in this city, it must mean that Lila was here as well. I guess I really missed Lila. Maybe I should pay a visit to her too. And just when I was thinking about that matter, Kai Heineman, I will never approve your relationship with Inea-sama, ever. She ran to the second floor while spewing threats, similar to ones I heard so many times back at my birthplace. Since it seems that Rose has finished the procedure, I guess it was the time for me to go. Chapter 4, Meal in Babel. After finishing the booking formalities for the inn, we headed towards the restaurant recommended by Rose. It was a restaurant located along the main street that stretched from east to west of the city. We saw students wearing various uniforms in the restaurant building, which looked like it was built by a novice builder, leading me to guess that this was fairly inexpensive restaurant. Truly a Rose-like choice. Well, I guess it also suited my liking, since this place was obviously much informal and allowed my mind to relax, rather than those high-class, luxurious restaurants with unbending rules. Let's take that seat, urged by Rose. We choose the corner seat. It's so delicious, notice you. Delicious. The gluttons Faf and Mayu stuffed meat delicacies in their mouths. Yeah, it's delicious. The chef in this place was quite skilled, not as much as Kyuba though. The basis for that conclusion was Faf, who was honest by nature, kept shouting delicious from starting to the end of each dish. So, the cook should at least be top level in this world. Nevertheless, even though we took the corner seat, we had been the center of attention for quite a while now. The reason was most probably Rose. Enrolling into Babel didn't change the fact that she was the Amelia Kingdom royalty, and most probably the sanest one. Though her real self was a sorry beauty, her popularity was sky high. And then, as I was enduring the sensation of lying on a nail bed from all the stairs, another small commotion was started by the appearance of a silver-haired girl with long ears who approached our table. She wore pleated skirt and a vest with white and violet as their elementary colors. To top it all was a gorgeous, ornamental robe. Nice to meet you again, Kai-sama. The silver-haired girl gave me a curtsy. If memory served right, her name was Malafil. She was Rose's classmate in Babel. It's good to see you, lively as usual. Nice to meet you too, Rose. She waved lightly to Rose. Yes, nice to meet you too, Milfy. Witnessing Rose replying with a smile on her face, the silver-haired girl, Milfy, then moved her gaze back to me. May I sit in your presence? She asked me directly. The restaurant got stirred upon hearing her request. What in the world are they surprised about? We are just eating together as fellow students, right? And yet, why did it look like a really big deal for them? Well, I guess their reaction had nothing to do with me. Yeah, I don't mind. Right, Rose? I looked at Rose as I asked for her permission, but saw her making cold smile as she said, yes, why would I mind? That made me flinch. Rose, seriously, stop making that kind of smile. You're scaring Faf and Mayu. Could it be that the relationship between Malafel and Rose isn't well? I mean, their greeting made me believe that they are not on bad terms. I mean, Anna had literally ignored Rose's reaction and was busying herself with wiping Faf's mouth, so I guess this kind of interaction between the two of them was a common. Then, feel free to choose your seat. She took the seat beside Rose gracefully. Milfy then placed her order to the waiter. Though she was clearly scared when we met for the first time, she seems to be relaxed this time. Are you staying in this city too, Kai-sama? Most likely. It was a huge disappointment on my side though. That's only natural. Kai is my knight after all. Milfy ignored Rose, and bent forward to grasp my hands. Kai-sama, I'm rooting for you in the unified exam next week. Achieving the top score is just a simple matter for you though. Wait, this is the first time I am hearing about this. A test is next week? Why am I only hearing about this just now? I sent a blaming look to Rose. She averted her gaze in panic. So, this girl was deliberately keeping this a secret from me. Well, whatever. It's not like this information would cause any trouble for me. I was about to speak when the restaurant was stirred again, and this time, it was a turmoil bigger than the previous one. I looked at the source of the commotion, propping my chin with my hand. A group of people wearing the same uniform as Milfy, led by a blonde-haired hunk, entered the restaurant. I had seen that blonde once before, during the announcement of the start of Crown Contest. Amelia Kingdom's Prince, Gilbert. The heck? Are you sure that the food in this worn-out restaurant is really delicious? The red-haired youth beside Gilbert was looking around inside the restaurant with an egotistical gaze, as if looking down on everyone in the place. Why yes, the dishes in this place is really delicious. I'm sure that your highness will find its taste satisfying. A youth with freckles on his face replied within a stutter. Is that so? The incompetent you must have fed up with us a long time ago. Especially when it comes to his highness meal. Failure is not tolerable. The youth with freckles looked like he was about to cry, when another youth seized the former's collar and barked. Take it easy guys. I think he also understands the importance on his highness meal and won't make such mistake. If it turns out to be not to your highness taste, you know what'll happen to you, right? A blonde-haired young man who, in pure white armor apparently the escort, muttered so to the freckled youth. Honestly, Even though keeping the surroundings in control for everyone to away from his escort target was an escort's duty. But was there a need for an adult like him to threaten children? Well, I guess I couldn't expect any more from shitty nobles of Amelia Kingdom. Why yes, it'll be alright I think, the freckled youth replied with low voice. And then, Gilbert's group arrived at the center of the restaurant. Oi, move out of here. This table going to be used by His Highness. One of Gilbert's lackeys shouted at the student eating at the table. Why yes, the student gave away his seat since he didn't wish to get in trouble, and then looked for another table. I know that they are a bunch of arrogant bastards, but to think that they could stoop this low. Rather, was this some sort of common sense in Amelia Kingdom? Well, not that I knew about that matter in detail, since Heineman House was just small noble in rural area. Anyhow, it seems they forgot that this place was Babel, not Amelia Kingdom. No matter how powerful their military might be, I honestly questioned the sanity of the government of Amelia Kingdom who allowed this to happen in neutral area such as Babel. I mean, no matter how you look at it, they smeared mud on Amelia Kingdom's honor. Anna seized Rose's right arm upon seeing the latter about to stand up from her seat, and shook her head, gesturing the latter to stop. It seems this kind of trouble happened almost every day for Rose and co. At this point, Gilbert had finally noticed Rose. His face warped into that of annoyance and he turned to the chair pulled by his escort. Those fellas were even more childish than Mayu. The restaurant fell into silence. Most in the restaurant did not dare to speak at this very moment. After a long and uncomfortable silence, the dishes were finally brought to Gilbert and Co.'s table. Gilbert's face was dyed in the color of hatred. What in the hell is this? Are you telling me to eat this crap? Even my pet ate far better dishes than this. Spitting at the dish, he threw the plate with the dish to the floor. Naturally, the plate broke, scattering into pieces. Call the person in charge of this place, the blonde-haired young man shouted in rage. Why yes, the waitress hurriedly moved to the kitchen. Soon, a short man wearing black clothes, apparently the owner, came grabbing the arm of a petite, blue-haired girl wearing a chef's attire with a sulking look on her face. My apologies if the dish isn't up to your palate. Hey, you go to apologize to them. The owner then forced the petite girl to apologize to Gilbert too. This time, it was me who stopped Rose who had made an expression akin to evil god from leaving her seat. Kai, why, leave this matter to me. Even I had enough of those unsightly beasts in human clothing. Or should I say that they really are touching my nerve. I stood from my seat and, keep it in moderation, Shifu. Your domestication training is a little bit too much for those ignorant youngsters after all. Zack said something that made anyone doubted my credibility. That's right. Master's compassion is too good for those water flea. There's a saying, one day one evil deed. You don't actually need to soil your hand just for disciplining them. Master, we can do it for you. Esther made such an ambiguous remark. The heck, I never heard such saying. It should be one day one good deed, right? Well, I guess I've nothing to say if Astanin say so. Zack retorted to Esther while waving his right hand. Kai-sama is going to deliver his punishment, right? I really can't wait to witness to such an event. Milfy leaned forward with expectant look on her face. Kai, I won't tell you to keep it in moderation like Zack, but just don't overdo it. Anna spoke in a considerate tone that made me wonder. The older would never said this while distributing the dishes. All in all, she was very calm. Anna, even if that's a joke, you're a knight that protects royalty, right? Aren't you supposed to stop him? Trying to stop Kai from doing what he's going to do is fool's errand. Well, no doubt about that. No, that's not the point. Moreover, I still can't forgive that guy for trying to sell you to the Empire, Rose-sama. Anna had also changed a lot. She was considered as oddball amongst the oddballs now. Even though the old her was more, anyhow. Teach him a good lesson, Kai. Anna raised her thumb as she said so. The heck, you people are surely enjoying this, right? Right? Anna-chan? I patted Mayu's head as she was the only one in the group worrying about me. Yup, this Anna-chan is really happy that you're the only decent one amongst these oddballs. Just enjoy the dishes with Faf. I told her so as I pointed to Faf, who enjoyed food despite all those commotions. And then, seizing the water jug on the table, I walked to Gilbert and Co. to conduct a beast domestication ritual. Chapter 5, Beast Domestication. After arriving at Gilbert & Co.'s table, I poured water in the jug on Gilbert's head. Wah! Everyone in the restaurant was dumbfounded. Strangely enough, only Faf's sound of moving her cutlery could be heard in this unnatural silence. "You bastard! Do you realize what did you do just now?" The knight in pure white armor, Gilbert's escort, drew his sword and pointed it at me. "What's the matter? Is that all you can do?" I beckoned him with my left hand. "Brat, I'll lop off your limbs and drag you to the officer for your disrespect toward His Highness." The knight swung his sword aiming for my right shoulder, while spewing that unknightly remark. It seemed this guy was serious. This would be a fatal wound to any teenager that is not considering dragging one on the road. "I guess it just shows how much of a lowlife you are." I caught his sword with my right hand. "What the?" I sweat his feet while he was in shock. His body spun in midair. He landed on the floor right on his face and the sound of his nose breaking echoed in the entire restaurant. I kicked the young knight, who groaned in pain, to his side and trampled the side profile his face. "Esther, give me some skewers and an empty plate." I gave an order to Esther. "Roger." Hearing my order, Esther grinned from ear to ear. She then took an unused plate and wooden skewers and threw those towards me. Catching the plate with my left hand, and the skewers with my right, I used the skewers to pierce the young knight's cheeks, and stepped on the skewer to sew him down on the floor. The entire restaurant was stirred again when I did so, while I ignoring all the noise and picked up Gilbert's spilled dish and placed it on the unused plate in my left hand, and headed toward Gilbert & Co. Out of my way. I glared at the red-haired youth who sat beside Gilbert, and ordered him to out of my way. I saw the red-haired youth looking up to me without moving an inch. I said, "Out of my way." I put more pressure in my voice. "Why yes." The red-haired youth tumbled over from his chair as he tried to get away from me. It seems he had yet to understand his situation. I then sat on Gilbert's side, who was staring at me with dumbfounded look on his face, and placed the soppy dish that he threw away previously right in front of him. "Now eat." "There, dish." I ordered him to eat the dish. Don't mess with me." As if I'm going to do that, I seized the flushed, red-faced Gilbert by his collar. "Now, listen clearly. I actually don't mind if someone says a dish is horrible. Everyone has their own preference, and that will be the source of input for the chef's growth. But that's only in the case where they said their impression after they try the dish, and that's not applied in your case. Now eat, and don't you dare spit the food. Do not waste food. That's the most basic rule in society, and you have broken that rule. That's why you have to face the consequence. Understand? I admonishing him. How dare you? I'm the first prince of Melia Kingdom." Since his remark made me more frustrated, I let go of his collar, grabbed his head, and shoved his face right in the plate with the soppy dish. "I don't care. Eat first before you complain. I'll let you go after you finish the dish." Mogagush. I ignored Gilbert's shameful wails and kept pressing his face on the plate. Yeah, even if he ended up suffocating due to this. A few minutes later, Gilbert, who finally realized his situation, started eating the soppy dish, and then, "Kai-kun, I think that should be enough." I turned around to the voice calling out to me with a dumbfounded look. A blue-haired man with an unshaven face, carrying a great sword on his back was standing behind me. "Oh, so you're in this city too, Al?" I turned my face as I replied, raising my free left hand. "Yeah, this place happened to be the place for a troublesome, yet important meeting," Arnold replied, shrugging his shoulders. Thanks to Arnold's appearance, the youths who followed Gilbert couldn't do anything but cry and hide behind Arnold's figure. But well, it seems there was an exception. The freckled youth was the only one who tried to stop me by properly apologizing for Gilbert's misbehavior, despite the fact he had been trembling for a while. "So, can you stop already?" "Yeah, I guess this much is enough for beast domestication." I really did feel that this was enough since the freckled youth did apologize properly, so I had to give him some face. In addition, around 2/3 of the dish on the plate had been eaten. I guess this should be enough as a lesson for this idiot prince. After releasing Gilbert, I pulled out the skewers from the young knight under my feet and sprinkled an advanced grade potion on his wound, which healed his cheeks in no time. And since I used advanced grade potion, it wouldn't even leave a scar behind. I mean, in most cases, these annoying nobles would come to find trouble with me in near future by using these scars as a pretext. And then, as soon as I thought so, that very young knight immediately stood on his feet, pointing at me with his trembling finger. Knight Leader Arnold, this guy injured me, and worse of all, he disgraced His Highness by pouring water on them and even dared to. The young knight appealed to Arnold with desperate look on his face. Injury? Where? Just a while ago in this very place, you saw it too, right? He stabbed my cheeks with skewers. Well, I don't see any of that. What about you, Minister of Military Affairs? Arnold asked the tall dandy man who was fidgeting with his Kaiser beard. I also saw nothing. The other party also replied instantly. Ha? Why you people? Well, that matter aside, Senior Knight Domri, we received the report of your group making a ruckus in this place. You must never forget that this place isn't Amelia Kingdom. Your misbehavior today has disgraced your motherland. Shame on you. After throwing that harsh criticism, Arnold carried Prince Gilbert, who still had a dumbfounded face mixed with tears and mucus. You lot, come with us as well. Arnold ordered the rest of Gilbert's followers to follow him. Well then, see you later, Kai-kun. He waved his right hand and left the restaurant along with the minister and the troublemakers. In the end, only the freckled youth bowed politely to me before leaving the restaurant along with Arnold and the others. Chapter 6. Hero Side Circumtance. High-end residential area in the northern part of Babel. It was a literal celebrity town consisting of children of wealthy merchants, royalties, nobles, and other big shots. Also, only part of Babel administration could enter the posh area. In a certain room of a luxurious residence, Amelia Kingdom's first prince, Gilbert Lotto Amelia, kicked a table, toppling it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I'm a prince. How dare he, to shame me in public. Just kicking the table was far from enough for him to vent his rage. Gilbert, despite being a prince, was humiliated in the presence of many. Thus, it was only natural that he wanted to put the culprit who humiliated him, Kai Heineman, to death. And yet, strangely enough, Kai Heineman's lord, Rose, didn't even reprimanded him for what he did. On the contrary, Babel's authority even judged that the one at fault in this matter was Gilbert. A 1-week house arrest was imposed to him as his punishment. Princess Rose's royal guard, Kai Heineman, your senior knight. You are Tamshi, Tanshai-kun. The slender, red-haired man with undercut stated so while snapping his fingers, trying to recall the name of Gilbert's knight. It's Senior Knight Domri. Holy Knight, Paladin, Hijari-sama. A blonde-haired woman with bundled long hair corrected Hijari's mistake immediately. Ah yes, it's Domri-kun. Well, since he's Jill's favorite, he should be fairly powerful, right? Doesn't that make Kai Heineman, who overwhelmed Domri, more powerful? The other members' curiosity was piqued by Hijari's statement. Then they started their own discussion. Kai Heineman is the holder of joke-like gift called the most incompetent in this world, right? Yeah, one who was abandoned by God, the shunned incompetent apostate. Are you really sure that he beat a senior knight? I mean, it is simply unbelievable. Does that mean he used some sort of underhanded means? Else, doesn't that show just how useless Domri is? The red-haired man with undercut, Hijari, clapped his hands as he then turned around. So? What do you think of that man called Kai Heineman, Satoru? You met him once before, right? And when asked of the handsome black-haired man, he is just a small fry. I mean, all he can do is trembling in fear when the king ordered him to fight Geralt. Satoru replied so with loud voice and vexed look on his face. So he's at least weaker than Geralt-kun. Then, he can't beat us. Right, Mashiro? This time, Hijari directed his question to a beautiful girl with long and glossy black hair. Yeah, in the current state, he's not a hindrance to the plan, the black-haired girl, Mashiro, declared calmly. With that single declaration from her, as expected of Hiro-sama, how reassuring. Victory is ours. We will exterminate the demon race till none of them are left. Relieved voices resounded from the entire room. So, what are you going to do about Kai Heineman? Hearing Hijiri's question. Naturally, Gilbert was about to finish, but, leave him alone, Mashiro declared so as if to interrupt Gilbert. Don't mess with me. He was extremely disrespectful toward me. I've to kill him. No one will know the culprit as long as we don't admit it. Still no. Kai Heineman is Rena's and Keith's childhood friend. Killing him will only turn both of them into our enemy. They won't know as long as we keep it in the dark. Mashiro was obviously dumbfounded upon hearing Gilbert's remark, and then, heaved a deep sigh. Now listen carefully. Isn't the reason for the Prime Minister to keep watch on all of your movements because of your previous plan, the one that you executed without even informing us? Even if you try to assassinate Kai Heineman now, I can guarantee that it's going to fail due to some outside intervention. And if the Prime Minister spread that news in public, we will lose Rena and Keith's trust, and both of them will even leave the hero team. Mashiro spoke in a manner of admonishing a naughty child. Damn it. Gilbert could only suppress his anger, sit back in the sofa and trample the floor beneath his feet to vent his anger. Rena and Keith are important cornerstones in the war against Demon Army. We absolutely cannot lose them. If it's for your personal interest, you can purge their entire faction along with his relatives after you win the crown contest and ascend to the throne. We can also help you far more easily then. Mashiro said so and then observed the room. We only have one goal, total annihilation of the monsters and demon race. That's the common mission of humanity. As she raised her voice in the latter part of her sentence, the knights in the room placed their hand on their chest at once. Kill demon race. Burn their field and city. Kill them all without exception. Justice is with us. Which then followed a yell, answering Mashiro's remark. Chapter 7, Babel's Circumtance. Babel's top floor. No matter how much I look at it, it's a complete beatdown. In the headmaster's room located at the top floor of Babel's tower, Babel's grand headmaster, Inea and Lorelei, was examining the data sheet in front of her while muttering her thoughts. Examining the data sheet, she concluded that Kai Heineman would become a key player of this world in future. His strength aside, her main focus was on his character. She wanted to know just what kind of a person Kai Heineman was. To grasp his character, the data sheet was just one of the many information files gathered by the secret investigation team. Written in the sheets were information simply too unbelievable, yet true. It started with the inauguration of Princess Rosemary as the Lord of East End in the beginning of Amelia Kingdom's crown contest. Naturally, there was no such thing as normal inhabitants living in the East End. The one that Kai Heineman chose was the people who happened to hide in the Windcat. And the leader of the Windcat was none other than the missing Duchess of Amelia Kingdom, Felia's Lotto Amelia. If that was the case, it was normal to think about inhabiting them as citizens. Yes, if it was stopped at that point. The problem was the method Kai used to allow the Windcat to gain their proper citizenship. First, he made the three underworld organizations, Tau Family, Lost Forest, and Crimson Raven, who were hailed as the three kings of underworld, come to Akinashi territory to lure out the Windcat from hiding. The three kings of underworld were a bunch that sometimes caused huge headaches even for the big countries, and yet, Kai Heineman somehow managed to convince the troublemakers and Duchess Felice to subjugate the evil dragon, Deboa, who slept in the Akinashi territory's mine. Though the matter of the evil dragon Deboa being sealed in Akinashi mine was forgotten by many of short-lived creatures, it was actually a well-known fact amongst the long-lived races such as dragon race, demon race, or elven race. The evil dragon first appeared in the eastern part of Amelia Kingdom. Deboa had burned a lot of cities. Upon witnessing the evil dragon's power, Lorelei government at that time tried to make contact and establish a contract with Deboa, and yet, the team who carried that duty met with total annihilation from the evil dragon. Ever since then, Lorelei government had labeled Deboa as an extremely dangerous and harmful spirit and prohibit any contact. And Lorelei government wasn't the only one to establish such policy. Demon race of the North, Aldebaran or the rulers of North Grand, adjacent to the location where the evil dragon was sealed, did the same. Over the years, when the fact about sealed evil dragon was forgotten by most humans, They only remembered the fact that Aldebaran army couldn't launch a large-scale invasion to East End due to the steep cliff that separated North Grand and East End, but that was only half correct. And the wrong part was the cliff part. There was no doubt that Aldebaran army did need large-scale air force that could fly in the sky to launch large-scale invasion. At this point, Demon King Aldebaran, who was a crossbreed between the most powerful ogre lord, and demon race, hailed himself as demonic ogre lord, and his army did have airborne squads who rode wyverns called sky ogre, and the existence of this elite unit made it possible to cross over the cliff. Moreover, by cooperating with Blue Dragon family who ruled North Grand, large-scale invasion wasn't pipe dream, and yet, the reason why both parties never worked together was simply because they didn't wish for their invasion to accidentally awaken Deboa, who slept in the eastern part of Melia Kingdom. That indicated just how much of a threat Deboa posed to the world. And of all possibilities, Kai Heineman ended up releasing Deboa, and led the three kings of the underworld along with the contracted spirit of Duchess Felis to subjugate the evil dragon. Naturally, she also knew that Titan, one of the Spirit Kings, was an extremely powerful spirit. But according to Spirit King of Wind, Jin, who protected Lorelei Kingdom for generations, Deboa was irregular existence who stumbled into this world. He even said that the evil dragon couldn't be defeated unless the entire world united their military might to fight it. That's why it was pretty much impossible for Titan to beat the evil dragon by himself. And yet, according to the report from the investigation team, Titan had single-handedly overwhelmed the evil dragon from beginning to the end. Thus, the fact that Titan, who shouldn't be able to defeat Deboa, became strong enough to defeat the latter meant that Kai Heineman was involved in the process. First, the main problem might not be as simple as that anymore. That plan was by no means a haphazard one put together carelessly. It was in fact an extremely thorough and well-thought plan. And the fact that Deboa was used in his plans meant that for Kai Heineman, Deboa wasn't even a threat. She thought that it was safe to overestimate Kai Heineman's ability if it was only the case. But then, Kai Heineman had personally slaughtered a giant three-headed dragon who manifested from Deboa's corpse, displaying overwhelming strength. This had ironically boosted Malefel's clarificator gift accuracy to a whole new height. In short, the man called Kai Heineman was the strongest transcendent in the history of this world. Transcendence. They were abnormal existence that surpass even the spirits and dragons. Though no one had witnessed them before, they would come out without fail in fairy tale or myths. And yet, Kai Heineman insisted that he wasn't one. In fact, Inea thought that Malefel was exaggerating things when the latter was explaining the matter about Kai Heineman, but now, she couldn't think a reason why he insisted on that. If she didn't hear from Malefel before that Kai Heineman was insisting to be a human, Inea might have assumed that Kai Heineman was playing a prank on her. I can understand that idiot prince of the human race who insisted that Kai Heineman did something really unforgivable to him. Nevertheless, trying to sentence Kai Heineman with the death penalty, what a buffoon. No matter how much she could relate to Gilbert's feelings, she felt no shred of sympathy for the latter. Because if what Malefel had said was true, Kai Heineman still regarded himself as a human. The reason why he didn't go as far as killing the idiotic and reckless prince was the very evidence of that. Thus, if the action was taken within the rules of being human, Kai Heineman wouldn't go overboard. Since that was the case, she felt that advancing with the first plan wouldn't rouse Kai Heineman's anger. I've never expected that such a plan will make me so nervous and exhausted. Inea heaved a deep sigh. But, this is interesting. Yet muttered so with sparkling eyes in the right next moment. Chapter 8, The Beginning of Great Feast Festival of North Grand. A cave was located right in territory of North Grand. A man around 2 meters tall walked inside the huge passage, far too big for a human. The man wore navy blue attire with strips, with pure white feathers on his black coat, and his face bestial. His entire face was covered with red hair. A man with red beard stopped in front of a giant, blue dragon whose length surpassed 10 meters. "Ha, a rare visitor." With interested look on their face, the giant blue dragon muttered so while bending his neck to see the red-bearded man. "Yeah, the last time we meet was in Deboa's campaign. The blue dragon frowned upon hearing the word Deboa from the man with red beard. "That one seems to be dead," said so with wry smile on its face. "Yeah, it is also rumored that it got defeated by a human. Is that true?" "A human beating that monster sounds like a lie though." The blue dragon swung his head, as if that's the truth. "The point about only a human defeated it is a lie," the red-bearded man replied with profound remark. "What do you mean?" The blue dragon muttered in irritation. Calm down now." Though the man apologized, his face showed otherwise. "Just fess it up already." Upon hearing the blue dragon urging the man to continue, the latter shrugged his shoulder. "Begin. It seems they won by using contract spirit king of Earth, Titan." He told the truth to the blue dragon. "Titan? How ridiculous. There's no way a single spirit king can beat that evil dragon." Blue dragon thought that the other party was lying, and was pissed off. "No, that's the truth." "Right, Officer Ashmedia?" The man grinned widely as he asked the robe-clad blonde-haired woman in standing behind him. "Yes, that's the truth." "How can you say that? Did you personally witness Titan slaying Deboa?" "No, we did not." "Then it must be a lie." The blonde-haired woman smiled dryly upon seeing the blue dragon dismissing the news as fake. "According to the human information broker, Duchess Feliz Lotto Amelia from Amelia Kingdom is the one who used Titan. She cooperated with several figures from underworld organizations to subjugate Deboa." And added that piece of the information: "Don't mess with me." "No matter how much the likes of those humans gather, they can't never beat Deboa. Don't mess with me. Not even a speck of your bone will be left if I burn you." "Ashmedia!" The blue dragon roared in rage till a spark of flames came out from their mouth toward the blonde woman in black robe. "Though there's some complication in the information, the big shot of Babel and Amelia Kingdom has the same onion. That's why this information is without a doubt true. It seems that even the legendary evil dragon Deboa is getting weaker after being sealed for too long." Even though the air in the place was trembled due to the angry roar of the blue dragon, the blonde-haired woman replied with cool face without even twitching her eyebrows. "Even if it getting weaker, it's still that Deboa bug who used by the likes of human can never beat it." The blonde-haired woman only shrugged her shoulders upon hearing the blue dragon's remark. "And, about that, there's mismatch in each side's opinion." "Hero, sage, holy knight, the current human is not strong to the point that we can't beat them. The factor that playing in their victory might be Duchess Feli's special gift, strengthening Titan's power, which allowed the latter to defeat the weakened Deboa." The blonde-haired woman refuted as she stated her opinion. "I also agree with them. This is already unavoidable situation, Cetis. If we didn't do anything, we're most likely going to be exterminated by that human." The man with red beard spoke as if admonishing the blue dragon. "Cetis." Gift. 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 In the end, those human are nothing more than the gods' pawn. Bunch of vicious bastards. Who love, the weakest race. Upon hearing the blue dragon cursing the gods, it should be called divine protection instead of gift in God's circle, right, Aldebaran Dono? The blonde-haired woman asked for the confirmation from the man with red beard. Aldebaran nodded. "That's right. I received an oracle which taught me the method to receive divine protection from our God." He looked up as he spread his arms. "Divine protection of our God?" The blue dragon, Cetis, narrowed their eyes in suspicion upon hearing Aldebaran's remark. Upon seeing that, the smile on Aldebaran's face widened. He then snapped his fingers. Upon seeing that, Aldebaran's attendants who stayed behind him nodded lightly and then went even deeper into the cave. Pair of man and woman appeared a while later. The man carried sack that seems to contain a creature inside. The woman carried something with human shape. That something in human shape was restrained with metal bangles on each of their limbs. They also put on deeped that hide their feature. "What's that?" Upon hearing Cetus asked with unusually perturbed voice. Aldebaran snapped his fingers again. The demon race man who carried a sack on his shoulder opened the string that sealed the sack and threw out the content of the sack. The creature inside the sack turned out to be a young bird folk, Garuda tribe, and then, when the female attendant unfolded the hood of human creature, it turned out to be a man with dog head, Numerous thick blood vessels were bulging out on his skin. He looked different, but a kobold, the blue dragon, Cetus muttered so while narrowing their eyes. Nope, he's one of my people who can't pay their tax. Aldebaran corrected Cetus. He's a demon race? Then why did he look like a kobold? Well, see for yourself. Aldebaran then sent a signal with his eyes to his male attendant. The male attendant then brought the dog head closer to the youth from Garuda tribe who still trembled non-stop. And then, the mouth of the dog head suddenly opened wide as if his jaw was dislocated. Crunch! He bit the head of the Garuda youth in one go. Blood spurted like fountain from the headless body. As the man with dog head chewed the head of the Garuda youth, a pair of pure white wings appeared from his back. That was definitely the trait of Garuda tribe. What the hell is that? Upon hearing Cetus ask that question after they saw that eerie spectacle, Aldebaran pointed toward the right hand of the man with dog head and, "This is my divine protection, Glutton is offering," and declared loudly. Glutton is offering? Seeing Cetus flabbergasted. It's power that allow your kin to become stronger by forcing them to eat the others. Aldebaran explained his power with proud look on his face. Even the blonde-haired woman took a step back, frowned upon seeing that bizarre spectacle. How did you manage to get that divine protection? Cetus' body moved toward Aldebaran. Cetus' eyes were filled with undisguised lust for power. Cetus, you're also chosen just like me. Calm down. You're eligible to receive the divine protection too. Upon hearing Aldebaran's remark, which completely sounded like a missionary, enough that useless chit-chat. Just tell me about the oracle now. Cetus cut short Aldebaran's roundabout remark with undisguised excitement in their voice. That moment, nice. The trainer thought that lacks any kind or ethic, action and is extremely faithful to your own desire. You guys are the best. You make my heart throb. A squirrel hiding in the pocket of the blonde-haired woman stated their joyous feeling. Thus began the great feast festival that would die north grand in the color of blood and slaughter. Chapter 9, Nostalgic Voice. After giving some harsh training to that idiot prince, Gilbert, I received a strict reminder from Rose. Well, I was aware that I overdid it a little bit. I even prepared to receive a penalty from Babel's management, but the reminder turned out to signal the end of the matter. Well, even if they tried to punish me, I never intended to surrender to Babel peacefully. Even though I would feel bad for Rose's alma mater, I would fight back. Royalty aside, it was a fact that I grabbed her brother's head, and forced him to eat from ground. I was pretty much prepared to hear Rose's complaints about this matter, but she only said, "This'll be a good medicine for Gil," with strangely refreshed look on her face. Originally, Rose was supposed to be a kind of person who hated these methods. No matter how notorious the other party was, she wouldn't stoop so low as doing the same deed as the other party, and yet, her reaction showed that she was really satisfied with my actions. Maybe that showed just how much she couldn't put up with the shitty personality of her brother anymore. I mean, informally speaking, her reaction was still too kind for someone who had almost been sold to the Empire, or become a pervert's plaything by her shitty brother's conspiracy. Well, various things happened and our lives in Babel had only just started. We never met Lumin or Lila after that. Lumin must be begging Lila to change their in. For some reason, Lumin had been thinking I would take away Lila from her. Thus, after 1 week tour around Babel, we finally arrived on the exam day. To be honest, I was reluctant to take the exam but finally gave in, under Rose's relentless and annoying ranting. According to the news from the information broker, it seems that the hero team was also staying in this city and they're frequently going in and out of Gilbert Faction's mansion. Seeing that Sage Satoru of the hero team was Gilbert's royal guard for this crown contest, it wouldn't take someone smart to guess that the hero was also part of Gilbert's faction. In short, this city itself had already turned into den of Rose's enemies. I just happened to be poking my nose into this matter. Not that I had the intention to abandon Rose halfway to. Anyhow, since it was literally impossible for me to leave Rose's side in this place, the most rational option was me to play along with this playing school life. Kai, as usual, Please show some restraint. Safety is our top priority. I headed toward the Babel's center where the examination was to be held, seen off by Rose, who used a mother-type language with me. The first floor of the giant tower was covered with red carpet. An ornament resembling a divine bird decorated the wall. It somehow reminded me of Hunter Guild, but then, I came to know that the founder of the Hunter Guild was the first headmaster and founder of Babel Tower. Nevertheless, even that spacious first floor was filled with examinees. Lining up for a long time left me at the reception. My turn was here. This is my admission ticket. I handed over the admission ticket I got from Rose, the male receptionist with split hair manned the reception. I received a plate with number 20,456 written in it and schedule for the examination. Please head to the examination hall with that plate. Examination hall, A. There were various writings in the pamphlet. I scanned the contents, and sure enough, it was the exam schedule. Aptitude test in the morning and afternoon was reserved for practical test. According to Rose, aptitude test was to examine whether the applicant had the minimum amount of knowledge to study in Babel. The most important part was the practical test. The aptitude test was to see whether the examinee fulfilled the minimum requirement. Well, my gift was the most incompetent in this world, not to mention that I couldn't use attribute magic, though I could breeze through the aptitude test. That was the limit of what I could do. Not that I wanted to participate in this playing a student anyway. If I really don't pass the test, I guess I would to think another way to protect Rose during her stay. On the way toward examination hall, "Why are you in this place too?" I heard familiar shout and turned. Sure enough, I saw the figure of blonde-haired girl with bob cut, snarling toward a brown-haired, handsome youth. I should be the one to say that. The brown-haired youth snarled back at the girl. Yes, they were Roman and Lumin. Seeing this, I came to a conclusion. Lila was also taking the exam. So this was the reason why she told me that I didn't have to send a letter to her before departing from Lama back then. From the very beginning, she wanted to move into Babel and make this place as the base of her activity. I mean, why should I send a letter for her since both of us would end up living in Babel anyway? That's only natural since I'll go wherever my sister goes to. I'm going for training in Babel. You can't tell me off. These two are really peas in the same pod. I mean, their level of arguments sounds so childish. And then, when I was looking at their childish quarrel from afar, I heard an extremely nostalgic voice. I turned toward voice. There stood a beautiful girl with long, blonde hair. Her appearance hadn't changed a bit since the last time I saw her. She examined me with surprised look on her face. La, and of all things, the first word coming out of my mouth was a question. Geez. Who else you see beside me then? Lila ended up pouting. Ah, my bad, just a slip of tongue. I patted Lila in the head, just like how I did long time ago. That action had helped me regain my composure, which shook for the first time in a really long time. Lila raised her face to see me for a while. Kai, have you grown up a bit? Why did she ask the exact same question as my mother? Well, maybe because I've been experiencing so many things nowadays, I replied with a wry smile. Nevertheless, this was bad news. Unlike with my mother, I couldn't revert back to my old tone at this timing. Kai Heineman, get away from my sister. Kai. What are you doing here? The childish pair who discovered me at the same shouted at me at once. Good grief, they really are peas in the same pod. Well, I'm living in this city for the time being. Let's meet again later. I waved toward them as I turned around and left. I left with a remark that didn't sound like me, and blended in amongst the group examinees. Chapter 10, Aptitude Test. The morning was time for the aptitude test. For better or worse, the number of examinees was a lot. Without the figure of Roman and Lumin around, my mind was finally at peace. However, a part of those examinees engaged in various whispers while staring at me. They're most likely gossiping about the incident with that idiotic prince. Had I known I would become such an attention magnet, I would have avoided overdoing it. Well, let's just ignore these curious onlookers. The aptitude test ended in a similar way as it started. The first test was the measurement of my magical power, since things might become really troublesome if I, the owner of the most incompetent in this world gift, had magical power rivaling that of an A-rank hunter. I set the average of my stats to 1 with Glove of Sealing God and managed to pass without a hitch. The second test was a magic invocation. Some people managed to invoke magic even without the assistance of a gift like mine, though their number was small. Finding such talents was the reason for this test. As for what kind of invoked magic, it didn't really matter. Naturally, I received a sympathetic gaze from the examiner when I told them I couldn't use attribute magic and was sneered upon by the other examinees who eavesdropped. Yeah, their reaction was as predicted. The third test was physical strength measurement, a test to measure one's physical strength and stamina. It was completed without a hitch since I suppressed my abilities with Glove of Sealing God. The next test was summoned aptitude test. It was a test to see whether you're liked by a giant dog-like creature with beautiful white fur. According to the pamphlet, the name of the test was Friendship with Kumas. That Kuma seemed to be the name of that giant dog-like creature. When a student with cropped hair tried to pet it, the dog-like creature called Kuma growled at the examinee. The same went for the next examinee. Rather, no one had managed to touch the dog-like creature called Kuma so far. Since they always snarled at anyone who tried to touch them, the test turned into who could get closest to Kuma. And the next turn was of the blonde-haired girl with a bob cut, Lumin. Lumin always loved to fluff adorable creatures, and just as I thought, she embraced Kuma with sparkling eyes. Even that Kuma never expected such reaction. Though its eyes darted for a while after that, upon seeing Lumin raise a strange voice as she buried her face into its pure white fur, Kuma could only heave a sigh and accept its fate. Cheers resounded in the surrounding. Rather than being liked, Kuma just looked dumbfounded. I mean, Lumin did have a mind of steel when it comes to fluffing adorable creatures. Anyhow, since Kuma had always brushed off or snarled at the other examinees before Lumin, its current reaction could be considered favorable. Even now, the troubled staff of Babel was trying to separate Lumin, who clung to Kuma like glue, thus ending Lumin's test. And then, my turn had come at last. Next, number 20,456. I came forward when my number got called. Would that dog-like creature accept me? I mean, the only dog-like creature in that easy dungeon was Fen, and he was the creature of the easy dungeon on top of that. This Kuma didn't seem to be that strong, but it is still the sacred beast chosen by the examiners from the tower. I did say it didn't seem to be that strong, but in the end, it was just my guts. There was no evidence to back it up. This fella might have some sort of hidden power that Fen and co lacked, right? When I approached Kuma with a smile, who lay on the ground with boring look, "Master, I'm hungry." Fen, the wolf puppy, suddenly appeared from inside my clothes. His tail swung happily as he made his usual request. Come to think of it, it was about time for lunch. My bad. I'm a little busy now. Go ask Kyubi to make your lunch for now. In exchange, I'll make your favorite hamburger tonight. Be a good boy. I dismissed him as I brushed his head like a child. I'll do my best. Good. Fen is a good child. I fluffed him and added a pat on his head. Fen closed his eyes enjoying this moment. Instead, I'll get the hamburger, right? It's a promise. Fen raised his small paw as he told me his usual demand. Yeah, it's a promise. Maybe he was satisfied with my answer, as Fen went back into the picture book immediately. I faced the Kuma again with a wry smile on my face. Due to Fen's sudden interruption, Kuma's jaw opened as if completely dumbfounded, but then, its entire body stiffened as its gaze met mine. Suddenly, it retreated as if trying to get away from me, its teeth clattering. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be scared of me. How strange. I shouldn't have an outer appearance that made the dog-like creature scared shitless, though Astu and Zack teased me that my smile was enough to scare even the Demon King. Could it be that my appearance and face were actually atrocious? No, that must be not the reason. Their senses were just abnormal. Yeah, that must be the reason. Okay, now let's tell it that I am not its enemy with this brilliant smile of mine. And when the tips of my lips rose up, revealing the best smile I could muster, looky, I'm not scary at all. I spread my arms, approaching it as I called it with a voice that I used to coax a stray cat. Hi. At that moment, Kuma shrieked in fear, and escaped in a flash, hiding behind the female, navy robe-donning Babel examiner. It covered its head with its paws as if prostrating toward me. My smile turned rigid. Look, that creepy smile of yours even made this child scared. Leave this poor child now. Lumin, who was about to leave the room, ran back with an angry look on her face and stood between me and the trembling Kuma's, as if she trying to protect it. It seems my skinship plan was a huge failure. This test was to see whether that dog-like creature liked me or not, and since they ended up scared shitless instead, you might say that I failed this test. Well, this test was only a trivial matter that was forced on me by Rose anyway. Well, this added even more points to the fact that Zack's joke about my smile being similar to a demon king might be true, and I couldn't help but feel sad. Is the test finished? When I asked the female examiner, still bewildered by Kuma's reaction, why yes. She nodded and I left the summon aptitude venue. Chapter 11, absolutely not proper at all, sighed Elish. Excel. Babel Aptitude Test Countermeasure Room. Babel Aptitude Test Countermeasures Room was a huge space used by the teachers to discuss the problems arising during Babel Aptitude Test, or a resting room for the examiners. Naturally, the aptitude test was composed of magical power measurement, physical strength measurement, and summon aptitude test. In theory, no problem should arise during such simple measurement tests. That's why this area usually functioned as a rest area for the examiners. However, something happened today, flipping the room to its other function. What actually happening back then? The high-rank sacred beast, who was still trembling non-stop, Kuma, was summoned for this summon aptitude test, and asked such question by Elish Excel, who looked troubled. It just trembled non-stop with no response. And the reason for this might be the puppy who was summoned by the test taker number 20,456. Kuma was so terrified after it saw the puppy. Just what kind of a puppy was able to terrify Kuma? Though this might sound crazy, could it that because the black puppy was an existence superior to Kuma's, a sacred beast? If that's the case, then just what kind of a person is that number 20,456? Who could summon that black poo? Elish was focused in her own vortex of thought as a man with slit eyes wearing black robe made his appearance. Yo, all of you, that's one heck of a problem you got there. Must be hard for you too, Kuma. I should have told you about this matter beforehand so that you could prepare yourself. The man bowed. His name was Sigma Rockwell. He was one of Grand Headmaster Inea's close aides, a man who served as Deputy Director Sorcerer despite his young age, not to mention that he was also Elish's teacher when the latter was a student. What in the world is that? Upon hearing Kuma's trembling female-like voice, Sigma heaved a deep sigh with a wry smile on his face. Just as you imagined, Sigma said honestly. Kuma's expression worsened by at least 30%, and it trembled even more than before. Professor Sigma, that person is, even with Kuma and Professor Sigma's strange understanding, I couldn't help but ask for what I needed to know. Test taker number 20,456 is a special case. The decision of his success or failure in both aptitude test and practical test is entirely on us. That's why you guys just forget about him for the time being. My question was interrupted. There's no way we can do that. I raised my voice, which seemed unlike me, but, sorry. This is Grand Headmaster's order. I got shot down again by Professor Sigma. Grand Headmaster Inea had almost never been actively involved in a particular subject. I almost couldn't believe my ears upon hearing her make an exception just for a single student. And Professor Sigma seems to agree. Since she made an exception, it means that test taker number 20,456 had that much value. They're willing to swallow their own pride and belief. Not to mention that not even kings can force Grand Headmaster to do that. In short, that man is, nope, let's not delve further into this minefield. Different from the other staff, from the very beginning, Elish knew that she wouldn't live long if she snooped into this matter. Most of all, Elish was different from her hero-class father, Ralph Excel. She was just a normal woman, and her life experience so far only convinced her about that fact. Therefore, Elish's life plan was living a safe and secure life, achieving moderate success, doing her job properly, and seizing happiness. This was Elish's ideal lifelong plan. She refused to destroy such cozy lifestyle by poking her nose to where it does not belong. I understand. I shall do as Grand Headmaster says. But, I don't know what the other board members think about this matter. Especially the Vice Headmaster faction, they'll surely find trouble with her decision. You, I know, were prepared for that too. Rather, that moment, Sigma's eyes lit up for a second. In addition, his face formed a faint, indescribable smile. That moment, Elish was convinced that something huge was going to happen in Babel. No way. You're going to use that? Kumo asked with a shrill voice as she stared at Sigma with disbelief. I know that we're literally walking on thin ice. But, this is something that we have to do eventually. Kumo heard Sigma's statement and, you guys have gone mad. Kumo barely squeezed those words and shut up. It's okay. We're not doing something bad. And he doesn't seem to be a bad person either. Seriously? They are talking about the one who made Kumo scared shitless. Yeah. I really shouldn't poke my nose into this troublesome matter. Let's just leave this matter to Professor Sigma. I absolutely must not provoke the wrath of God. I shall remain as a spectator till the end. Elish's choice in this matter was the best, but unexpected happenings were bound to happen in human life. Ironically, due to her unexpected meeting this time with a genuine monster, Kai Heineman, Elish ended up finding herself swallowed deep into the biggest and the most malicious maelstrom of disturbance since the founding of Babel. Chapter 12. One of the trouble during the test. North of Babel, first area of Death Metropolis of Flower. Historic ruins spread in the north of Babel. Death Metropolis of Flower. This place was undead's paradise, jointly managed by Babel and the Hunter Guild. This Death Metropolis of Flower was a dungeon with difficulties changing with its depth. It was separated into areas 1 to 5. Area 1, the shallowest area, was composed of weak undead. This place was most suited for the weak hunters and most students. Two men stood inside an abandoned building in Area 1 of Death Metropolis of Flower. Kai. To think that Night Sama's protection will be lost to the most incompetent in this world. An abnormally thin man laughed his ass off as he spoke. There was a skull tattoo painted on his perfectly bald head and a pendant with phoenix carving hung on his neck. It was the proof of graduation from Babel Tower. Even though there were multiple obstacles to enter Babel Tower, only 10% managed to graduate. That was just how difficult it was to graduate from Babel. And the graduates were highly sought after. Nevertheless, this man, Tokatsu, was a top-class necromancer and an ex-teacher from Babel Tower who was banished after the authorities discovered his malignant hobby. In a certain meaning, he was a unique sorcerer. Stop laughing. I just let my guard down that time. Tamari, the escort, former, of Prince Gilbert, was trembling all over, shouting at the extremely skinny man. But, isn't it a fact that the famous escort knight of His Highness Gilbert is unemployed right now? My condolences for that. Not unemployed yet. I'm going to be reinstated as long as I manage to purge that incompetent. His Highness gave his word after all. Prince Gilbert promised to appoint Tamri as the leader of his escort knights in the event that the latter managed to kidnap Kai Heineman. The prince had declared so after all. In short, Tamri's position would be secured as long as he accomplished his current task. The skinny man, Tokatsu, shrugged his shoulders. Yeah. Let's just take it as you say. So, how's the business? He forcefully changed the topic of the conversation. The practical test will be held in Area 1 of Death Metropolis of Flower. Our insider will separate him from the other examinees. We'll kill him in this place. I've no objection as long as I'm paid handsomely, but I am not going to guarantee the life of other examinees, okay? Doesn't matter. Even if it's a bit forceful, Babel will have arrangements for that. Upon hearing that, Tokatsu's lips turned to a wide grin. You people really are the true trash. And said his honest impression about Gilbert and his group. You bastard. How dare you to insult Prince Gilbert of Amelia King? Tokatsu restrained Tamari, who shouted at him with his vein bulging on his forehead before the latter could finish. Don't misunderstand. The kind of people that I like the most are those kinds of unscrupulous people. Now, This is my final confirmation. Am I allowed to play with the examinees who enter my territory? The skinny man asked. Confirming. We made an agreement with Babel side. This matter will be treated as an unfortunate incident. I see. Great. Finally, party after a really long time. I'm gonna enjoy it. Tokatsu cranked his head, which instantly blushed red like tomato. We don't mind if you want to play, but, you know, right? Yeah, I understand. I have to deliver Kai Heineman, who has been turned into a scarecrow, to you without killing him, right? I've no shred of interest in a mere incompetent brat. I'll fulfill my part of the bargain. Tokatsu waved his right hand as he left the building. Failure is unacceptable. His Highness Gilbert wouldn't accept any failures. Failure means ruin. That was an undeniable fact, said Tamri as he left the building. Chapter 13, Lunch with Childhood Friend. After finishing the aptitude test, I decided to have lunch, since there was still some time till the next test. I enjoyed the lunch made by Kai under a tree shade. Kai. I raised my face, hearing the voice calling out to me. I saw my dearest childhood friend standing in front of me, combing up her long blonde hair. Oh, are you having lunch too, Lila? Though I might be able to fix my speech habit right now, I wouldn't be able to fool her. So I just stuck to my usual speech. Yeah, can I sit beside you? But of course, I'm not a cruel man who could refuse such offer from you. I agreed, putting on mug look on my face. Lila then sat by my side and stared at me intently for a while. Is something the matter? Yup, Kai has grown up after all. There's a saying that men grow up in just a while you're not seeing them. But still. Lila nodded as she muttered those ambiguous remarks. By the way, what about Lumin? Aren't you coming with her? Yes, she went to the office a while ago. It seems to be related to the result of her summon aptitude test. Thus, I had my lunch ahead of her. Ah, so it was the matter about her being the only one who could touch that dog like being called Kuma. She might have won the summon aptitude test by a huge margin. In short, as long as she didn't make a blunder during the practical test, she would definitely be accepted into Babel. I see. Maybe because I hadn't seen her for a while, I had a hard time finding a topic to talk about and could only do small talk. Lila let out a chuckle and then took out her lunch from her bag and started eating. The awkward situation happened only when I reunited with her. Currently, I could ask for Lila and Go's current situation. It seems Lila had long since planned to leave our birthplace, Lama. She told me that she wanted to know how much she could do without Helna's house's protection. Surely, for better or worse, Lama was conservative. Except for someone like me. Those who came from distinguished families in Lama such as Lila had an extremely limited range of choices, from employment, marriage, even their private life. Studying abroad might be her attempt to resist such a lifestyle. Anyhow, since she chose this path herself, it shows just value of this choice for her. For her who was growing up in the rigid environment in Lama, filled with those old fossils, Babel was a good change of pace for her to see the world. By the way, why are you suddenly changing the way you speak, Kai? And just like usual, she loved to ask awkward questions out of nowhere. Just a change of pace. Even though I replied immediately, I don't think this would be enough to convince her. Or so it was supposed to be. Change of pace, huh? You're right. Maybe that's a good idea. Lila was easily convinced with my impromptu answer. It seems she evaluated my reply was logical. Nevertheless, it was good that she was content with that answer. I mean, it would be a whole pain in the ass if she wasn't convinced by that answer and kept trailing me. When I was about to say something to her to divert her attention, our surroundings turned noisy. When I turned toward the origin of the noise, I saw a blonde-haired youth walking across the garden while being surrounded by girls who raised shrill voices. Is that Somni Sama, winner of one of the 4 sacred martial arts tournaments? I did hear rumors about him taking an entrance exam at Babel this time, but it turned out to be true. Despite being the same age as us, I heard that his achievements in that tournament allowed him to become the youngest escort knight of Prince Gilbert. Isn't he way too awesome? It turned out, he was an unlucky youth who forcefully advanced to the final of that tournament by the scheme of the adults around him. Despite the person himself unaware of those schemes, the adults around him kept imposing the youth with achievements beyond his abilities. In a certain meaning, He was a pitiable youth. The blonde-haired youth noticed us and walked in our direction. If it isn't the cowardly incompetent swordsman you're taking the exam to, eh? Lila, who sat beside me, pouted and was about to refute, but I stopped her. Unfortunately, I am, I replied so while shrugging my shoulders. Never show yourself again. You're a shame for Amelia Kingdom. Yeah, I guess we agree it's something. Somni frowned upon hearing my answer, however, he just turned around and left along with the girls around him. Kai, I patted Lila on the head upon realizing that she brought her face closer to mine, as if she was about to say something. It's okay, I reassured her to calm her down. Get away from my sister. A willful and noisy girl ran toward us, hugging Lila and baring her teeth just like that Kuma's, as if trying to protect Lila from me. Are you her freaking guard dog? Was what I retorted inside, but I just raised my hand and rose from where I sat. Well, it was fun talking to you. Let's do our best in the coming test. I headed to the examination venue for the next test after I bid farewell to them. Chapter 14. Extremely Suspicious Practical Test. The gathering point for the practical test was the Plaza Before Death Metropolis of Flower, located north of Babel. Death Metropolis of Flower was a paradise for undead, separated into Area 1 to 5 in accordance to its degree of difficulty. This metropolis had a severe restriction to enter each area of Death Metropolis of Flower. To be exact, the furthest E rank, novice, hunter or a Babel student above 2nd grade could go was the first area. Students who enrolled into Main Academy in the Babel Tower, student above 4th grade, or hunters above D rank, common, were allowed to enter the 2nd area. Final grade student of Main Academy in the Tower of Babel, C rank, veteran, or above could enter the 3rd area. Anyone who wanted to enter the 4th area was required to have the permit from both Hunter Guild and Babel. Area 5 was uncharted in these tens of thousands of years. From my perspective, I realized that adventure was supposed to be dangerous to the point that we're brushing with death. And now I realize that raising my hunter rank might be worth the effort if I'm allowed to enter such area. It's about to begin. I gazed around. The plaza was filled with examinees. I also confirmed Lila and Ko's figures amongst them. Well, since this test was jointly managed by Babel and Hunter Guild, the examinees' safety was to be guaranteed. Thus, I shouldn't have to worry about Lila and Co. But just to be safe, I would appoint someone from Subjugation Picture Book to tail them and protect them, if needed, from the shadows. With that thought, the staff made their appearance. Naturally, someone like me wasn't supposed to be acquainted with them. Or so it was supposed to be until I saw two familiar faces. The first one was the swordsman-like man wearing red bandana. He was one of the participants of that sacred martial arts tournament. If I'm not wrong, his name was Briss Damp. And just like Zack, the reason why I remembered him was simply because his skill as martial artist was the real deal. He turned out to be a Babel staff. Well, my skill evaluation of swordsman was that of a novice though. The second one couldn't be referred to as acquaintance. I mean, the second one was none other than the brown-skinned woman with extremely risque attire, who was peeping on the little incident in the alley back when I registered as a hunter. Her base should be in Bass. What is she was doing in Babel right now? Well, turns out it wasn't just the woman. Arnold had also been visiting this city for business. I heard that the hero is also living in this city right now. For some reason, the gathering of all of those gave birth to some sort of anxiety for me. According to my experience, my intuition was never wrong. Something big is going to happen during this test. A heroic-looking beauty with long blonde hair and wearing pure white robe then came up on the stage. "Be quiet," then called for everyone's attention. Though her voice was neither stern nor loud, the hustle-bustle in the plaza died down at once. This spectacle was enough to convince me that this woman was truly skilled at grasping heart of the masses. From the fact that all staff of Babel also bowed there respectfully to her, I guessed that she might be a big shot in Babel. Well, the identity of this woman was trivial matter for me though. The woman then looking around, "Nice to meet you all. I'm Inea, the headmaster of Babel." The woman, Inea, bowed lightly as she introduced herself. Being the headmaster means that she was the one with highest authority in Babel. Her long ears were evidence of her elven lineage. I couldn't let her youthful appearance fool me. She might be as old as me. After leaving the labyrinth, congratulations for finishing the morning aptitude test. But please don't let your guard down. This practical test is the real test. It would decide whether you're qualified to enter the academic city of Babel as a student or not. The sight of so many people gasping in this eerie silence was a sight to behold. I mean, their reaction was only natural, knowing that most of them, save for few exceptions like me, were literally gambling their life to be accepted as Babel's student. Well, let me explain the rules of this test. First, you'll form a team composed of 3 people. Waves of murmurs arose like waves as Inea paused. Be quiet. Headmaster has yet to finish her speech. The murmurs quieted down the moment a muscular old man wearing a pointy hat, green robe and standing beside Inea warned the examinees. I guessed that this old man was another big shot in Babel, seeing his haughty attitude. Moreover, you'll receive commissions to subjugate the undead released by us. You'll receive points in 4 manners, divided into 100 point, 50 point, 10 points, or nil in accordance to the strength of the undead you subjugate, and the points will be totaled at the end of the test. That's quite an interesting idea for a test. Meaning that defeating undead with high score wasn't the only way to gain the total highest score. The real evaluation was how much the undead you could subjugate with the strength of your team within the given time limit. In addition, there was another troublesome problem lying behind those rules. May I ask a question? Though it was really subtle, I saw the right eyebrow of the headmaster twitch the moment I raised my right hand, and then, oi, I've told you just a while ago that the headmaster has yet to finish her speech, right? The muscular old man with green robe said so with threatening look on his face. I could hear the sound of students gulping their saliva upon hearing his threatening voice. It doesn't matter. What's your question? Inea stopped the old man with a signal from her eyes and then addressed me. Are we allowed to attack other teams in this test? An uproar incomparable to before exploded at once the moment I voiced my question. The uproar quieted down at once the moment Inea raised her right hand. Seeing that, Inea nodded lightly and then, in regard to attacking another team, each member of a team will carry a badge. If all 3 badges are snatched away, the team will be disqualified. It turned out my guess was spot on. So there's no problem even if 2 of 3 badges are snatched? Yes, the team only disqualified when they lose all 3 badges. In addition, the badges will be collected at the end of the exam, and become additional points. So we got additional point by snatching badges. Maybe that badge had been enchanted with some sort of magic that record our subjugation count. Surely, an undead was living being transformed into an immortal being via a curse. Though I felt that the Academy's side was a bit too reckless this time for commencing this kind of practical test, they might have prepared countermeasure to disperse the curse. Does that mean the minimum passing requirement for the test is for each team to have 1 or more badges after the end of the test? Yes, naturally. We forbid killing. The same goes for intentionally heavily injuring your opponent. An appropriate penalty will be given to the one who does that. Honestly, the content of the test was too stimulating. According to Rose, the practical test usually used tournament format like what they did in Sacred Martial Arts Tournament. And the normal test has been changed now. To be honest, it was way too fishy. Yeah, this test is way too suspicious. Understood. I lowered my hand since I had no more questions. I guess I had to let nature take its place. The division of the team and the details of the rulers will be announced by the person in charge. Well then, I pray for your success. The headmaster descended from the stage after she said so. Following that, a few huge notices were erected by the Babel staff. Swordsman Bree ascended to the stage and started to explain the details of the test. That was the opening signal for the practical test. Chapter 15, A Strange Team Composition. Each team formation was announced, and a pair of man and woman stood by my side. The man was of small stature with a young master-like haircut. He stood while sticking the tetrahedron object to his body, and had a youthful face that made him look like in his teens. The other was a docile-looking woman with long, blonde, and braided hair. The woman used her long forelocks to cover half of her face, as if to look like someone in her teens as well. I wouldn't be surprised if she turned out to be someone in her 30s though. Her appearance wasn't clear. I'm Ramun, an aspiring sorcerer. My best regards. The small man who had blue-colored hair gave a short greeting without turning to me as he kept hold of his tetrahedron. I'm Kiki. I'm good with sword. Best regards. On the other hand, the blonde-hair woman with braided hair introduced herself with a small voice. I'm Kai Heineman, a swordsman. Best regards to you too. I replied to them with a smile on my face while raising my right hand. I heard a familiar quarreling voice. Having to be in the same team as you is enough to send a chill running down my spine. Roman shouted without even trying to hide his displeasure. Those are my words. Aren't you the next patriarch or whatever? Just go back to Lama and stay in there forever. Not wanting to lose, Lumin spat out equally spiteful remarks. The same goes for you. Don't you know that you coming here is just bringing more trouble for Lila-san? Roman snarled back at Lumin. I'm inseparable from my big sister. Big sister's happiness is my happiness. Why should I lower myself to follow your standards? What? The two snarled at each other at point-blank range. These two never betrayed my expectations. They're not kids anymore. Shouldn't they calm down a little? In fact, their teammate, a youth with brown-colored cropped hair, seems to be cowering in fear listening to the two's quarrel. Nevertheless, Roman and Lumin were put together in the same team. No matter how you look at it, it is too much of a coincidence. I couldn't help but feel anxious knowing that there was a sudden change of test this year. I guess better safe than sorry. Deimos, are you there? The black skeleton who became Giram Kala's kin just a while ago. He went by the full name Deimos Lich. Yes, I'm by your side. The black skeleton wearing black robe kneeled while hiding his figure behind the shrub nearby. He who received Giram Kala's boot camp to fix his rotten attitude was very strong. When I heard that Deimos Lich was a sorcerer when still human, I got the feeling that he was more suited for a behind-the-scenes job. Or rather, he wouldn't even show himself if not for instructions from Giram Kala and the others in the subjugation picture book. On the other hand, it wouldn't even be considered a test if he caused a commotion by showing up during this practical test and displaying that showy swordsmanship of his. Having said that, nowadays, I mainly entrusted the matter to Oberá or Lucas, whose fanaticism toward me rose up to a dangerous degree. Sure enough, I admit that their strength had also experienced tremendous growth. Yeah, they could still grow, but to be honest, I could only imagine that the two of them would only create Giram Kala-like effect if I left this matter to them. With such consideration, I decided that Deimos was the most suited for this task. Do you know about the girl called Lila Helena over there? Yes. I received orders from Giram Kala-sama to stay by your side in secret. So, knowing that his subordinates were flashy fellas, Giram Kala dispatched Deimos, a former human, under the consideration that the latter knew better about human society and could act properly behind the scene. Then I've a request for you. Go protect Lila Helena as you wish. Am I allowed to erase anything hindering her? Yeah. Her safety is your top priority. Everything else come after. As for the other problems, you may move to your own judgment. Your wish is my command. Godspeed, Deimos. I heard clacking sound of bones. Thank you. It's my honor. His presence vanished with an extremely delighted voice. Well then, time to move on. I had no idea what kind of plan that foxy elf woman had in her mind, but if she went too far, I will have no choice but to fight back. Yes, at that time, I will crush her thoroughly. Let's move on, guys. We'll be in trouble if we get a late start, you know? I warned the two quarreling children who having their usual routine. Shut up. I don't need you to tell me about such obvious matter. Yeah, don't butt into our problems. They snarled at me and then went toward the forest as if competing who will enter first. The brown-haired youth with crop hair was following them from behind in hurry. These two were way too careless. To be honest, Lila was much more prepared than them to face any kind of situation. Roman was my cousin, and Lumin was a little sister-like existence to Lila. Honestly, I couldn't just rest on my lapel knowing that they might be in danger. Especially in this situation, where I couldn't even grasp the intentions of that foxy elf woman. I guess I will have to invoke Divine Eye. just to be sure. Good grief. It feels like I turned into their babysitter in this gambling den. I cursed inside upon realizing that the odds kept stacking against me with all those outside factors involved. Chapter 16, Rotten King. Area 5 of Death. Metropolis of Flower, the deepest sanctuary. Dozens of people dressed in black were present in the temple of Area 5. Their innards were protruding out. Some had lost their limbs. Some who dragged their body that had lost a leg and an eye. Every single one of them had fatal wounds on their body. The one who appeared to be their leader stood in front of the slate located in the center of the room. He looked around at his injured comrades. "Good job on coming this far, everyone. We has finally arrived," he shouted while clenching his right fist. Despite already being on the verge of death, the people in black overflowed with sense of accomplishment. "Once we unleash the monster living in this place, not even the heroes of this land can survive. In addition, Name Sama is currently progressing the plan to revive our god in Northgrand. After that happens, those weakened heroes can only wait for their death, and we, the demon race, would be the final winner of this war." Hearing that, the people in black burst in tears. The captain then took out liquor from his bag and distributed small containers to every one of them as he poured liquor for them. He raised his own small container as he finished distributing. "For the destruction of human race and the prosperity of our demon race. Toast." The captain smashed his container on the ground as soon as he finished. He then proceeded toward the slate and touched it. Red-colored, circle-shaped, complex geometrical patterns appeared on it and spun. The people in black then rotted and plopped down as if melting. Amidst such hellish spectacle, for our great Ashmedia Sama, Banzai, the men in black still managed to yell for the last time, and then, the rotten flesh of the people in black scattered on the ground rose up, and started to form a humanoid structure. Its balloon-like body resembled human, his head without a slick of hair, wearing perfect circle sunglasses on his strangely, perfectly rounded face. He donned clothes with numerous circles. The man then walked in air toward the entrance of the temple. Upon leaving he spread his arms. "Pew ha 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 ha. Long time no see, boring fresh outside air is there best," and shouted at the top of his lungs. Not death. His cheerful voice suddenly turned into cursing. Moreover, his face turned into that of ecstasy. "My children WHO have decomposed akin to my nose filth. Come out." He then clapped his raised hands. His forelimbs then swelled up till stretching his bright red cloth, and then letting out some gore stuff. The stuff that came out from his limbs were people whose bodies were covered in soot, and donned hats. Their faces were of varied shapes such as star, circle, inverse triangle, or square, and all their faces were akin to melting candle. "Rotting meat, melting bone is the smell of death. O rotting creature, raise the maggots." He spread his arms as he danced left to right while singing such impromptu song. "Root, melt, melt, melt." The various shaped heads mimicked his movements, and acted as his chorus. "That's." The balloon-like man with sunglasses danced again as he rose even higher. "And that's." The others followed after him. "Fry, we, great, kins of, rotten king." Together, they sang the last phrase in their loudest voice, as if complimenting their little concert. The area around them, the plants, the ground started to rot, and then transformed into giant monsters that resembled a lump sphere. "Now, spread rotten death in this world, and turn it into stinky and rotting paradise of Uyunas." The monsters were rotting trees and lands, and even though they ate other undead, they kept advancing with unstoppable momentum. Yes, their only goal was to fulfill the wish of their crazy master. Chapter 17, Walk in the Park like Practical Test. Side, Somni Barrel. The human-shaped monsters approaching with unsteady steps were called zombies. Zombies' teeth and claws were endowed with a powerful curse. Unless they received treatment to dispel the curse, one might die once bitten, and then, their corpse would turn into a new zombie. That was the danger of the undead known as zombies. And yet, a youth bravely closed into these so-called zombies. Somni Barrel unleashed a sword strike at the head of a zombie. The zombie's head was severed and fell to the ground, melting like candle. He didn't stop, pointing his left palm toward another zombie approaching toward them, and chanted, "Fireball." A blazing sphere came to being and collided with a zombie, burning its body to black dust. As expected of Somni-san, to be able to beat two zombies in quick succession, truly worthy of being the youngest guardian knight of His Highness Gilbert. A black-haired young with a lean body, Egg, clapped upon seeing Somni's action. Egg was also a graduate of the kingdom's Knight Institute like Somni. He also participated in Babel exam and had teamed together with the youngest guardian knight. Honestly, it was way too easy. The zombies' movements were slow. They're not a big deal as long as anyone is very careful when approaching them. Was this truly the infamous test of Babel? I've been preparing myself to be forced to go against other test takers in tournament-like test, and yet, this kind of test is such a letdown. I can't use fire magic, so I can only beat them one by one. Slaughtering two of them in one strike like Somni-san is out of question for someone like me. Egg shook his head as he praised Somni. Though not as much as the Guardian Knight, Egg himself was a skilled swordsman. Egg's gift was specialized in swordcraft and he had no talent whatsoever for magic. Surely, Somni, who was endowed with talent to use both sword and magic, the infamous difficult test of Babel appeared like a walk in the park for him. He was convinced to take the top spot in the entrance examination. Moreover, "Are you sure that you'll let that girl act on her own?" Egg muttered so while looking at his other teammates. A beautiful girl with wavy, long blonde hair, Lila Helner. Well, she's quite a beauty, no doubt about it, but Somni did recognize Lila's beauty. However, apart from the other girls, Lila didn't even show a shred of interest in Somni. The biggest factor that made Somni take some distance from Lila was the fact that the latter was Kai Heineman's friend. Kai Heineman, another participant of Sacred Martial Arts Tournament. Just like Somni, the common evaluation of Kai Heineman in that tournament was just a cowardly incompetent. Strangely enough, the evaluation he received from a part of swordsman was the exact opposite of the general evaluation. When Somni asked the swordsman who beat him in that tournament about the latter's goal, that swordsman said that he wants to become someone like Zack and someday gain a chance to challenge Kai Heineman. Seeing swordsman's passion, Somni knew that the former was serious. It was rather unbelievable for him. And as if that wasn't enough, that swordsman wasn't the only one with the opinion. One of Somni's noble friend who always hung out with him cried non-stop after he saw Kai Heineman and Zack's match. He then returned to his hometown and without wasting time, kept swinging his sword like a madman. He, who never trained seriously, was completely absorbed in his training. And the reason for that was none other than the match between Kai Heineman and Zack. Kai Heineman's gift was the most incompetent in this world. It was obvious by its name that it was by no means powerful gift. Thus, he was convinced that his father, Lumper Barrel, was right about Kai Heineman winning by cheating. Those swordsmen were just idiots who couldn't see through Heineman's trickery. Somni had expected that since those swordsmen were just talentless peasants, unlike gifted ones like him. Kai Heineman is nothing more than a cheater. He should be condemned for that. That's why no matter how beautiful Lila was, Somni didn't feel a shred of charm in her who had favorable impressions for Kai Heineman. Rather, he pitied her since the latter had no eyes to judge someone's character. How about we have a match to invite her? Somni-san should be able to do that in a try, right? Seeing X staring at Lila with lecherous eyes of a youth trying to woo girl in the street. I refuse. Why do I have to become the bait when you're the one who want to woo her? Somni rejected Egg's request immediately. Egg was a known philanderer. Everyone knew he had different woman every time he walks in the street. There was a rumor about him sleeping with a girl after he forced her drunk. Naturally, he thought it just a slander towards Egg, but Somni was still Gilbert's guardian knight. Thus, he minded his action in public. Moreover, even if Lila invited Somni to drink with her, he had no intention to drink with a stupid woman who got tricked easily by Kai Heineman. I see. Then, I guess I've to invite her myself. Maybe because Somni refused to cooperate with him, Egg didn't try to hide his intentions anymore. He had already imagined the scene of him walking along with Lila in the main street at night. Egg, stop acting like a lowlife. Okay. Egg waved his hand slovenly. Egg started to insistently invite Lila for a drink after the practical test. At first, Lila, who was irritated by Egg's attitude, refused the latter's invitation politely. But Somni knew that she was actually quite irritated. Thus, just when he was about to call Egg to stop as it might affect the entire team, "Please stop acting slovenly here," Lila finally lost her patience, grabbed Egg's right arm, and twisted it. "Gah! Ah!" "Release me!" As Lila let go of Egg's arm, the latter fell on the ground, face first. "How dare you!" He stood up immediately and tried to grab Lila by her collar, but got easily flung away by the latter. "This is my final warning." "Stop!" Egg had no choice but to grit his teeth in frustration on his failure. He never tried to woo Lila again. A while later, they found a group of girls being surrounded by zombies and went to save them at Egg's proposal. Zombie would die as long as they were beheaded. Moreover, they're also weak to fire attribute, so they're a little sitting duck for Somni. After he gets rid of the grime on his sword's blade, "Thank you very much for saving us, Somni-sama." The girls they rescued rushed at Somni, raising cheers. Thanks God you're saved." The way he replied to the girls with his usual refreshing smile made the girls scream even louder. Yes, those girls' attitude was normal for Somni as he was used to see it. "Somni-san, there's no rule that prohibits us from working together with another team, right? Shall we take them along?" Upon hearing Egg's suggestion, "Seriously? We're allowed to work together with Somni-sama?" "By all means please. We're really scared after all." The girls drew closer to the two. Surely, there was no rule prohibiting two teams from joining hands. Thus, forming alliances was allowed. The undead released in first area had been specially prepared by the Babel's management side. It was fairly obvious that the owner of the badge would receive additional points whenever they beat undead. They were team battles, but, in the end, it was nothing more than individual battles during the test. With that kind of system, there was no problem even if an alliance was formed. Or rather, the alliance with most people had numerical advantage. "I don't mind." "You don't mind either, right Lila?" "Yeah." Lila observed those girls from side before turning away. "Things will get simpler." "Where are you girls come from?" Egg approached the girls with his usual overly familiar attitude. But, Somni ended up letting his guard down and forgetting about the most important fact in this test. This test was a live combat test in its truest sense. His opponent wouldn't even give a shit about rules or consideration to him and his party. And lastly, the fact that undead wasn't their only opponent. But, Somni and Kai had yet to realize the true meaning of this test and treated it like a picnic, would soon be dragged into the depths of hell. Chapter 18. A chance to fall from the grace. One of the luxurious rooms in Babel Tower, a brawny old man clad in a green robe was lying in his chair. "How's the plan progressing?" he asked another green-robed man with slit eyes kneeling in front of him. "That pitiful girl and the Spear King have been arranged to be in the same team as the poisonous wasp, the A-rank criminal. Are you sure that'll be enough to kill the Spear King?" Hearing the old man's question, the slit-eyed man spread his arms with a serious look on his face. "The Spear King is strong only if you fight him fairly," and declared so. "So, you're going to make the full use of the difference between their combat experiences?" "Yes. The current Spear King is nothing more than an inexperienced greenhorn. Poisonous wasp should be able to kill him with ease, not to mention that girl called Lumin." Then the slit-eyed old man said so while casting a glance toward the white-haired beauty clad in snow-like white vestment. "This should be enough, right Cardinal Dono?" asked the old man without bothering to beat around the bush. "Yes, my heartfelt gratitude for your cooperation, Vice Headmaster Sama." The Cardinal smiled as she bowed to the old man. "Are you really certain about the elimination of the Spear King? The overall strength of the hero party will be greatly reduced if you eliminate the Spear King, which in return will affect the war with the demon race too. Personally, I don't think it's a good idea." "May I hear the reason?" "Don't worry. Even without the likes of the Spear King, Hero Sama as she is right now can exterminate the demon race. The reason we are doing this is that we took all possible futures into consideration." "You mean that the hero will become too powerful if they have the Spear King? Are you trying to say that the hero's power will harm humankind after they finish their job to exterminate the demon race?" Hearing the vice headmaster's inquiry, the cardinal nodded. Hero without monster or demon race is nothing more than a lump of power. If we're not careful, she might become the second demon king. Thus, we've to control her by all means, and to do that, she spoke really carefully, like reading a hymn with her clear and transparent voice. Does that mean the Spear King's power is too much for the hero in case she betrays humanity? Exactly. There's no need to worry about the hero for now. This is just one of our safety measures. That's why it doesn't really matter even if this plan fails. But, you've got to eliminate the girl called Lumin at all costs. The man with a determined look on his face shuddered upon hearing the obvious thorn in the usually gentle woman's remark. Why does it sound like the Spear King is just a freebie? Why does the big shot of the church go so far just to get rid of the holder of gibberish Tenraku Jinsai gift with no clear effect? It just doesn't sit well with our creed. That's all you need to know. Cardinal said so as she revealed a forced laugh. Speaking of, if it doesn't sit well with creed, there's also an apostate with a joke-like gift called the most incompetent in this world amongst the examinees. If it just as you say, that girl isn't the only one who doesn't sit well with your creed, right? Further inquiry means blasphemy toward our father. Clear? The cardinal returned the old man's question with another question as she smiled at the latter. So, you're trying to kill me, huh? Whether it's squabble or war, we shall do it thoroughly. The vice headmaster declared so with a battle junkie smile on his face as he stood up, glaring toward the seemingly exhausted cardinal. So you're selling a fight to us? Then, it can't be helped. The cardinal's eyes shone red, as white smoke came out from her feet. Calm down, Pandora-sama. You're not here today to partake in a quarrel, right? The white-haired youth wearing a white vestment forced his way between the two while brushing his hair with his fingers. Pandora's eye color changed as she heard the remark, returning to the usual amber color, and her face made an unemotional, doll-like smile. The vice headmaster clicked his tongue and took back his seat. Well, I shall excuse myself. Bye-bye. Seeing there was nothing left to say, the white-haired youth and the cardinal excused themselves from the room. Humphrey Fox bitch. The vice headmaster cursed as he tapped his finger on the desk. How's the matter of handling those incompetents proceeding? He asked the man with slit eyes. It went according to plan. They went to the appointed location along with Somni Barrel's team. That idiot prince is truly a troublesome one, but it can't be helped. I received a huge amount of donations from the idiotic nobles of that kingdom after all. I can't just ignore it. He then opened the drawer and took out a black cane along with a piece of paper, and read the contents out aloud. Pathetic bastard, the incompetent who disrespected the prince aside, to think that he went as far as disposing of the guardian knight who failed to protect him. The man with slit eyes shrugged his shoulders as he shook his head. Yes, but weaklings are just worthless pieces of garbage. All the more so when it's a knight, they're nothing but a hindrance. At this point, I'm no different from that prince. The vice headmaster nodded lightly as he muttered so. Survival of the fittest. Yeah, that's why the brat called Somni, who has never experienced the harshness of the world, will die this time. Definitely. Thus, he threw the paper as if he wasn't interested in the matter anymore, and started discussing Tower's government. There is a saying that a huge mountain looks small from afar, which might cause him to let his guard down. Or else, he might simply never experience it itself. It was a trivial matter. But, the pitiful lambs, them, had yet to realize just what kind of being they were trying to mess with. Babel's tower with its vast power, the central church, and the existence of X who always looked down on this world from above. Every single one of them had yet to realize that they would receive a terrifying slap on their triumphant face after they provoke the most bizarre and dangerous monster in this world. Chapter 19. Please sleep for a while. The head of the zombie who received a relentless spear thrust from Roman's spear was pulverized till not even its skull was left intact. Seeing Roman, who was twirling his spear as if it was his own limbs and slaughtering undead in a single breath. Yeah, he's strong after all. Lumin Helena couldn't help but praise Roman in her heart. Roman had literally slaughtered the undead on his own a while ago. Lumin and the brown-haired youth with crop-cut Karabi had reduced their role to mere spectators since a while ago. The difference between Roman's and the other two strengths was too big. The other two would only become a hindrance if they tried to assist Roman, and that was the bitter truth of their situation. Damn it, damn it, damn it. At this rate, things would proceed in accordance to Helena House's plan. Helena House was a long-standing family whose main family and branch family were making a living from their sword art. They were the kind of traditional family who held the belief that marrying someone with strong talent would maintain the height of their descendants' talent. Thus, they're eyeing the Spear King who had one of the best gifts in the world. Big Sis managed to buy some time by participating in the Babel examination since Helena House thought that it would be A+ for her. In this regard, Big Sis had always insisted that she will choose her own husband. Big Sis was a stubborn girl. Never once did she change her decision once she made up her mind. Thus, they prepared the spare plan to marry me to that Roman. Naturally, their cat-dog-like relationship made them seem like an impossible couple. Thus marriage between the two sounds like a joke for them and the people around them. In short, the Helena family had literally forced Lumen to marry her nemesis, Roman, for life. At this rate, Big Sis would definitely go back to the disgusting hometown of us after we graduate from Babel, and then... No, I absolutely cannot let that happen. Lila's happiness was her happiness. But, Lumen couldn't bear the guilt of her becoming the source of her big sister's sorrow. Speaking of her choice of husband, Kai Heineman was much better than Roman, albeit much weaker, but at least, Kai wouldn't force Big Sis to marry him. In addition, I'm sure that Big Sis was in fact in L. When Lumen was pondering about such things, such superb spear handling, the brown-haired youth with crop cut, Kairabi was clapping his hands. Maybe because he had enough of hearing such praise, Roman didn't even turn around to give a reply to Kairabi's praise, and suddenly, as expected, "I'm going to lose if I challenge you from the front." He muttered those incomprehensible remarks. Almost at the same time, Roman suddenly fell to his knees. Numerous beads of sweat appear on Roman's forehead, and then, a chill ran down his spine as he saw the eerie smile on Kairabi's face. What are you doing?" He retreated at once while asking such a question as soon as he saw that eerie smile, but, resistance is futile. Kairabi spoke with a smile while being surrounded by countless small creatures. Wasp? It was a familiar creature! Suddenly, he felt sharp pain from the nape of his neck. Thus he struck the place with his right hand. When he looked at his right hand, he saw the corpse of a bee. "How cruel of you to kill my adorable wasps, you bastard!" She somehow managed to curse at him, but, this is the end. When Kairabi pointed his finger toward Lumen, the latter suddenly fell like a sack of potatoes. Lumen felt her body was as heavy as lead. "Rest assured, I only used paralysis poison on you guys. You won't die yet." "You bastard." Kairabi walked to Roman, who was spitting those curses even with paralysis poison in his body, and then trampling down on the latter's face. "Quite lively, ain't ya? But, it seems you forgot about your current situation." Roman raised his face, and spit on Kairabi's face. "Go to hell," and cursed on the latter. Kairabi, who snapped upon receiving that treatment. "This is the first time I met such a rude fellow. I'm really pissed off now." He mercilessly kicked Roman in his rage. Even though Roman was bleeding from his torn lips and forehead, Kirby kept kicking on the former as if to vent his anger. Roman only fainted after Kirby vented all his rage on him. Kirby, who breathing heavily after that, "Oops, mustn't kill him by accident. This kind of death is against my raison d'etre as wasp user." After he shook his head as if snapping out of his trance and took several deep breaths, he revealed a nasty smile as his line of sight then moved from the unconscious Roman toward Lumen. That expression alone was enough to send a chill running down Lumen's spine, and though she almost screaming, she swallowed her voice. When Kairabi pointed at his own face with his index finger while looking at Lumen's dreaded face with a satisfied look on his face, countless wasps were coming toward him. "Both of you going to become the nursery for these children?" Kairabi declared so with a lively voice. "Nursery?" Kairabi's smile became even more highlighted upon seeing Lumen's confusion. "And, yes, these child's going to use your flesh as an incubation bed for their eggs. Human meat are the best seed bed for them after all." He spoke so toward Lumen and Co with a joyous voice. "Now then, let's start with you." Lumen-chan, you'll become a meatball by the time Roman wake up from his sleep. A chill ran down into her spine along with an unspeakable sense of disgust just by hearing his remark. And then, as if enjoying Lumen's dread, their children will eat your flesh as they hatched. Your pain will be gone as the hatched tiny wasps eat your flesh from the inside. It's hard to come experience, you know. Karabi approached Lumen step by step as if he wanted to instill even greater fear to her. Top. She tried desperately to tell him to get away from her, but it only enlarged his sadistic instinct. Lumen wasn't idiotic enough to not realize that fact, and yet, she had no choice but to speak, because there was no way she wanted to die in such a tragic manner. Became a nursery for bugs. Oh ho, you can't be that selfish. It's a lady's duty to accept that fate after all. Kairabi's right hand, which had many wasps coiling around it, was slowly reached out toward Lumen. The moment that hand touched Lumen, they would lay their egg in her body, which would result in the most gruesome death for her. No, stop. Her eyes were blurry from her tears. I don't want to die. I refuse to die in that way. I won't be able to see my dad and mom again if I die. I won't be able to see my siblings too, including Big Sis. In addition, she experienced a phenomenon close to a revolving lantern when she felt that she was about to die, a moment that felt like forever. And the last thing that popped out at that moment was unexpectedly not the face of her siblings or her father, and not her Big Sis either. It was the face of a certain black-haired youth who had always been gentle to her since their childhood. Kai Heineman! Exclamation mark. The moment Kairabi's finger was about to touch Lumen, Kairabi, who enjoyed Lumen's dread, failed to realize that his right hand had already fallen to the ground, and chopped into tiny pieces along with the wasps around it. Kairabi, who was dumbfounded for a few seconds upon seeing his bloody wrist, was Yukio screaming in pain. And the culprit of that situation, a black-haired youth just walking calmly and laid Lumen's body beneath the nearby huge tree without even casting a glance toward Kairabi. Go sleep for now. It was a reassuring voice that she heard so many times. Hearing that, Lumen's consciousness faded into darkness due to the newfound safety she felt from that voice. Chapter 20. Don't be scared, you. My teammates in this test, Kiki and Ramun, were by no means normal people. Regardless of their strength, people who crossed the point between life and death would have unique air around them. They might think that they act like a proper greenhorn, but the way they walk and the way they're being cautious of their surrounding wasn't that of a greenhorn. It might be something that was instilled in their very core, thus making them fail to fool me. Since that was the case, who in the world are those two? Are they the spy from Babel management? Are they starting to spy on me since I had become too conspicuous nowadays? Well, that might be just a wrong guess, and I might be just overestimating myself. I mean, there was no reason for the Academy side to observe my movement. They might be related to that idiotic prince. The reason might be the grudge from when I forced him to eat the dish that he intentionally spilt on the floor. I wouldn't mind playing along with his little game if he comes straight to me. I mean, playing along with children's games was the duty of elders after all. But, if that idiotic prince dared to cross the line, I had to discipline him again to remind him about how painful it was to mess with me. And this time, it wouldn't be the same lukewarm discipline as before. It was complete, throughout discipline that would be carved into his very soul. Well, that idiot prince aside, it seems my bad premonition had come true. Currently, my teammates aside, I was observing the situation of Roman and Lumen with divine eye. It turned out they were ambushed by the brown-haired youth with crop cut, the last member of their team. Seeing how skillful that youth was in executing his ambush, I could pretty much guess that he was an underworld resident, just like Obara and Co. Anyhow, I guess I couldn't afford to waste my time in this place. I had to leave my two teammates behind. There was one thing that I understood in the 100,000 years of my life. I had realized that I had always been selfish, short-tempered, moody, and lastly far more devious than what I expected. If I truly hated Roman, he might have already been dead in my hand at this point. And yet, after I cleared that dungeon, it felt like I saw the world and the people involved with me in a whole new light. For the current me, All of those Roman challenges on me were akin to the care of a younger brother toward their older brother. Naturally, I wasn't petty enough to care about some resentment born from a quarrel with him that happened more than 100,000 years ago. That was my current feeling toward my cousin. Naturally, the same goes for Lumin. Despite her current treatment of me, she used to be far closer to me than Lila a long time ago. She became closer to Lila before I know about it, and turned her hostility toward me. Anyhow, both of them were my precious childhood friend. There was no way I could keep my cool when I saw that they were about to become a toy for that bastard. And seeing the timing of his ambush, I was almost convinced that the one who hired that youth was the Academy. It seems those people are really trying to test my patience. Since that was the case, I shall respond appropriately to those trashes. I turned around, spread my arms and smiled at my teammates. I have a suggestion. Are you willing to hear me out? And offered a negotiation. With just a single glance from me, both of them instinctively readied their stance. What is it? They might try to look tough. But I, who had lived for 100,000 years in that dungeon, could easily gauge their emotion. Let's add one final push. I used my original footwork to circle around them, twining my arms around their neck. And then, I loaded mana into my arms. This simple action was proven to be effective against most monsters in that easy dungeon. It might have the same effect on humans. Don't be scared, I won't eat you guys. I'm just going to move on my own after this. Naturally, I will let you two do as you please. But, let me give you one piece of advice. Advice? The blonde-haired woman had finally stopped talking with her fake, jesting-like tone, and asked me with her original, albeit slightly trembling voice. Do not disturb me. Do not test my patience. Do not make me uncomfortable. If you do even one of those. Here, I paused for a while. What will happen if we do one of those? Ramun asked again with a trembling voice resembling that of a parrot. Crush your organization, your private life, your dearest people. I will crush all of them till there's nothing left of them in this world. I brought my face closer to their ears and whispered that ultimatum toward them. What followed after that was the silence with the sound of their chattering teeth. As the BGM, that's why I told you not to get scared, right? I won't do anything against you for now. Yes, for now, that's it. I returned to my original position, turned around after I told them that, and ran at full speed toward Lumin's and Roman's positions. Chapter 21. Extremely dangerous observation job, sighed Ramunera. The back figure of the monster had finally vanished from their line of sight. One of the Empire's 6 generals, Ramunera, fell on her knees, heaving a really deep sigh of relief. That showed just how tense she was a while ago. She then coughed violently and vomited the content of her stomach on the ground due to relapse from that overwhelming fear. What the hell is that? Kirky, the same Empire's 6th general as her, had barely managed to squeeze those words as he fell to his knees. The current Empire's 6 generals had received the special name from the Emperor himself, and her name was War Princess. She had the abilities and skills rivaling the Paladin from the hero party in terms of personal combat, and this was the very first time in her entire life in which she showed such unsightly state unbefitting of War Princess name. Maybe he's a monster who quit being a human, just like Fosan. She gave such a reply as she wiped the traces of vomit on her lips. Hearing that, Kirky braced himself to stand, walking toward the nearby trees, and then after he leaned his back on that tree. But then, His Majesty's order is to persuade that to join the 6th general, right? Do you think such a thing is possible? Hearing Ramunera's question, Kirky closed his eyes and shook his head as he said, impossible. At least, I don't think such a thing is possible for me. Or should I say that I'm just too scared to do that? With a meek look that he has never shown before. Same here, I guess. They knew that they might accidentally provoke that wrath. One of the warnings about not making him feel uncomfortable wasn't an empty threat. It was a genuine threat. Naturally, the same goes for crushing them so thoroughly. It was self-confidence. If they made a wrong move here, that monster and the Empire might have clashed in a great war. It would be a good thing as Fosan could beat that. We who had personally witnessed Fosan's soul-crushing power naturally had no doubt of his victory. But, Such confidence vanished into thin air the moment I recalled that unfathomable magical power that erupted the moment that circled around behind us. I could say for sure now, that it was an aberration who had quit being a human. Monster saw the life of a human akin to a pebble on the roadside. We shouldn't expect such aberration to have human-like benevolence. Inciting his wrath or causing him to feel uncomfortable might be resulting in the destruction of the Empire. What shall we do then? It's been decided. We've to persuade that to join us or simply just observe that. It's not the right time to persuade him. So we only have the option of persuading him. Are you insane? To be honest, I don't even want to meet that monster again. That was her true feeling, she cried as she wrapped her arms around her body. His Majesty's order is absolute. If we backed out, we're going to be purged by Fosan. The only way out for us is to observe that monster. At the very least, I wanted to believe in Fosan's power. Because without such possibilities, both of us would be purged by that monster. No, dying was the last scary thing about provoking the wrath of Transcendence. Because the worst fate for those who dare to provoke the wrath of Transcendence was living while forced to experience hell on earth. Didn't you just say a while ago that you don't have the confidence to persuade that? Upon hearing Kirky's protest, indeed, I say that this isn't the right time to persuade him. In the end, we are only left with the choice to know more about that. Ramunera said her opinion. Since we had no idea whether Fosan could really beat that or not, trying to convince that to join the Sixth General was pure insanity. Not to mention that the Empire might be erased from the map if we made that uncomfortable. That's why we could only observe that for now. We had to investigate the possibility of Fosan winning against that in case both of them clashed. Only after we were convinced that Fosan could beat that did we could sit together at the negotiation table. But then, what will happen if not even Fo can beat that? We've to persuade the Empire to not have themselves involved with that. As long as we explained in detail just how terrifying that monster's personality was, even the Emperor who had never experienced the true terror from that would have no choice but to give up. In short, we're betting on the cautious personality of the Emperor. And what are we going to do if we fail to convince His Majesty? We can only escape with our tail between our legs. Even though Sunil chose to escape, those who dropped out earlier were very lucky since they didn't have to face the possibility of provoking the wrath of that monster. Yeah, even I who hailed as the war princess in the Empire and despising those who lost to me, has ended like this. Hearing that, Kirky heaved a sigh, chewing his lips as he looked up to the sky. Anyhow, observing that is all we do for now, right? The matter of Ramunera and Kirky being put together in the same team as the monster during Babel's practical exam was by no means a mere coincidence. Babel's upper echelons who knew about the monster's power deliberately make this arrangement. In short, this was some sort of warning from Babel for the Empire to prevent the latter from provoking the wrath of the monster. At the very least, they would let the one who put in the same team as the monster know that the Empire must never go into war against the monster. This was also to reassure the Empire that Babel hadn't fallen under the control of the monster. Because if Babel really did fall under the control of the monster, they would do everything to restrict Ramunera's and Kirky's freedom. In short, they did everything they could to warn the Empire. The rest would be left to Ramunera and Go's effort. Yeah, let's do that. Ramunera closed her eyes as she made such a decision. Thus, they went toward where the monster vanished to with a heavy gait. Chapter 22, The Most Vicious Guy Who Know Not the Word Compromise. When I arrived, the brown-haired youth with the crop cut was stretching his hand that had numerous wasps coiling around it toward Lumin, and then, Kai Heineman! Exclamation mark. Lumin raised a scream. But, Kai Heineman, huh? This reminds me that she used to call me like that a long time ago. What a nostalgic name. Roman was also safe and sound. He just fainted. Thank goodness that this scrap prioritizes his sadistic impulse. I wouldn't be able to save Roman if this guy was the type that finishes off his opponent in a single strike. And yet, for some reason, I felt another feeling of resentment the moment I noticed that I grit my teeth and held myself from unleashing my rage. But well, since those people go all out to piss me off, there was only one thing to do. I took out Trakari from my item box and chopped the hand of the brown-haired youth with a crop cut along with all wasps that surrounded it. I cast a glance at that annoying brown-haired youth, carrying Lumen in my arms, place her under the nearby tree and then, go sleep for now. The moment I told her so, Lumen heaved a sigh and then passed out with a relieved look on her face. What the hell are you? To the brown-haired youth who kept his annoying yappings while trying to stop his bleeding right arm, I'll deal with you later. So stay where you are for a little bit. Told him so, putting more pressure on my remark as I walked to Roman, picked him up, and walked back toward Lumen. Damn it. My wasps, kill that guy. The wasps were surrounding me from all sides as if to attack me. But, why are you guys ignoring my order? The wasps stayed still in midair. Though they're bound by contract, they had to receive an equivalent price to make their move, right? And no matter how much the reward they received, they couldn't beat their survival instinct. I turned around in a circle. Go. I'll spare you just this once. I decided to pardon the wasps just this once. At that moment, countless wasps scattered all at once in all directions. Wait, come back here, my wasp. Seeing the brown-haired youth with crew cuts shouting toward the wasps till he let out a lot of spits from her mouth, I heaved a sigh and placed Roman beside Lumen. Those fucking insect. The brown-haired youth then took out something like a small bottle from his breast pocket with his intact left hand as he let out that curses, "Great Emperor Wasp, wake up!" and shouted as he opened the lid of the bottle. Red smoke came out from the bottle and then, a giant wasp with the face of an old man with white hair appeared from within the red smoke. Noisy. What's the matter? The human-faced wasp cast a glance toward Roman and Lumen as he let out a vexed voice, and then when his gaze met mine, "Could it be that you're calling me since you got beaten up by this weak trash?" and said so while scoffing at me, as if looking down on me. Shut up. That guy's using unknown power to beat me. The sycophant kept yapping angrily. No matter how weak that guy is, you knows that you still have to prepare appropriate compensation, right? I know. As long as you kill that guy, the two over there will fall in my hands again. You can have them. You can even have the woman over there. The human-faced wasp then looked at Lumen. He didn't even try to hide the lustful desire on his face. Come to think of it, I rarely eat woman flesh lately. There are delicious treats if you make them into meatballs after melting them with a special solution liquid. Fine, I accept the request, and declared so with a proud look on his ugly, old face. Though this human face wasp seems to be the trump card of that sycophant youth, he didn't seem to be that powerful. Or rather, was he even stronger than the wasps that escaped a while ago? I mean, the fact that those wasps who escaped a while ago were far more useful since they could instinctively guess their opponent's power. As expected, there was no cure for idiocy. This will be my last mercy to you two. First, kill yourself after you spit everything about this matter. Or else, you can sit right there and I shall allow you to die painlessly. It was the best proposal I could think of for the likes of these sycophants and the human-faced wasp. In fact, you could say that it was a miracle that I was willing to give away for them like this. And it wasn't because I found that these guys are useful. It was actually the opposite. It was simply because I felt that they were an extremely trivial existence to the point that I feel that killing them one by one was a chore. I see, this trashy brat doesn't seem to know his place. The human-faced wasp frowned upon hearing my remark. That should be my line to you. Should I say that he had some guts for being a weakling? How dare you small FRY brat? And to that human-faced wasp who chirping loudly, good grief, it seems you're way too stupid to understand a proper human language despite having a human face. I'll repeat it for the last time. Kill yourself after you spit all the information about the one who sends you, or sits down right there like a good child so that I can kill you. I shall become your suicide assistant so that you won't suffer for too long. I gave them the last chance to get a painless death. This The human-faced wasp was flying around me as he shouted with an indignant look on his face. How's that? How's that about what? I mean, what in the hell was this human-faced wasp trying to do? Kukaka, you can't even see my afterimage. The human-faced wasp spoke triumphantly while moving around me. The heck, so you just want to compete in speed? I kicked the ground, circled around him, and cut his wing with Raikiri. Eh? The human-faced wasp fell to the ground while raising exasperated voice. Impossible. He cut the great Emperor Wasp's wings. I ignored the sycophant who screamed with a shocked look on his face, approached the fallen human-faced wasp, trampling his face underfoot, and pointed the tip of Raikiri to his mouth. So, what are you going to do next? How can it be? The human-faced muttered so with trembled voice. When I ask him again, how can you cut my wings? He asked a not very important question. I just circled around you and chopped your wings. Stop talking nonsense. There's no way a slowpoke like you can match me in terms of speed. You're fast? Are you serious? I mean, with that kind of speed, B-rank hunter wouldn't have a problem seeing him when he was speeding up like before. Just how far you're going to mock me? Trash like you will never match my supreme SPE. Since his rambling made me more and more irritated, I stabbed Raikiri into his mouth to stop his rambling. Seeing the human face wasp writhing in pain, the phrase "frog in the well" suits the like of you the most. I told him about my impression of him, and then, the sycophant's body trembled when I moved my line of sight from the human face wasp to him. Who the hell are you? He asked such a question as he took a step back with a ghastly pale face. I sneered at him, and grabbed his right shoulder as he tried to step back even further, pulling him closer. What? Getting a cold foot now? Want to escape from this place? Unfortunately, you can't, and I won't allow it. If only you choose to accept my last mercy, you'll at least die without having to suffer for so long. Alas, you idiots choose to reject my generous offers. And muttered so right into his ear. Seeing the sycophant retreat while screaming like a sissy. Be grateful, I'll prepare a VIP treatment special for both of you. The tips of my lips rose as I spoke, guessing from the remarks of that human-faced wasp. It might be not just once or twice. He ate the so-called meatball made from human flesh which melted by special dissolution liquid. Moreover, that sycophant was trying to kill Roman and fed lumen to that human-faced wasp. Since they did so nonchalantly, let's do the same to them. So thoroughly to the point that they regret the fact that they were ever born in this world. They did cross the line after all, and naturally, the one who gonna do that was my acquaintance who had the same hobby as them. Even though I offered a painless and peaceful death to them, they actually refused such a generous offer. Come to think of it, this might be the first time in a long time since someone picks a fight with me so brazenly like this. In a certain meaning, facing someone who didn't know their place was a refreshing experience. I guess I should send everyone who is directly involved with these two idiots so that they won't feel lonely. That's right. The compromise didn't exist in my dictionary for vicious people whose evil deeds know no bound. What are you going to do? The sycophant lad asked with a timid voice. I ignored him and opened the last chapter of the subjugation picture book. Come, Beelzebub. I called that name. A giant, bipedal fly with a crown on its head appeared the moment I called their name. They wore red mantles with bibs around their neck. They were sucking pacifiers in their mouth. Have you call me, O Supreme Ruler Charmer? They kneeled on one knee as they placed their right hand on their left chest and bowed to me. Their name was Beelzebub. They're the floor boss of 950th floor, and the foul fella in all kinds of means. The moment I saw this fellow appear as the floor boss of the 950th floor, I felt a certain admiration for the hobby of the bastard who made that easy dungeon. Anyhow, I've never met another being whose maliciousness surpassed this fella, and this fella themselves seems to be unaware of their own wickedness. In fact, Giram Kala and the other happy fellas in the subjugation picture book were also staying away from this particular fella. The person themselves didn't seem to care about it since they literally almost never left the subjugation picture book unless I called for them and enjoyed the rest of their life in there. Well, I was really surprised when I found out that Clean Freakester was actually the old friend of this fella. I heard that they met frequently. Do as you like to those two idiots over there to make them spit all the information they know. Just make sure that you keep them alive and sane to spit the information, and then, make sure you pay a visit to the one who sent them, naturally, and make them taste hell on earth in your style, with the shittiest method you can come with. Your wish is my command. They nodded as they spoke with the slurry voices. They seemed to be really delighted. The sycophant's teeth were clattering non-stop as color drained from his face. The human-faced wasp raised a shrill, beast-like cry as he saw Beelzebub. "Goodbye, enjoy your eternal nightmare to the fullest." Considering the wickedness of Beelzebub, they're literally goners. Well, the fate of these two idiots after this was none of my concern though. Amidst the scream of the two idiots, Beelzebub's body got covered by dark mist. The dark mist that moving on its own, carrying the human-faced wasp and that sycophant. Well, that'll take care of those two. Now I had to get an explanation from Babel's staff about this matter. Let's return to the plaza for now. Though Lumin and Roman might be disqualified due to this matter, this entire fiasco made such an incident look like a trivial matters. It wasn't by coincidence that Roman and Lumin were ambushed by that sycophant. I had to quickly investigate the mastermind behind this fiasco and crush them so thoroughly. That was the price they gonna pay for trying to test my patience. I carried them on my shoulder and ran toward the plaza where we gathered at the beginning of the test. Chapter 23, Secret Maneuver of the Evil God. Babel's top floor. In the headmaster's room located on the topmost floor of Babel's tower, a sacred beast and dozens of people were staring at the nightmarish spectacle projected before them with projection magic. And then, the moment the flying monster with the crown made its appearance, the projection had suddenly cut off. "Please forgive me. I can't do this anymore." The blonde-haired woman with long ears who wore a navy blue robe and pointy hat, the one who used the projection magic, could barely squeeze her voice as she apologized to everyone in that room. The moment she finished saying her remark, she fell right on her knees, crying as she vomited so many times. Her name was Chloe, the chief of the research division, and also the most trusted aide of the Grand Headmaster. She was either the best or second best user of remote surveillance magic in this world. When everyone was dumbfounded in seeing the reaction of the woman whose calmness was to the point of annoying in a normal situation. "I've told you right, don't mess with that, the white sacred beast." Kuma was speaking to them with trembling, almost hysteric voice. "Chief Chloe, is the flying monster summoned by him really that dangerous?" The slit-eyed man with a black robe, Sigma Rockwell, was asking the question that haunted everyone's mind as he patted Chloe, who was still crying like a girl, on her back. "Why, you people still don't even understand after seeing that?" Kuma was looking at Sigma's face with a dumbfounded look on her face as if she was looking at the most idiotic man in the world, but her expression returned to normal immediately. "Done. We're done for. All of us are done for." Looking at Kuma's disordered state while also observing the state of the other person. "Don't worry, Kuma." Even if he noticed our action behind the scene, he won't point his blade toward us. "Right, Ralph?" the headmaster, Inea, was asking the small, yet muscular man wearing a red robe who stood by her side. "Ralph Excel. Yeah, in the end, this is your secret maneuvering, since the only condition for that is none of the test takers sacrificed." Ralph replied with a curt and sour look on his face. Everyone gulped their spit upon hearing that. To Ralph, Inea was someone akin to a foster parent and his former teacher. Thus, in a normal situation, he wouldn't speak so harshly at Inea. From the way he spoke to Inea, the latter's action had clearly enraged him so much. "I have zero interest in your plan, but what do you think going to happen when a victim comes out of the test taker?" the blue-haired youth who supervised the Grand Headmaster was asking Ralph while touching his chin. "Crushed." "Kai is certainly obeying the rule of humans. But that's only until the other party doesn't cross the line. Once we cross the line, we're going to be crushed so thoroughly till nothing is left by Kai. Yeah, just like that pitiful man in that projection." Hearing Ralph's answer, "No, I've nothing to do with the plan of these idiotic humans," Kuma was wailing until she caused a rain of saliva. All who were present in that room could only look dumbfoundedly at her show of desperation. "In my eyes, he looks like your normal, everyday youth which you can find anywhere though. Surely, I have no idea just how powerful that flying monster appears in that projection is. But don't you feel that your fear is going overboard here? I mean, there's no way he can beat Babel by himself." The bewildered words spoken by the blue-haired youth were the major opinion of everyone in that room. You foolish humans are truly dull, eh? Chloe, who had finally settled down, muttered those remarks while wiping the area around her mouth. What do you mean, Chloe-sama? Chloe stood up upon hearing the blue-haired youth asking with a sullen voice. Fighting that, you say? We? Against that? Impossible. I'm telling you, it's absolutely impossible. That monster. No, maybe even worse. Let me ask you, can you win a fight against Star, or the sun floating in the sky? That's what I mean, to pick a fight against that. And then replied with a blood-curdling voice. Bright red bloodshot eyes. As if that wasn't enough, her line of sight moved to the Grand Headmaster, Inea, with a demon-like face. Inea-sama, I respect you. Or should I say, respected now? I mean, this action of yours is total madness. It's a march to destruction. Tell me your real intention in this matter. If not, this might be the time for us to part ways. And didn't even hesitate to declare that she, the most trusted aide of Inea, would leave unless Inea told the truth. Seeing that most people had yet to understand the severity of the situation even after that. It's okay, everything will be fine. I've told you that, right? And just as expected, Inea replied with her usual calm and composed voice as she smiled to Chloe. Even if I'm in this place with you, I won't help you if it turns out that you're making an enemy of Kai. I'm only coming to this place to see the situation. As long as we break the rule as the Academy side, Kai will exterminate us till there's nothing left of the existence of our organization in this world. Ralph was making sure of his standing, but I've already negotiated that part. Right, Giram-Kala-sama. Headmaster Inea straightened her back as she stood from her chair, and looked at the direction of the window beside her as she addressed someone's name. At that moment, a monster with a long nose appeared right where Inea looking at. The air in the room trembled because of the dense, jet-black mist emitting from his entire body. Cracks were running along the wall due to the pressure of his mere presence. And then, the monster's 3 bloodshot eyes were squinting as he looked at the people in the room. Everyone in that room except for the Grand Headmaster fell on their knees immediately. At that very moment, 3 atypical beings appeared one after another. One of them was floating in the air, another one was standing upside down on the ceiling, and the last one was sitting haughtily on the desk of the headmaster. In this situation that felt like the entire room was filled with gunpowder, the monster with a long nose spread his arms. Our desire is to make the peaceful future envisioned by our supreme ruler into reality. Our desire is to offer our pure faith and powerful townfolk to our supreme ruler. Our desire is to exterminate every single one of the low-life WHO dares to disturb our supreme ruler. Give your praise to our reverence master. Give your praise to our supreme father. Give your praise to our absolute God. And spoke with a loud voice that was enough to make the air tremble. No one dares to raise their face. Every single one of them knew by instinct just what kind of existence those monsters were. The only sound that could be heard after that was the sound of everyone's grinding their teeth at once. My deepest gratitude for your special visit to this place. Headmaster Inea placed her right hand on her chest as she spoke, and bowed respectfully to Giram-Kala. How's the progress of the plan? Including the member of Empire's 6 generals who vanished in the test site. We've finished with the adjustment of the practical test. Take care of the post-processing too. The monster with the long nose nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Inea's reply and then vanished like smoke. The other 3 atypical beings have also vanished before they realized it, and then, in the room that regained its tranquility, those who trembling like a newborn calf with pale white faces resembled corpses. Those who tried to take a breath to calm themselves and yet failed and ended up coughing non-stop. Slit-eyed man wearing a black robe who was mumbling something like a prayer while biting his thumbnail till he unintentionally bit his own thumb with bloodshot eyes. A white dog-like sacred beast who had already passed out while blowing bubbles from her jaws. Amidst such various reactions, Inea-sama, is this the reason why you say that everything will be fine? Hearing Ralph asking with a tired voice. Yeah, as long as we're not deviating from the scenario that the preparation for us, Kai Heineman will not turn his hostility toward us. Naturally, inquiring more about this matter will bring more harm than good. so we should just know what we need to know. Inea declared so as she replied to Ralph. That should be safe. Ralph heaved a sigh as he replied so, sitting in the nearest chair to him. We shouldn't think too much about Kai Heineman after this and just focus on giving our everything to provide support for him. Well, it's about time for the plan to move to the next stage. Let's head toward the plaza. Inea clapped her hands as she urged everyone to move out with whole-face smile on her face. While Chloe's face twitched upon seeing Inea, who acts cheerfully as if she was about to go for a picnic. Inea-sama, you really broke to the core of your very being. That was what everyone in that place felt right now. Chapter 24, The Old Man's Participation in War. North of Babel, first area of death metropolis of Flower. Though Babel was under the category of the academy, it was in fact more like a giant vocational training place rather than an academy. And graduating from Babel was equivalent to getting ahead in one's life. Especially the graduate from the central Babel's tower, one could say that their future was limitless. And amongst Babel's policy was to not refuse anyone who come to learn, and anyone who have power. Naturally, it was a completely different matter whether a famous criminal could pass the test or not. In short, the exam didn't have limitations like the other place. Whether it was an aged person or people from the underworld, all of them could take the exam. You are. A blonde-haired youth fired his arrow as he raised a perplexed shout toward a bald giant whose body was covered in scars, equipped with a curved sword, and suddenly appeared from the woods. The arrow struck right on the bald-headed giant, but it got repelled as if it just hit metal instead of skin, and fell to the ground. Damn it, that was surely a desperate situation. Even now, despite the two girls who wielded swords and stood beside the youth who fired the arrow slashing her sword at the bald man's skin, the latter skin turned out to be extremely tough for them. And then, they got swatted aside like bugs by the bald man's arm, thrown back till they crashed against the woods behind them, and passed out. The bald man looks carefully at the unconscious boy and girl. Are they dead? Good grief. A youngster's body is way too fragile. The bald giant whose body was covered in scars muttered such soliloquy, then looked at the youth who fired the arrow. Hi. The youth was scared shitless. When the bald giant approaches the youth who fell on his rear, sorry kid. You who saw that had to die. Beheaded the youth with his curved sword, and took the badge from the youth's pocket whose body had already turned into a corpse. This seemingly boring commission turned out to be the source of really nice profit. The giant baldy, B-rank criminal, Madhound was laughing creepily as he looked at the badge in his hand. He was happy with his income, and even more so since it came from the famous Babel. He didn't get disqualified no matter how many test taker he killed, and his earnings would be paid in cash in accordance with the total point that he managed to retrieve at the end of the practical exam. Moreover, as long as he managed to bring the test taker to the designated point, Madhound would get an enormous amount of bonus. Different from the original plan, though he really wanted to kill the big shot of Babel who made the commission the moment he found out that the incompetent called Kai Heineman was in a different team. He only felt grateful to them right now. Anyhow, he found no problem since the Babel side didn't disqualify Madhound no matter how many test taker died in his hands in accordance with their prior agreement. Well then, now is the time to find my real target and accomplish my mission. The moment he walked to the forest with a triumphant look on his face. Three flame spears suddenly appeared from the air. He twists his upper body and dodges one of them, and bisected another one with the curved sword in his right hand. As for the last one, he caught it with his left hand and threw it away. The thrown flame spear vanished into the wood, hitting the man clad in a green robe and making him fall to the ground. Small fry. Apparently, the academy side had also employed another criminal since he was ambushed in this kind of situation. When the content of the commission clashed, the stronger take it all. It was the law of the underworld, the place where someone like Madhound reside. Thus, this clash wasn't something new to him. That ain't enough to kill them. Dangerous, intimidating air exploded from the direction of the forest, as if the other party had no intention to hide their existence at all. Come out. As if answering the calling of the bald giant with a body full of scars, a swordsman with long black hair appeared from inside the forest. Who? You seem to be quite skilled at least, the black-haired swordsman replied with a smile on his face, readying his long sword. Thus, both men clashed. Mad hounds and black-haired swordsman's skills kept pushing on to each other. After numerous clashes, Mad Hound felt sharp pain running in his left shin. He lowered his gaze and found out that a flaming snake was biting into his shin. In that short opening, he felt that his field of view was shaken, and he fell to his knees. Listen, muscle brain gorilla, that's paralysis poison that can even knock down an ogre. We shall take this victory. The man in a green robe that should have been full before standing up again and saying so as if nothing happened to him. Paralysis poison. Mad Hound possesses a certain amount of resistance against poison due to his gift. But, he need a few minutes for his body to counter the poison. In the meantime, his action was severely limited during those moments. Small fry aside, the swordsman in front of him definitely wouldn't let him off that easily. You bastard! The black-haired swordsman was looking at the man in a green robe and the Mad Hound who barely stood on his feet. You guys, how about working together with me? But, he spoke the last expected remark. Working together? Working together means that their income had to be split among 3 people. Logically speaking, there was no reason for them to work together in the job that only required them to send Silk Pants Brat and Incompetent Brat to the designated place. Is it because one of the best 4 in the Sacred Martial Arts Tournament, Somni barrel among the target? When the man in green robe asked so while manifesting a fire lance in the air, that guy only managed to advance thanks to his parents' influence. The brat himself hasn't realized that though. There's no reason for us to be wary of that kind of person. The black-haired swordsman shook his head as he denied that. Oi, are you telling me that we've to work together just to beat an incompetent brat? One of the targets, Kai Heineman, was the holder of a pitiful gift called the most incompetent in this world. Definitely not strong. Yes, according to the rumor, he seems to fight on par with Zack Prower. Ah, that rumor, huh? Sounds impossible to me. Zack's strength was not only famous on the surface, he was also famous in the underworld. He was a man of legend with many deeds following after him. One of those was the story about him single-handedly annihilating an army of goblins led by a goblin general in one of the monster outbreaks in the past. Thus, it was literally impossible for a man with the weakest gift to fight on par with him. Sounded like a lie. It's not a rumor, it's the truth. That's the undeniable truth. Hearing the black-haired swordsman's remark, I heard that rumor too. I hear that he's cheating by using a magic item to advance into the final round of the tournament. You fool. Supposing it really is as you say, you think crude methods such as using the magic item is enough to bridge the gap of abilities between Zack and him? To Mad Hound, who shouted as if spitting curses, "What did you say?" The man clad in a green robe responded with an angry bellow. I mean, even if I've magic item equipped, I don't think I can fight on par with Zack. I happened to see one of Zack's fights before, but he doesn't seem to be a guy whose fighting skill can be bridged by the mere magic tool. The black-haired swordsman agreed with Mad Hound. Thus, even the man clad in a green robe had no choice but to believe the authenticity of the rumor, and silently erased the fire lance. In short, the degree of difficulty of this commission is higher than we expected. Is that what you wanted to say? Exactly. At least, far more than you expected. And then, I think the headmaster is on the opposite side of the one who gives this commission. Some big shots of Babel were on the opposite side of the one who gave the request. Hearing that, even Mad Hound understood what the black-haired swordsman tried to say. So that means that the reason why I'm excluded from Kai Heineman's team is the work of the Grand Headmaster? Hearing that, the tips of the black-haired man's lips rose up. As expected. So you two are supposed to be in the same team as Kai Heineman, right? When he asked so as he looked at the man in a green robe, yeah, the man in a green robe replied with an emotionless voice while averting his gaze. If my instinct is correct, the 2 teammates of Kai Heineman should be special people chosen by the Grand Headmaster. It was too coincidental. Or rather, it was as too much to be called coincidence. If Kai Heineman was truly a warrior that not even Babel dared to go against, then challenging him alone was a suicidal act. Okay, count me in. And just as expected, The man in the green robe agreed. Count me in too. Madhound nodded too. The knack to survive for a long time in this kind of job was to never underestimate his target. Even if the other party was as weak as slime, as long as there was an uncertain factor mixed in, he had to go all out. The current Kai Heineman had grown into such dangerous existence in Madhound and Go's mind. Great. Can I take that as you agreed to split the reward equal to the three of us? I don't mind. Same here. The black-haired swordsman nodded in satisfaction upon seeing that and, well then, best regard for this short time we're working together. Spoke so as he raised his right hand. After taking care of Madhound's paralysis poison, he went into the forest again along with the man in the green robe. The black-haired swordsman showed displeased look on his face. Thank God the other party is brain muscle, and muttered so while snapping his fingers. A black flame appeared from the feet of the black-haired swordsman, forming a circle around him. The black flame burned the body of 3 test-taker into ashes in just a moment. The figure of the black-haired swordsman himself turned into a beardy middle-aged man with white hair. And then, the boy and girls who should have been killed by Madhound a while ago lay down on the ground as if nothing happened to them. They didn't even realize that their target is actually the marionettes prepared by us. I doubt they can scratch the skin of that personage. When the white-haired middle-aged man clapped his hands, 3 lumps of fire appeared in front of him, forming the silhouette of humans. Please bring those children back to the plaza. The 3 humanoid black flames nodded and then ran toward the plaza, bringing along the 3 unconscious test-taker with them. Most unnecessary garbages in the area who are not needed in the plan have been evacuated. The white-haired middle-aged man thought so as he crossed his arms with an entranced look on his face. Our revered Supreme God, we, your loyal servants, will do our best to assist you. It was such a passionate vow of loyalty. The passionate look on his face was similar to those people from Subjugation picture book, maybe even surpassed those fanatics. Chapter 25, Dissonance, sighed Somni Barrel. After 3 test-taker girls joined their team, the pace of Somni's team in subjugating the undead increased at an alarming pace. Somni's abilities were the bane of the undead. The human-shaped zombie that they met at first was still stronger. As for the white skeleton undead, their movement was monotonous and slow, as if they were asking to be attacked. Fire magic or enchanted weapon aside, they were so weak to the point that an ordinary kicks could literally pulverize them. Well, that's it I guess. He expected that much from the entrance exam of Babel. It was far cry from sacred martial arts tournaments or Kingdom Knight Academy in which the member of the family famed for their martial arts prowess gathered. Though he expected something more difficult since the Babel entrance exam was so infamous for its difficulties. It was after all playground for the students. He felt it was way too easy to the point that he could win even with his eyes closed. When he slew an undead who was relatively stronger than the other undead in one hit, Somni-sama is so cool, his slash looks so natural. Please give me your autograph after this test. The girls were rushing to Somni's side with flushed red cheeks as they raised the same praises as they said before for who knows how many times already. Yeah, sure. When he replied so with a bright smile on his face, the 3 girls raised a shrill scream at once. This is it. This was a normal reaction. Yeah, Lila's reaction was the abnormal one. When he somehow felt relieved by the reaction of the normal girls. Hey, show me the thing in your right hand. Lila circled behind the girl with short red hair, seized the latter's right hand, and twisted it. Ouch. What are you doing? A golden badge dropped from the hand of the girl with short red hair. Lila kicked the badge towards Somni. Pick that badge and try to look at it. This is my badge. Somni had no idea about how his badge ended up in the girl's hand. Why, you're mistaken. I mean, Somni-sama dropped that badge a while ago. The red-haired girl shook off Lila, clinging to Somni as she cried. But seeing Somni hesitated to say something, Somni-san, there's no way these amateur girls can steal the badge from an expert like you unnoticed. The girl is right. She just picked it up. Egg didn't waste the chance to protect the red-haired girl. But, upon further consideration, Egg's remark did make sense. The girls were amateur no matter how they look at it. And it was literally impossible for such a girl to steal something from Somni unnoticed. Thus, she might really just pick it up, Thanks a lot. He put his badge into the pocket and bowed to the red-haired girl to express his gratitude. It's fine. I want to know what the woman who treats me as a thief going to do though. Seriously impossible. She's the worst. Just drop dead already. Lila was only looking at the exchange between Somni and the girls who kept cursing her, and yet she only shook her head with an undisguised dumbfounded look on her face, and looked at the area around them again as if completely ignoring the rest of her team. She didn't seem to be irritated by the girls. She only sent a look of pity that she never showed until now. You've been accusing her. Apologize to her. Somni raised his voice as he spoke to Lila. He demanded the latter who accused others to apologize, since the latter didn't seem to feel sorry for her action, which made him wonder just what kind of parent raised such a rude girl. I'm just pointing out the truth for you to notice. I did the right thing and have no intention to apologize to that girl, she replied with cold voice without even looking at Somni, seemingly completely looking down on the latter. You. Somni, who couldn't stomach such egoism, was about to shout at Lila, but there, Somni-san. We shouldn't involve ourselves with such a rude woman. I remember that you told me that a while ago. Egg grabbed his right shoulder and stopped Somni from cursing at Lila. Indeed. Somni heaved a sigh as he realized that he almost lost his temper, and then talked with Egg and the three girls again, completely ignoring Lila's presence this time. Chapter 26. The Bitter Reality. Sighed. Somni and Co continued their exploration for a while after that. Even if it was called exploration, since the enemy was only low-rank undead, Somni and Egg aside, even the three girls who were working together with them could beat the undead without any problem. It was as if the five of them are just walking in the park. In fact, Egg rarely participates in battle and just wooing the three girls, trying to invite them to dinner, leaving Lila as the only one on the lookout. Seeing that, both Egg and the girls mock her as a coward. That moment! Exclamation mark. Lila's finely shaped eyebrows rose up and unsheathing her long sword as if she noticed something, when she readied her stance while looking at the surrounding area. It's an emergency. She didn't forget to warn her other teammates. What emergency? She who sensed the undead's presence had sensed a presence much stronger than the one they met so far. Yet, the other thought that it might be just another small fry undead. Though not as skilled as Somni, Lila's swordcraft was the real deal, but since the others regarded her as being too wary of her surroundings, they thought she was a coward. The reason was Somni and Kai had realized that there was only weak undead in this practice test. Thus, Somni didn't let his guard up since he thought that no matter what happened, he wouldn't lose to that weak undead. Don't ask her again, Somni-san. Even if that undead is small fry, a scary thing is still scary. When Egg said such a remark with a slightly ridiculing voice upon hearing Somni asking Lila, the girls responded with sneers on their faces. Draw your sword. We're being surrounded. And yet, Lila just told them that, speaking rapidly as she looked around, completely ignoring Egg and Kai who were sneering at her. We're surrounded? Just how delusional can you be? When Egg was trying to get close to Lila, hurry up. Take up your weapon. Lila shouted back at him while wiping the beads of sweat on her forehead. I say, what are you talking about? Hearing that, Egg went toward the forest with a deep frown on his face. Stop. Don't go into the forest. When Egg turned around upon hearing Lila shouting desperately at him. You don't have to act like that. I know that scary thing is scary, though it's a plus on your charm. He shook his right hand as he spoke to Lila with a mocking voice. Unfortunately for you, that girl is right on the money. Eh? Suddenly, Egg's right arm fell to the ground along with that mocking voice, though he was looking dumbfoundedly for a while at the fresh blood spraying from his arm. The moment he catch up with reality, Egg fell to the ground, screaming in pain as he held onto the cross-section of his right arm. And before he knew it, a giant bald-headed man armed with a huge curved sword had already stood in front of Egg. That bald man was clearly the one who severed Egg's right arm. In short, an enemy in the real meaning. Though Egg should have already dead since he didn't even raise his guard up, so he ended up dazed for a while as he saw Egg screaming in pain while holding onto the cross-section of his arm. Maybe because he never saw a person dying before, He still couldn't accept the reality in front of him. "What are you doing? Draw your sword if you don't want to die." "Why yes." He barely managed to draw his sword amidst such confusion thanks to Lila's reminder. The bald man only took a glance at Somni, and then, his eyes were fixated on Lila, who, not bad, brat, and spoke to Lila while touching his chin with his free left hand. This was the first time Somni was completely ignored by his opponent. Thus, he felt extremely humiliated. "You bastard, get away from Meg." Somni was enraged. For the first time, the bald-headed man was looking at Somni with an annoyed look on his face. "Ha, so you're the greenhorn swordsman in the request, huh? Heck, do you even understand the current situation?" He shook his head, shook his shoulder as he spoke to Somni with a sneer on his face. "Get away from Meg. Otherwise you're going to kill me. Eh?" The bald-headed man pointed his curved sword towards Somni. "Hi." Somni ended up shrieking in fear just by seeing the simple gesture of the bald-headed man. "Why yeah." Though he realized that he was scared right now, he barked back as if trying to regain his confidence. "Sorry, but that's impossible." "Abilities aside, aren't you just a greenhorn? A single glance is enough to confirm that. Don't screw with me. I'm the semi-finalist of the Sacred Martial Arts Tournament. I won't lose to someone like you." Hearing that, the bald-headed man squinted his eyes as he looked at Somni, and then sneered at the latter. "How courageous. For a small fry, that's it." He then proceeded to trample on Egg's head, who was still writhing in pain on the ground as he mocked Somni. "I said, get away from RGG." The bald-headed man heaved a deep sigh with an undisguised dumbfounded look on his face. And then, the thin smile that he always wore on his face vanished for the first time. "If you really want me to get away from this useless clown, do it with your ability instead of yapping non-stop. We're warriors and martial artists after all. In short, the weak are." He spoke with a bone-chilling voice. "Pray for the strong." He stabbed Egg's right thigh with his curved sword. Jigwa. Egg raised another high-pitched scream. Stop. I've told you to stop me with your ability instead of your mouth, right?" The bald-headed man said so as he twisted his curved sword that was dug into Egg's thigh. Damn it. And yet, no matter how hard he ordered his body to move, Somni's body refused to budge. Why? He desperately tried to move his body and yet, his body refused to move. "I've told you, right? It's because you're just a small fry." "Me, weak? I'm the youngest holy knight of His Highness Gilbert." Sacred martial art tournament aside, I won various other fighting competi. Officially, that's it. You have fatal weakness, namely the lack of life and death combat experience. That's the very reason you ended up in this kind of situation. The bald-headed man pulled out his curved sword from Egg's thigh and then closed in towards Somni with bizarre footwork unbefitting of his giant physique. Seeing that, Somni could only let out a bewildered voice. "My mission isn't to bring you uninjured, or without physical defect, so I'll bring you after I silence that annoying mouth of yours." The bald-headed man raised his curved sword as he spoke. In that situation where Somni's train of thought was paralyzed due to fear and could only look at the curved sword with a dumbfounded look on his face. "Get down!" A woman's yell suddenly resounded in that situation. Suddenly, Somni felt his paralyzed body and mind regain their freedom, and he fell to his knees immediately. The next moment, he could hear the sound of metal clashing against metal. When he raised his face, he saw Lila stop the blow of the bald-headed man with her sword. Helna style, first form, lol. Lila's long sword diverted the orbit of the bald-headed man's curved sword while at the same time drawing a circle as it headed toward the bald-headed man's head, but the man took a step back to dodge the counter. "You really trying to kill me just now, yeah? Congratulations, female brat. You're the only one who passes." The bald-headed man was licking his lips, and for the first time since his appearance, he took a combat stance. "I'll keep him busy in this place. Take Egg and those girls with you and get away from this place, now." But seeing Somni's hesitation, "Just do it." Egg is about to die. Lila's loud voice felt like a bolt in the blue in Somni's ears. With a snap, he rushed toward Egg, who was lying on his side, tore the sleeve of his clothes with a trembling hand, tied up the Egg's right arm to stop his bleeding and shouldered him, and then went to the side of the three girls. Follow me. We'll go back to the plaza immediately. He ran in the direction from where they came from as he urged the girls to follow him. Chapter 27. A simple and most obvious truth. Despite running with egg on his shoulder, Somni's mind was in a completely chaotic state right now. Somni was a big shot who placed fourth in the famous sacred martial arts tournament. Thus, he assumed that he wouldn't be lost against thugs. And yet, he couldn't even move an inch in front of the bald-headed man. And as if that wasn't shameful enough, he ended up being protected by Lila Helena, whom he was supposed to protect as a knight, and escaping while carrying egg on his shoulder, and left her behind to distract the enemy. The girl herself willingly takes that role. But, no matter how many times he tried to persuade himself with such thoughts, he only felt defeated and guilty toward her. Somi-sana, we're almost at our limit. Naturally, he who running at full speed like a madman had almost forgotten that the girls who followed behind him wouldn't be able to keep up with his running pace. Sorry. He stopped in hurry. No, we're the ones who should be apologizing for being a hindrance to you. The red-haired girl with short hair was bowing her head as she apologized to Somni. No, I am also at fault for failing to notice that fact. He also apologizes to the girls, and continued, but, please endure it. We're about to arrive. We're about to arrive at the plaza. This place didn't seem to be safe either. Let's continue for a while and take a break behind the thickets. The three girls exchanged glances with anxious look on their faces upon hearing that. Yes, if that's what you wish, it can't be helped then. Let's do our best. And spoke those words. Thanks. Now let's go. And just as he was about to run while carrying egg on his shoulder again, he heard the girl's voice come from behind. Those guys are already on the roll, right? Yeah, I guess it's safe now since they're already separated from that girl. I agree. Their voices were strangely cheerful for this kind of situation. You girls. When Somni was about to turn around, he felt a dull pain running down his back. He felt power leaving his body as he fell face up. Unfortunately, Somni-sama can't move anymore. When he somehow managed to move his face, the red-haired girl with short hair had already peeked at his face. Why, your judgment of the situation is so bad, Somni-sama. Well, the truth is, we received a commission to deliver you to the abandoned ruin ahead of this place. Mission? Yeah, it's a commission from a big shot. They had no idea about the reason for him to be delivered in that particular place, but all they had to do was deliver him to that place. To do that, they had to seal his movement. No way, you people are in cahoot with that man from before? Upon hearing him asking with a feeble voice. Nope, but well, we might have received the commission from the same person though. The red-haired girl with short hair replied so as she shook her head. The worst. The same person as the man who was so close to killing Egg means that they're Somni's enemy too. Hearing that, Somni realized that Lila was telling the truth about them trying to snatch Somni's badge. So you really are trying to snatch my badge back then? Correct. The red-haired girl replied so as she made V sign with both hands, a smile on her face. It's really nerve-wracking when we try to steal your badge, you know. Yep. Even though we shouldn't have to risk ourselves like that if not for the requirement of snatching this badge. Shut up. It's the thrill, you know. The fucking thrill that I enjoy. The thrill of wondering whether I am going to be caught for stealing or not. That kind of excitement is what I enjoy the most. Your taste is as mysterious as ever. Well, I think I understand a little bit. I really enjoyed the moment when this idiotic man got flustered when he realized that he lost his badge. You evil woman. Somni was truly enraged. Someone was about to die right in front of them, and yet, it felt as if the women before him were pulling pranks on him and Egg. The change in their personality was too absurd to the point that he rather think of this as a mere nightmare. You, women, he mustered his remaining strength to ask them a question, but, well then, let's take that thing and be done with this commission. Yeah. Let's take him to the designated place and leave this creepy place immediately. Things going to be rather tricky if the poison wears off, so how about we cut off his ligaments to render him immobile? Agree. The red-haired girl took out a dagger with experienced movement as they continued their dangerous conversation. Currently, Somni felt that he was the most stupid and miserable guy in the world. He realized that Lila was right after all. Or rather, only now did he realize that she was right about doubting the three girls. He failed to see such reality since Lila was blatantly treating him coldly. And just as the dagger of the red-haired girl was about to reach Somni. "Do you really think that you can escape from me, thieving cats?" Fire spear pierced her forehead along with the enraged voice of a man, and then exploded. And just like that, the red-haired girl had lost her life. Right after that, several fire spears pierced the body of the second girl with long, black hair, causing her to die an agonizing death. As for the last girl, her back was pierced by a fire spear when she tried to escape, which then exploded and turned into numerous charred pieces. Seeing all three of them turned into pieces of charred meat in the span of several seconds, Somni raised a loud scream. "But, shut up. I don't want more hyenas to come to this place cause of your wail. Sleep for now." Dull shock ran through his abdomen and Somni's consciousness descended into darkness. Chapter 28, Prediction. North of Babel, first area of death metropolis of Flower. The bald-headed man unleashed a fierce downward swing, and yet, the blonde-haired girl easily parried that swing as if it was a mere branch of willow. The cute girl managed to fend off the greatsword with ease. Any greenhorn who saw their battle would think that the bald-headed man was dominating the battle. But, the one who always seized the initiative was the blonde-haired girl, Lila. "Damn it, why can't I land a hit?" Despite him berating like that, the bald-headed man Madhound understood the very reason why this happened. It was an absolute gap between their strength. As much as he refused to believe, when it comes to combat experience, talent, literally everything, he was inferior to the girl called Lila. And finally, Madhound's curved sword got flicked away by Lila's sword, thrown in the air, and fell to the ground. This is the end. Madhound could only grit his teeth in frustration when the tip of Lila's long sword was pushed to his neck. "But, yeah right," he smiled as he said those words. "Seriously, I can't believe that you lost to a brat like her." A petite man wearing a green robe and the same colored hunting cap appeared from within the woods, dragging Somni with him. Madhound didn't say anything back and just seized the blade of the long sword that was pointed to his neck. "You're indeed stronger than me. But, victory is." He sent a kick with his right foot toward Lila's abdomen. Seeing Lila was trying to rebuild her stance as fast as possible despite being blown back by Madhound's kick, the latter used the chance to roll on the ground and picked up his curved sword and then swung up his sword as he rushed toward Lila. "Mine!" and exclaimed his victory as he swung up his curved sword with all his might. Lila, who failed to ward off the power of that swing, got sent flying, drawing a parabola in midair, and fell to the ground. But now, the table has been turned around. "Throw away your sword if you care about that young master's life over there." Now, it was the Madhound's blade that was pointed to Lila's neck. Lila could only grit her teeth in frustration as she threw away her long sword. Madhound's face was warped in madness. "Properly speaking, I don't have any interest in brats like you, but a strong woman is another matter. I'll make a special offer to you. Become my woman." "My apologies, but I refuse." Ha ha ha. "Interesting. That make me more and more interested in you." Madhound then took out something like a choker from his pocket with his left hand. "This is a cursed tool for slaves. You won't be able to go against me in my entire life once you wore this choker!" Lila took a step back as if she tried to escape, but she was easily stopped by the tip of the curved sword before her. "Don't worry, you'll be treated well for your entire life as my slave." When Madhound was trying to install the choker in his left hand to Lila's neck, Madhound's left wrist got seized by a man with long black hair that appeared out of nowhere. "Skull, you bastard, what are you trying to do?" Madhound brought forth his enraged face to the man with long black hair called Skull. "Take that girl too." Don't screw with me, this girl doesn't have anything to do with this commission, you know." "Indeed." "But, it seems that this girl, Lila Helner, is the acquaintance of Kai Heineman. We can use her as bait to lure him in." The moment the name Kai Heineman came out of Skull's lips, the lustful look on Madhound's face vanished immediately as he clicked his tongue, and reluctantly tucked in the choker back into his pocket. "Kai? What are you trying to do to Kai?" And yet, Lila suddenly panicked upon hearing that name. He seems to act disrespectful toward Prince Gilbert and going to be disposed of. I won't la. Before Lila managed to finish her exclamation, Skull tapped the nape of her neck, and just like that, she got knocked out and fell like a puppet with its strings cut off. Leave her to me. You don't mind this suggestion, right? Ha, have it your way. But, the remuneration is. I know. I'll keep my words about dividing the remuneration equally between the three of us. That's what you want, right? While we're at it, I'll deliver those two boys too. Both of you can continue to look for Kai Heineman and guide him to the designated place. I know without you ordering us. Madhound shouted those words before he spat on the ground and vanished into the woods again. The man with the green robe shrugged his shoulder, placed Somni to the ground and then followed after Madhound. A while after their figure vanished in the forest. What are you doing here, Lucas? A black skeleton wearing a black robe appeared as he asked such a question. Yeah, I know that you've enough reason to be pissed off by this, Deimos. The man with long black hair called Skull transformed into the figure of a middle-aged man as he replying with to Deimos with a friendly tone, unlike the cold, emotionless tone that he used when he spoke to Madhound and Co. You know? Then for what reason did you go against your order? Lila-sama is that personage's acquaintance and he ordered me to protect her. Even if I tease Giram-Kala-sama's order, I absolutely have no idea why I've to hold back and watch those trashes from shadow. Deimos' jaw made a clattering sound as an enraged voice resounded from his very soul. Because they can't harm Lila-sama. Even if they can, we won't allow it. It's to prevent real harm. That personage had ordered me to protect Lila-sama. He showed his trust in me. To me who committed an extremely disrespectful attitude to him. And what you did is akin to destroying that trust. You have an explanation for this, right? His eye sockets shone with ominous crimson light as Byfinger's bone made a creaking noise. By the next moment, his body had already been covered with a crimson aura. His action was akin to a dog who bare his fangs toward Lucas. Depending on the answer, Deimos was prepared to fight Lucas because it's something that we've to do. Stop speaking in a roundabout way, just tell me the simple answer. Wait, you really have no idea about this? Though this matter seems to be the order from that aforementioned idiot prince, the central church and part of Babel's big shot is riding on this plan. So they're just puny humans. We can literally wipe them off from existence with a wave of our hand. Yeah, no doubt about it. If it really is involving pure humans, that's it. We can literally assassinate them with ease. But it seems that the existence whose strength could rival Giram-Kala-sama and Co. was backing them up. In short, the moment they pointed their blade on our master, it'll be equal to declaring war on us. Is that what you want to say? Yeah, I've no idea where are they right now. Nonetheless, they actually try to kill that personage. Not to mention that all they do are sending in such weaklings. This is an ultimate sin. You should know how we feel at this point, right? The thick blood vessels throbbed repeatedly on Lucas' forehead as he spoke, which is followed by a resentful voice at the end. Oi, Lucas. Sure enough, that stupid prince. Even if we manage to lead him by the nose so easily, it doesn't mean that we'll forgive him for disrespecting our god. Even more so when they're still my relative. Yeah, I've got enough of them since a really long time ago. Seeing Lucas declared so with light of madness dwelling in his eyes, calm down, Lucas. Deimos regained his composure and even tried to calm Lucas, who seemed about to explode instead. Hearing that reminder, Lucas shook his head a few times and, my apologies, the topic seems to be derailed a little bit. Anyhow, the die has been cast. They've already declared war on us. He declared so to Deimos. But, there's no reason to involve that personage or Lila-sama in that conflict, right? No need to involve that personage, you say? Deimos, you've been misunderstanding the situation. What do you mean? Seeing Deimos asked with a doubtful voice, Giram-Kala-sama had told me about this before. The train of thought of our supreme ruler isn't something that bugs like us can understand. The moment I heard that, it felt like a bolt running into my spine. My faith is still too shallow. Lucas joined his hands together as he gave such a lecture to Deimos with an entranced look on his face. In short, All of this is actually part of that personage's grand plan, and those idiots don't even realize that they're actually dancing on his palm? Yeah, including their foolish plan to use Lila's armor as a bait to lure the personage. If that's the case, why did he entrust the protection of Lila's armor to me? Naturally, because he needs a proper justification to eliminate those fools. The matter of you being the bodyguard for Lila's armor is insurance to prevent irregular situations. That personage is truly terrifying. Even the fact that us, moving behind the scene to drag out all those cowards whose only ability is manipulating people from behind the scene, is also part of his plan. Lucas, who spread his arms, spoke triumphantly of his non-existence achievement like a minstrel singing a heroic song. Naturally, Kai had no idea about all these. It was just make-believe of his subordinate. And yet, Daemons ended up clattering non-stop upon hearing Lucas' revelation-like speech. So that's what he means. He nodded a few times as he spoke like an enlightened person. Yes. Due to the effort of the fanatics who regarded him as an omniscient being, in their eyes, Kai's strategy was actually going in accordance with his plan without a hitch. The plan is progressing smoothly. That personage will personally exterminate those fools, so restrain yourself for now. Doing so will increase our morale and enable us to sweep all of those fools at once. What a supreme plan. Just imagining it alone is enough to send a chill into my spine. So my indignation is also within that personage's expectation. Sure enough, if that's really the case, then all of these nonsensical chains of events made sense to me now. Then, is that mean I can go and fight with my all in the case that Lila's armor's life is in danger? Yeah, you can. Lucas nodded and then snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the area around them was surrounded by black flame, and the figure of Egg that lost his right arm appeared. A few seconds later, the black flame transformed into the shape of a person. Please take this child to the evacuation shelter. The humanoid figure who wore black hats and black clothes took Egg on their shoulder and ran toward the plaza. And then, another black flame turned into a humanoid figure and then transformed into the figure of Egg who had lost his right arm. What are you trying to do with those dolls? Naturally, to verify those trashes. Lucas, you've been corrupted way too much by the fanatics, you know. Upon hearing Daemons muttered so with a slightly dumbfounded voice, Lucas, yeah, I might have been dyed in their color, shook his head lightly with a madman-like smile on his face. The next moment, his body was enveloped by black flame and transformed into the figure of a swordsman with long black hair. Well, let's get going. He walked with Lila on his left arm, Somni and Egg's doll on his left arm, and then proceeded forward for the sake of advancing the plan to the next stage. To realize his supreme master's wish. Surely, it was a fact that the people who planned to harm Roman and Lumen had roused the wrath of history's strongest monster. But, that alone wasn't enough for him to warrant their death sentence. The fact that they went as far as involving even if Lila Helena got caught up in their conspiracy, he still intended to end the matter peacefully. But, due to the top misunderstanding, the fanatics ended up pouring gasoline into that tiny flame and turning it into a grandiose explosion. Right at this very moment, the hostility between the monster and the mastermind had reached the point of no return. Chapter 29.1 Last Pride of a Night, sighed Somni. Up. Somni frowned as he felt a dull pain in his head. Wake. That pain gradually became stronger. Wake up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the ceiling of ruin with cracks all over the place, and standing beside him was a blonde-haired youth donned in pure white armor who was looking down on Somni with a displeased look on his face. Guardian Knight Tumri? He was the guardian knight of Prince Gilbert, Somni's senior, and also a young prodigy despite his age. At the same time, he was also the target of discrimination by the other guardian knights. Despite being acknowledged by the other guardian knights, they're in fact keeping him at distance. Finally awake, huh? You good for nothing. Somni tried to raise his upper half, as he heard Tumri's rude remark. Despite looking like being absent-minded, his mind was crystal clear, and recalled the nightmarish event that happened before he passed out. What about Egg and Lila? And shouted the name of his teammates. If you're looking for that brat called Egg, He is over there. A bald-headed man with a skull tattoo on his head who leaning on the wall behind Tamri was pointing at the corner of the room with a wicked smile on his face. The first thing that he expected was the figure of Egg, safe and sound despite losing his right arm! Exclamation mark. The moment he saw the reality, he raised muted scream as he tried to stand up. But his hair was grabbed by Tamri, who then slammed his face on the cold floor. He felt as if he saw countless sparks before his eyes. He felt dull hot pain running in his nose. His mind was a mess. "Why?" he shouted at Tamri. Or rather, he had no choice but to do that. The reason being he would never expect that they would show him Egg's corpse, and most of all, he had no idea why Tamri, his fellow guardian knight who served under the same master, Prince Gilbert, was pinning him down on the cold floor like this. "Because it's your fault." "My fault?" he repeated Tamri's remark like a parrot. Either way, the current situation was too absurd for him. "Why?" "I mean, even amongst royalty, the guardian knight should be the second highest rank knight after the royal knight. They're the furthest existence with cruelty. And yet," Tamri's remark sounds like he was involved in Egg's death. "Yes, that guy has to die because he's in the same team as you." Hearing Tamri declared so with a flat voice, "What kind of reason is that?" Somni raised his voice again as he asked that question. "Ask that question to your superior." Tamri brought his face closer and then slammed Somni to the floor again. Upon seeing the latter trying to get up, the former was starting to kick the latter. Somni felt searing pain running all over his body as he endured the abuse. "What's the meaning of this?" and repeated his question just to be sure. "I said that it's your fault, you idiot." Despite his grief, His Highness decided your disposal since you're too fucking weak. Ah, now you seem to realize just how much His Highness grieved when he makes such a decision. Maybe because he was too excited. Tamri was looking up at the ceiling as he hit his chest with his right fist. That's strange. Seeing Somni was at loss for words. Therefore, that brat over there has to die young. Tamri declared so. What's the reason for my disposal? I've never done something against chivalry up till now. Nor did I disrespect His Highness, so why, His Highness Gilbert want to dispose of me? Was something that Somni couldn't understand since he saw no reason for that. It's disrespect. A blasphemy for the weak to become guardian knights. That's why His Highness ordered me to dispose of you. The end of weak and disqualified guardian knight is to be disposed of off. Somni's train of thought stopped the moment he heard that reply and, what nonsense. There's no way His Highness will say that. He desperately tried to refute the fact. There was no way such a kind person would do that. Good grief, just where in the world did you get such confidence? Seeing Tamri looking down at him with a sneer on his face had caused Somni to have mixed feelings in his heart. But, because I'm one of the best 4 of Sacred Martial Arts Tournament, he shouted to show that he was strong. His remark was truly humorous since there was no way he would be pinned down so easily on the ground by Tamri if his remark was true. Nevertheless, he still believed that achievement was the truth. Because if that wasn't the truth, it means that it was his fault that Egg had died. How pitiful. The reason why you can advance so far is thanks to the influence of your father, Lord Lumper. He must have paid a lot of money for that. Everyone who got bought by your father might desperately think of a way to lose to you in a less miserable way. Lies. Impossible. That must be a lie, was what he thought, and yet, deep in his heart, he knew that his father was someone who would do that. That's the truth. Rather, this is an open secret amongst the Guardian Knight of His Highness. Yes, you're the only one who's left in the dark about this matter. Rather, everyone can tell in just a glance that you won't be able to advance to the final round of the tournament with your swordcraft. It's lies, though I don't care about such things. In a certain meaning, you're a victim. Your father's goodwill now backfired on you. Somni couldn't retort anymore. Only now did he realize why those thieves targeting him, and the last words of the girls before they got killed. And then, Tamri's unnatural speech and conduct this time, all coming together to hit him. Only now did he realize the cruel fact when it was told right in front of his face. Worry not. Your death won't be in vain. That incompetent brat will be arranged as the culprit behind your death, and I will become the hero who executed that incompetent. In that way Lord Lumper won't pursue your death either. Somni felt the reality around him. Everything that he believed until this point had collapsed upon hearing Tamri's extremely selfish remark. His pride in his swordcraft, his trust toward his father who said that the latter believed in him, even his loyalty toward Prince Gilbert who he vowed to protect with his life. Everything had collapsed till nothing was left. Seeing Somni, whose mind had almost collapsed, "Unlike a failure, I won't end at this kind of place. Don't worry, I'll show a hell in the earth to the point that Incompetent will regret that he ever born in this world. He'll pay for the sin of humiliating His Highness." Tamri delivered a passionate speech as he made a fist with his right hand. "Oh yeah, I get the side benefit from taking this job too." The bald-headed man with a skull tattoo on his head who stood behind Tamri was looking at the beautiful blonde-haired girl who slept on the stone table. His expression was dyed in undisguised lust. "You bastard. What did you do to her?" "Ain't doing anything yet. This woman seems to be that incompetent brat's woman. I'll rape her to my heart content in front of that incompetent Tokatsu. I know what you're thinking about, but I know I won't leave any evidence and dispose of this woman too. You scumbag. Are you really a human?" Seeing the enraged Somni, the bald-headed man with a skull tattoo on his head, Tokatsu hoisted the cane in his right hand. "Gahahaha. Those remarks are the best praise for me." "Why, you ask?" "I tease because," and reciting something like aria as he revealed an eerie smile on his face. Boom. At that moment, the stone beside him broke apart, and then a 2 meters tall youth whose skin was almost scalped appeared beside him. "Because I am a transcendent existence." Chapter 29.2, Last Pride of a Night, sighed Somni, and declared so as he looked at the monster beside him. He had a tusk growing from his mouth and a horn on his forehead, as if he was a ogre undead? No, could it be that this is? He could barely squeeze his voice, the reason being the ogre was superior species monster of Inea type. Moreover, that was "You're quite knowledgeable for a weak brat." Indeed, this guy the superior species of the ogre, high ogre. "Man, this guy is a tough one. I mean, this guy can even insta-kill a team of A-rank hunters." Tokatsu spoke with a shrill voice. High ogre, it was a powerful monster who could single-handedly annihilate a team of A-rank hunters or mid-sized troops of the kingdom army. As expected of simple-minded monsters, they're easy to manipulate. The girl is a hostage and this guy here is enough to make the other party lose his fighting spirit. Tokatsu spoke happily like someone showing off his collection. "You rotten trash." Just imagining that unfair situation alone was enough to enrage Somni so much. "I've told you such remark is akin to praise for me, not to mention that I still have a lot of collections." "Yes, just like the legendary army in the myth. Those idiots from Babel are nothing more than greenhorns in my eyes. That's why I dare to say that I've become an existence that surpassed humans." Tokatsu spoke passionately as he looked at the high ogre with an entranced look on his face. Somni was truly enraged knowing that Egg was killed by the scum before him. Even though Egg was a childish youth, and by no means a good example of a knight, he was the only one who took Somni to go out to drink in the city whenever Somni was depressed after he lost a match. He was by no means someone who deserved such a tragic end, not to mention that the scums before him had planned to falsify the reason for his death to something that Somni couldn't accept, whether it was as a knight or as a human being. In his eyes, the scums before him were even worse than a monster. Kukaku. Ha 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 ha. In the end, he could only laugh loudly. Somni had finally snapped out. The brilliant world that he saw until now turned out to be the place where scum like the one before him ran rampant. "Don't laugh, who tells you to laugh?" His abdomen got kicked but Somni didn't stop his laugh. "Give it up." It seems he went mad from the shock. Tokatsu waved his left hand as he spoke with a sneer on his face. "Went mad? Like hell I am. The fear that I felt until now had vanished like smoke. On the contrary, I felt almost unbearable rage toward these pieces of shit." Though he could barely support himself, Somni managed to stand on his feet and glared at the two. "In the end, all of you are just cowards. Guardian Knight and Gilbert can just go to hell. You can't even fight Kai Heineman, a mere incompetent without using cowardly tactic. Transcendence being my ass." His speech became bolder and bolder. "You bastard. How dare you to insult His Highness. Take back your remark. Tamri, whose face flushed red like a tomato, kicked and punched Somni, who couldn't fight back anymore. It is just a warning strike, which is often used by senior guardian knights to their junior for discipline, so it's lacking in terms of power. Though that was enough to make Somni almost faint numerous times, he kept glaring at the two scums before him. Who are you to order me around? You guys are just cowardly scums. Kind my ass? A truly kind person won't execute their subordinates for no reason. Neither will they kill an unrelated person. Amelia Kingdom is doomed for sure if that kind of trash prince become a king. You. Tamri had already drawn his sword. Strangely enough, there was no trace of fear in Somni's eyes. He was prepared to die in this place. Though he regrets the fact that Lila, who had nothing to do with this mess, ended up getting dragged along with him. Thus, Somni tried his best to save Lila. Rather, it's akin to his last bit of pride as a knight, to show his opponent that he wasn't rotten like them. Even if Lila was in fact far more powerful than Somni, it was a knight's job to save civilians. Somni took a breath and lowered his center of gravity as he focused his strength on his fist. He knew that he was at his limit. He was so scared since his last attack was simply a suicide tactic. His last childish obstinacy would cost him his life. Which reminded him that at this point, he didn't have to stick to a fighting style that was befitting of a top-class knight. Die. Seeing Tamri raise his sword, Somni picked up a stone closest to him and closed in toward the former. Wha. Even with his swordcraft, Tamri's swing that was aiming for Somni's head got warded off by the stone in the latter's hand and ended up digging into the latter's shoulder. Somni grit his teeth as he endured the pain of the sword digging into his shoulder bone, and unleashed a right hook toward Tamri's face. Somni ran toward Lila without even sparing a glance toward Tamri, who had just got blown away by his punch. Please make it in time. That moment, as Somni's right hand was about to reach Lila. My bad. Tokatsu's disgusting voice resounded in Somni's eardrums as the latter got blown away to the side. His field of vision spun and only stopped after crashing against the wall. This small FRY brat. Amidst his hazy consciousness, Somni saw the figure of Tamri's approaching him with an enraged look on his face, and then, his field of view was suddenly covered with a black robe that appeared out of nowhere. Good job, young man. Even I almost blow my top when I observed these two. I shall carry your regret. That's why take a rest for now. That male voice resounded in his head as Somni's consciousness descended into the darkness. Chapter 30.1 Yugi's made a wrong choice. Death Metropolis of Flower, Front Plaza. I, carrying the unconscious Roman and Lumen, was surrounded by several teacher-like personnel upon arrival in the front plaza of Death Metropolis of Flower. Everyone pointed their weapons at me. It appears I'm not welcome here. Why are you in this place? The tall, blue-haired teacher with a crew cut shouted at me with a restless voice. Going by his speech and conduct, he most likely knew about me. I mean, his question made it clear that I'm not supposed to be in this place. Well, the possibility of me retiring from the test aside, there is also the chance, in their perspective, of me returning to this place for a short break for preparation. But well, my reason aside, there was only one reason for them to point their sword toward me. In short, I was included in the execution targets too. Why do you think that I shouldn't be in this place? I asked back as I observed the teachers around me. Those two aren't your teammates. What happened to the other one? Did you attack them? Just as I expected, these people knew about that trash sycophant. In short, there was a high probability that the one who tried to kill Roman and Lumen was in this group of people from Babel. Dunno, he might be seeing a really nice dream right now. He was currently being interrogated by Beelzebub. It wouldn't take a long time for him to spit out his relationship with these people. I would only make my move for real after that, after I separate the blacks from whites. For the time being, let's see how much Babel, these people, is involved in this matter. What do you mean? The tall teacher with a crew cut pushed his sword even further till it arrived right in front of my nose. I'm going to leave that to your imagination. Don't mess with me. Hand over those two. The tall teacher with a crew cut shouted with an enraged look on his face. Noisy. Do you really think that I'm such an idiot like the other innocent youths who you've been killed until now? What? How dare you insult us? The tall teacher with a crew cut pushed his sword even further until it touched the nape of my neck. From the way he behaved and his swordcraft, he seems to be no different from the examinees out there, not even qualified to get my attention. Well, his rotten personality aside, considering the fact that he was a teacher of Babel, he might be more skilled in using long-range magic while covering his defense with the sword. Well, I guess that's enough to tell me that you guys are involved in this matter. That's it, I guess. I've seen the bottom line with them. They had lost their value as a source of information. Moreover, I've been having a bad premonition for a while. Lila was still participating in the test. Deimos, who I assigned to protect her, was too inexperienced. He is still far cry from being able to cross sword with a truly strong man. Thus, I was actually racing with time. Maybe I should entrust Roman and Lumin to Rose and Co., who was standing by nearby. I mean, Esther was acting as Rose's temporary protector while I'm away. After all, even though she was the last boss, LMAO, of that easy dungeon, she should be able to escape when push comes to shove. And just when I was about to execute my plan, another teacher clad in a green robe ran toward us and whispered something to the tall, crew-cut teacher. At that moment, the tall teacher with crew-cut's face formed an evil grin. He brought his face closer to mine and then, Lila Helena seems to be in trouble right now. Now you've to follow our instruction, and hand over those two, he whispered with a low voice that only I could hear. It seems my bad premonition was right on the money. The organization called Babel wants to declare war against me. Is that a threat? If that was the case, these people are truly unsalvageable idiots. The past me aside, something as boring as threat wouldn't work against the current me. The naive mindset of surrendering to the threat of the weak had long since been abandoned by me in that easy dungeon. No, it's just a message from your enemy. We, the examiners, have nothing to do with them. How foolish, how ridiculous. They had already confessed their relationship with that said enemy the moment he forwarded their message to me. It's intriguing, but let me tell you one thing. This idiot might think that I would yield to his demand. Thus, the tips of his lips rose up, sneering as he spoke those words to me. What is it? There is an absolute order in this world, and a mere incompetent swordsman like you won't be able to go against it. That's why you should just shut your mouth. That's the correct thing to do. Don't go against the current order, huh? That was one thing I hated the most. The small fries who dare to spout such words in front of me seem to be really had a death wish. Whatever. Either way, I'm tired of this farce. I placed Roman and Lumin on the ground and then, can I ask you a question? I calmly questioned the tall, crew-cut man. You? What is it? And just as I expected, the tall man with a crew-cut asked with a composed look on his face, can I think of your opinion as the consensus of the entire Babel? This was the final confirmation from me, just to be sure. Of course, it is. I've told you before, right? An incompetent like you should just hang your head down and obey us. Hearing that, I heaved a sigh of relief and, you geese made the wrong choice. I informed the idiots with low, threatening voice and then pinched his sword's blade in front of my nose and twisted it. Eh? The teacher raised a dumbfounded voice upon seeing me snapping the sword's blade effortlessly. That wasn't the end of it. I further crushed the sword's blade with my hands, and kneaded it into a spherical lump of metal. I ignored the tall man with a crew-cut who just stared dumbly at his sword which had lost its blade and summoned subjugation picture book in my right hand. I walked past the sparse tent built in the plaza and arrived at the deserted empty lot behind those tents. This place should be big enough for my army. The page that I had opened was a page titled Anti-Personal Troops. This page appeared a while after I subjugated that weak dragon, Azatahaka. In fact, there was addition in the cover of Subjugation picture book, namely Level 2 written below its title and the creation of this page after I subjugated that weak dragon. According to my understanding, this page apparently specialized in anti-personal combat with condition called anti-personal, but the abilities of each monster which I designated as combat potential in this page got enhanced. It seems to have special effect called limited buff in accordance to the divine protection of Commander from the Happy Fellow from Subjugation picture book. The reason why I said seems was because I received a reminder, doesn't meet the condition for anti-personal from Subjugation picture book. In short, I only fulfilled the summoning condition right now. Come out. As the picture book shone along with my voice, thousands Batamen filled the entire empty lot. Giga. All Batamen stood in orderly formation as they straightened their back. Salute to our Supreme Lord. Hearing the order from Inea, the beastman with head of lion, standing in the frontmost of the stalwart statue-like formation. Gigi, ha! Thousands Batamans cupped their hands and bowed at once. It seems Batamans were counted as anti-personal unit. Moreover, all of them were wearing special costume and mantle. Even Nemea was clad in his golden armor. This might be what the book said about special effect. But, was Bataman, the weakest combatants of Subjugation picture book, really enough to gain total control of Babel? I mean, I totally didn't want to lost my precious subordinates just to subjugate those trashes from Babel. Well, they received buff in anti-personal and Nemea was there for their safety. That way, they should be able to at least evacuate when things getting too dangerous for them. Hi. In the plaza that enveloped by eerie silence, the tall man with crew cut who received angry glare from Batamans and Nemea raised a scream that sounded familiar to the wannabe immortal bird with dread face. I took a glance at that sorry figure as I spread my arms. Gentlemen, this Babel has declared themselves as my enemy. So, let's overrun them as fast as possible. In addition, you mustn't touch any students or examinees, and you've to prioritize your own safety above all else. That's the only requirement from me in this operation. The rest is up to you. Rampage all you want. Gave my order to the Batamans. Gi ga, ha. The Batamans replied in unison as they stumped their feet on the ground, causing a slight shock wave. The tremor induced a fear in the tall man. He saw the end of the world. The other teachers who surrounded me gathered around him, trembling like newborn calves. Worthless trash indeed, but the die had been cast, by their hands nonetheless. Since that was the case, I shouldn't compromise either. Chapter 30.2 Yugi's made a wrong choice. Wait. Please wait a minute. A swordsman wearing red bandana rolled out from the tent and stood in front of me as he asked me to stop. Bristamp, are you my enemy too? If that's the case, I won't go easy on you. I unsheathed Morasame from its sheath, and took a stance. He might be a greenhorn, but this man was a swordsman. That's why I had to at least honor him as a swordsman. Moreover, I scrapped the word restraint from my dictionary the moment they kidnapped Lila. My opponent was an organization, so I had to crush every single trace of them till there was nothing of them in this world. I've no intention to become your enemy. At least Babel also doesn't wish to become your enemy. What in the hell are you talking about? These idiots and some other idiots are conspiring to kidnap my childhood friend, Lila Helena. They even want to assassinate my two relatives over there. I looked down at the tall man with crew cut who still fell on his rear while flapping his useless mouth non-stop like some sort of idiot as I spoke. The person himself twitched the moment he heard me say so. Seemingly perplexed upon hearing my declaration, Bra was looking at Roman and Lumin who was lying on the ground and then at me, but his gaze instantly moved to the tall man with crew cut's co-worker. He was clearly enraged. You guys, is that true? He asked with trembled voice as if to make sure, but he's telling the truth. The one who replied to his question was a clear, transparent voice. I moved my eyes toward the newly arrived group who was led by a beautiful woman clad in a pure white robe. She was still far away from our position, so, normally speaking, her voice shouldn't reach this place. It seems she used some sort of magic to transmit her voice, and maybe the gaze that has been following me a while ago was hers. Anyhow, the woman herself just acknowledged the fact. In short, I see, so, you're an enemy too. Naturally, I of all people realized that my lips formed a smile, because the other party was Babel's headmaster, Inea. In short, she was the ruler of Babel in name, and reality, Babel's strongest. Moreover, behind her was a small yet muscular man wearing red robe, the guildmaster of Bars's Hunter Guild, Ralph Excel. It seems they saw me in high regard since two of humanity's strongest hero Samas came in person. I see now, maybe they appeared before me since they had confidence in their strength. Well, since the opponent was 2 heroes, the Batamans might be in trouble. In that case, I had to fight in person. Q ha 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 ha. Interesting. You guys are the best. They came at the right moment since all I fought lately was small fries. The only one who dared to fight me from the front without running away was that 3-headed giant lizard. But I guess I wouldn't lack a worthy opponent with Babel's strongest headmaster and hunter's hero. Ralph Excel is my opponent. Wake up, Morasame. I loaded as much mana as possible into Morasame as I spoke, and then the sword started to pulsate a few times as it spread extremely wicked aura. Morasame awakened for the first time in a long time. This sword would turn into wild horse once it got awakened from its slumber. In that state, a simple swing of mine could turn the area around me into empty lot. Thus, I had to be careful to handle this sword in its awakened state. I lowered my stance, completely focused in combat. Please don't misunderstand. The reason I appear is to purge the traitors of Babel. Ha! Inea smiled lightly as she raised one of her hands. Catch them. The Babel's staff, led by a man with slit eyes, clad in black robe, rushed toward the idiots who surrounded me a while ago with desperate look on their face, and restricted them with metal shackles. Those shackles appeared to be a cursed tool. They've committed a grave sin by putting the examinees in extremely dangerous situations. Please be prepared since all of you, along with the one who gave the order to you, won't escape from the harsh punishment. Inea declared so while looking at the idiots with cold piercing gaze, as if looking at trash. No way. Is there any evidence for that? The tall man with crew cut refuted. But are you still talking about evidence in this kind of situation? He timidly stared at me with extremely frightened look on his face the moment he heard Inea's answer, and then looked down again. Inea then stared at my direction and bowed toward me. This incident happened because a runaway of the faction these idiots belong to. It's definitely not the consensus of Babel. So, will you lower your weapon for now? And said those words with courteous tone. You think I'm a 5-year-old kid? Why should I trust you here? Indeed, you've no reason to trust us in this kind of situation. But then, we gain nothing by making an enemy of you. Moreover, you of all people should be aware that you can't afford to make a new enemy in this kind of situation. Damn it, this woman had actually one step ahead of me. She was right. I couldn't stay for too long in this place since I had to save the kidnapped Lila. But whether I choose to believe this woman or not was another story. I don't believe you guys. I got a hunch that crushing you once for all right now was the best choice. I pointed Morasame toward Inea, and raised it up. Surely, I wanted to go as soon as possible to save Lila. But Roman and Lumin would become their hostage as a result. These people were way too composed with their underlying scheme. Since Nemea was weaker than me, he might lose against 2 human heroes. And most of all, I could tell that this woman was really cunning one. Definitely not the kind of person that I could trust. Thus, the best option was to erase them right in this place. Please wait right there. And then, Inea, who looked fully composed till a moment ago, suddenly called me to stop with an impatient voice upon seeing me about to unleash my sword skill. Kai. 3 of my acquaintance suddenly appeared out of nowhere, forcing their way between Inea and me. It was the trio of Rose, Esther, and Zack. Since their presence just suddenly appeared out of thin air, Esther might have used her teleportation magic to teleport here. Despite her sorry title, Esther was surprisingly talented. Anyhow, Rose and Co. entered the scene right at the most critical moment. Did someone ask them to become an arbiter? Normally speaking, the one who asked them should be Babel. But since that was impossible, does that mean Inea was truly unaware of this matter? No, wait a minute. Things might become complicated because the runaway of one part of Babel's staff, Inea herself, got nothing to do with this. Damn it, that was complicated. Her Highness, please help us to persuade Kai-sama. Please tell him that we're truly not related. The man with slit eyes, Sigma, was crying, or rather, was on the verge of crying as he pleaded to Rose. Rose was looking at me, the thousands Bataman, and then Lumen and Roman who lay on the ground beneath me, and then heaved a sigh. Kai's source of anxiety is these 2, right? Then leave the protection of these 2 to us. She made a clever declaration, though the way she looks completely perplexed from start to end was weighing on my mind. I knew that it was safe to entrust Roman and Lumin to Rose. This was also the best option since Sister could use her teleportation magic in case the worst situation happened. Okay, I'll leave them to you. Seeing that Esther used teleportation to come to this place, Lumin and Roman's safety had been guaranteed. Moreover, not even Babel would dare to harm Rose, the princess of Melia Kingdom. Thus, a temporary armistice was achieved. But maybe I had to show a gesture of armistice to seal Inea's movement for the time being. Well, in short, let's set this matter aside for now. I had a more urgent matter right now. Sorry for summoning you guys for nothing, but please return for now. The Batamans, led by Nemea, bowed once and then went back into subjugation picture book. Well then, I'll leave this place to you. I entrusted Roman and Lumin to my comrades, and ran back into the forest again. Chapter 31. Extremely ominous sentence, sighed Inea. As soon as the monster vanished into Death Metropolis of Flower, Inea fell to her knees. Her leg trembled non-stop as her body got drenched in cold sweat, as if her sweat glands had broken. Though other Babel staff, who took pride in themselves as one-man army, also showed similar reactions. Currently, everyone felt relieved. They had barely managed to avoid war with the monster. Master, you actually dared to stir up trouble with him. Are you insane? If anything had gone south back then, all hunters in this Babel might have died because of your stupidity. The woman wearing very short pants and breastplate drew closer to Ralph Excel with tears in her eyes. I know already. This old bone is scared shitless too. Rather, it felt like my lifespan just got shortened by few decades. Please do spare me from having to face that guy's wrath again. Ralph heaved a sigh and sat on the ground, and then shifted his gaze to Princess Rosemary, who stood smiling by his side. We, the Hunter Guild, have nothing to do with this case. May I ask your help in this matter, Your Highness? And then asked with tired look on his face. Yeah, I'll convey this matter to Kai later. Kai won't be hostile as long as Ralph Sama and co. aren't hostile to him. No negative feelings, such as anxiety, were visible on the princess' face as she replied with a wholehearted smile. Hunter Guild side just happened to be present, and Shifu is a reasonable person. He ain't have anything to worry about. Rather, the one in trouble are those fellas from Babel. 2 meters tall muscular man with a wild look on his face. Zack pointed at Ralph while glancing at Inea, possibly misunderstanding the situation. The current situation happened because Inea and co. decided to participate in the plan concocted by Kai Heineman's subordinate, but that reason alone wasn't enough to reduce their punishment, because Kai Heineman ended up so pissed off to the point of wanting to wiping Babel's existence from the world. You feel that way too? Well, the truth is that a certain idiotic prince who doesn't know his place touched Shifu's reverse scale. He's a goner for sure. Not to mention that it is already happening. He pointed his thumb toward the members of Vice Headmaster faction behind him, who only hung their heads down in this situation. So does that mean the future of Babel depends on Lila Helner's safety? Yeah. In fact, Shifu cares about his family more than he thought. That isn't just limited to Lila Helner. The same situation can happen if anything happened to any of us. So, if something happens to Lila Helner, yeah, Shifu will ignore your plea and just straight out destroy Babel till nothing is left. And don't expect us to stop him since we have no intention to do so. Now let's pray that the young lady called Lila is safe and sound. I see. Inea felt a crack form on her smile. She knew that she was currently treading on a very tight rope, and understood that Kai was recognizing himself as a human. But his essence was that of a strongest transcendence. That's why there was no guarantee that he would keep acting like a human. There's no doubt that this is Giram Kala faction's plan, and you guys just participate in it. But it's also a fact that only a member of your organization is the one who dared to bare their fangs toward Master first, right? The one who, to question amid yawning, as if she had zero interest in this matter, was a beautiful woman wearing a monocle and foreign attire. Yes. Kai Heineman's assassination was a commission from a certain idiotic prince, which was taken by the Vice Headmaster's faction, and their faction was undoubtedly part of Babel. That's why it wasn't wrong to put blame on Babel here. Since that's the case, We literally reaped what we sow. Right. Since that's the case, aren't you glad that you guys got involved in Giram Kala faction's plan? Zack crossed his arms as he muttered so with serious look on his face. Sure enough, you might be able to salvage the situation a little if you let Master know that you're involved with those fanatics. If this organization called Babel is really useless to be destroyed just like that, that worm-loving, human, Giram Kala faction won't choose a roundabout way called contacting Babel. The woman with monocle and Zack had a mysterious conversation. But Inea had no idea why they brought up such a topic. She became scared as she heard their words. Right. But speaking of Uncle Giram Kala, you know that he's that kind of person, right? We just have to guess how he would wrap up this matter safely. Hearing Zack muttered so carefreely as if it wasn't his problem. Well, Lucas has been dispatched too. So, as long as there's no irregular factor mixing in, this matter should be resolved by only Master's hands. Seriously, using Old Man Lucas at this situation makes me feel that things are going to get more troublesome than it already has. Moreover, speaking of irregular, isn't that a jinx? Zack pondered for a while as he touched his beard, and then questioned the monocle-wearing woman wearing a given-up face. Well, it might be just my imagination. The monocle woman, who was smiling scornfully, suddenly frowned, looking in the direction of Death Metropolis of Flower, and after that, or maybe not. She muttered such an ominous remark. Chapter 32, Securing a Guide. Lila Helena, in the hundreds of thousands of years during my imprisonment in that easy dungeon, I forgot almost all of my memories from before. Some memories returned upon clearing the dungeon. Among them was my time with Lila. Maybe that was just how important Lila's existence was to the previous me. Maybe because our parents decided to betroth us at birth, I've spent my childhood always by Lila's side. We ate lunch together, taking afternoon nap under warm sunlight together, even sweating together during our sword training. For me, her existence was akin to an older sister, although our ages were same. That's why it was only natural for me to get agitated when I came to know she was in danger. I stopped upon feeling undisguised killing intent directed toward me. Show yourself. Now that I'm pissed off, I yelled to the one who dared to show me hostility in this kind of situation. I grasped Morasim's hilt. You noticed, huh? A baldy carrying a curved sword on his shoulder with a scarred body showed up. Well, yeah, that was only expected. He didn't even try to hide his killing intent. That stance, that attitude, yeah, you're strong. Completely different from those young masters playing swordsman. Seeing you in reality, I don't think I need Skull to remind me. Stop the useless chit-chat. Just tell me what you want. I'm racing against time after all. I didn't have the time to play along. Thus, I interrupted his speech and urged him to get to the point. You cheeky brat. The baldy's smile vanished, replaced with an enraged face as he raised his curved sword. Not good. Not good at all. To be enraged by that was a show of his immaturity. To be honest, even Rick had much better temperament as a swordsman than this guy. I mean, in my eyes, he was no different from those trash hunter who tried to rob me in back alley back then in bars. Huh? What do you mean by no good? I mean everything. Bullshit. The baldy charged ahead like a wild boar and swung his curved sword. I twisted my body to dodge by a paper-thin margin. A downward slash followed by a full-strength horizontal slash, and lastly a diagonal slash from to the nape of my neck. I dodged all of it perfectly. Damn it. Why can't I land a hit? Because you're too immature. Shut up. Oi, what are you waiting for? The baldy took some distance from me and then shouted. How stupid. Didn't he literally tell me that someone has been waiting for an ambush all along? Well, not that I care about it since I've long since discovered the position of the greenhorn who didn't even know the A of ambush. And just as expected, 3 fire spears came from diagonal left behind me. I parried it with Mora's aim, and sent it back toward the caster. The fire spears flew dozen times faster and created small-scale explosions upon hitting the target. What followed after was a painful wail as the baldy's helpers dropped down. Impossible. I sent a glance at the retreating baldy. Both of you guys are no good. I unleashed Deadline and turned the trees around to ashes. Eh? The baldy let out a dumbfounded wail as he observed the area that had already changed into circled deadland. And then, Color drained rapidly from his face. Monster. In the end, he shouted such boring comments. If you have a time to get flustered like that, you should use it to escape, or try to land a sneak attack. The next moment, I closed the distance between us in few steps, grabbed his hand holding the curved sword, and twisted it. The baldy got pulled to the side. And next, Gudja. I seized the screaming baldy with my right hand. So noisy. Shut up, I ordered him with an irrefutable tone. Hi. The baldy, whose face was dyed in horror, raised a shriek. Well then, I need you guys to act as my guide. That's your job, right? I dragged the baldy as I walked to his colleague, but that person was nothing more than charred corpse at this point. Hi. The baldy raised a shriek upon seeing the charred corpse. Am I clear now? This is the fate that awaits you if you dare disobey me. Now guide me to Lila Helner's location. I whispered into his ears in a bone-chilling tone. The baldy nodded in no time with teary eyes. I threw the baldy's body to the ground as he started walking despite trembling like a newborn foal. Run faster, I shouted at him in an enraged voice. Hi. The baldy sprinted with his face smeared with tears and mucus. Wait for me, Lila. I'll save you for sure. I swore in my heart as I ran behind the baldy. Chapter 33, Silent Rage, sighed. Deimos was truly surprised by his action. This was part of Supreme Ruler's plan, and his order was strictly limited to protect Lila. Thus, he should stay quiet as long as his target of protection was safe. Especially when the other party was a youngster who dared to insult Kai-sama, our Supreme Ruler. Properly speaking, I shouldn't save this kind of youth, and that should be the correct choice. And yet, strangely enough, I felt refreshed instead of regret by doing this. What are you, an undead? Moreover, one that retained intelligence. A new species, huh? The baldy with skull tattoo on his head squinting his eyes as he spoke that soliloquy. Shut that dirty mouth of yours. Why do I feel that I can't forgive this bastard? In the past, Deimos had stopped being a human to reach the extremities of magic. He, at that time, had cast aside his human emotions. He cast aside all kind of hesitation and conducted all kind of inhuman experiments like the man before him. Thus, he felt disgusted when he saw his past's reflection in front of him. Specifically when he recalled his previous contractor, Ruby. It was the worst memory in Deimos' life. Him at that time had murdered so many innocent. It wasn't wrong to say that the Deimos at that time was as disgusting as Tokatsu and Tamari before him. And this mission had made Deimos to remember a lot of unpleasant memories that he cast aside as trivial. And he understood the reason. It's Kai-sama, a transcendence with overwhelming strength, strong to the point it suffocated everyone when he unleashed a bit of his power. For a transcendence like us, it was normal thing for us to have not a shred of interest in the people of lower realm. And yet, Kai-sama is different. He drinks with us, eats with us, laughs with us, and sometimes gets angry at something trivial such as human life. And it wasn't just when he was with Transcendence. He treated human and Transcendence equally. Thus, it was only natural for us, his subordinates, to see his essence upon seeing that. It was different from the kindness showed by capricious gods from time to times. In his case, it was as if his subordinates were part of his family. It was a completely refreshing feeling for Deimos. He was the exact opposite of Deimos, who cast aside his humanity. Surely, it was the humanity of Kai-sama that attracted Giram-Kala-sama and the others to put interest in humans. Though it was considered as the biggest taboo amongst taboos, it was only natural for Kai-sama, who was originally a human like me. Otherwise, he wouldn't become an existence that understood humans so much, nor could he get close to them. Thus, Deimos finally understood the pain in his heart when he saw the youth. It was the rage of his human soul that he cast aside. And I'm sure that Kai-sama would do the same if he was in my position. No doubt about it. A mere skeleton ain't supposed to yapping your mouth. Tokatsu scorned at Deimos as he looked at the latter in scorn. Strangely enough, I felt nothing when called skeleton by this lowlife. On the other hand, I felt the silent rage in me grow stronger the more I heard him insulting Lila-sama and Kai-sama. That's why, Humphrey, a remark befitting a third-rate, nay, fake necromancer. Deimos taunted Tokatsu. Ha, fake? And just as he expected, when Tokatsu barked at him, baring his teeth. "Keep barking, small fry." He hoisted his left hand, and focused his mana into his left hand. Suddenly, a black sword with jet black blade appeared from thin air and he proceeded to grab that. "And here I thought that you're some sort of big shot. Turned out just skeleton who acts like a swordsman." "Ha, what a killjoy." "Oi, finish him." Tokatsu walked toward the corner of the room while waving his right arm, as if he had completely lost interest in Deimos. "Good grief, such selfish fella." "But, undead extermination is also my job as a guardian knight after all." The blonde youth clad in white armor, Tamri said so as he readied his sword. "Enough chit-chat. Come if you may." Deimos took a stance as he raised his black sword. "You're the one who talks too much, skeleton bastard." Tamri was closing in toward Deimos with an enraged look on his face, as he raised his sword and swung it down toward the latter. Deimos controlled his black sword and parried Tamri's blow with smallest possible movement. Enhua. Seeing that, Tamri's eyes opened wide in shock. Such crude skill. "But it's not a reason for me to show mercy." Deimos' attack was the signal of the beginning of the battle. Farce. Chapter 34. The End of Hubris Night. They had clashed so many times, and yet Tamri's sword could never reach Deimos. "Impossible. I'm Guardian Knight of Your Highness Gilbert, famous swordsman of the kingdom. And I had been trained thoroughly in various martial arts, swordcraft by transcendences for years in that strange realm." I knew that he was a master of swordcraft in just a few clashes, but still far from my level. Rather, Deimos got really confused from Tamri's confidence with such meager swordcraft, which barely reached the master realm. "Though I have no idea from where your confidence comes from. In our eyes, your prided swordcraft is just child's play." This was an undeniable truth, the reason being even the children who trained in that mysterious realm had also become scurrily powerful. "They definitely won't lose against the trash before me. In fact, anyone in that city could insta-kill this hubris swordsman before me." "Child play?" Tamri glared at Deimos with enraged eyes. "You've been abusing that youth over there for a while, right? Calling him weak and such. You're absolutely right. That youth is weak. But he actually isn't that much weaker than you. How dare a mere skeleton call me weak?" Maybe because of his built-up fatigue, Tamri swung his sword in a disorderly manner toward Deimos as he ran out of breath, and naturally, none of those childish swings ever reached Deimos. Deimos observed Tamri swing his sword at his head with a strange wail. "You won't be able to land a hit with such large swings." Deimos dodged it, and swept Tamri's feet. Tamri fell to the ground in the most unsightly way, his face planted right on the ground. "I know now. The source of your power is that black sword." Hearing that baseless yet stupid declaration, Deimos was utterly dumbfounded. "No, it's simply a difference in skill." "Surely, I created this black sword with my magic, but it is just an ordinary sharp sword. It has no power whatsoever to boost physical strength. Neither would it make me more skilled. I just wanted to measure just how much skilled my swordcraft had become without the assistance of my magic. That was something that I wanted to understand after experiencing the hellish training in that mysterious realm." "You coward! How dare you to use magic weapon in this sacred duel? What a coward skeleton!" Whether Deimos heard it or not, Tamri kept babbling on and on, creating a non-existential situation in his mind. How ridiculous. Is he doing this because he simply can't face his own weakness? It felt like I saw my own reflection before I met our supreme ruler. Nevertheless, this sorry excuse of a man actually dared to touch the sensitive scale of our supreme ruler. At this point, only one end awaits him. It seems you really are an unsalvageable fool. Deimos slashed with his black sword at Tamri, who kept prattling non-stop like an idiot, severing his right arm down to its root. Tamri raised a dumbfounded voice as he looked to his right, with his hand lying on the ground still gripping his sword. A moment later, Tamri raised a bestial roar, probably due to the scorching pain in his shoulder. Deimos pointed his black sword at Tamri's nose. "If you've time to scream, you should use that to pick your sword. You still have your left arm, right?" Muttered such cold remark that didn't allow any refusal. "Hi!" Tamri retreated as he raised a scream with a horror-filled face. "Save me, Tokatsu. Tokatsu completely ignored Temari, his line of sight completely focusing on Daimos for a while, forgetting about Temari's existence. Oi, Tokatsu. Are you deaf? Seeing Temari shout toward Tokatsu again. I'll say for the last time, take your sword. He was threatening Temari by the second part of his remark, and yet, I can't fight anymore. Temari replied in the most unexpected way. Huh? What in the hell is this guy talking about? I can't fight anymore with this injury. Are you fucking serious? Can't fight just because you lost an arm? Even the children who participated in that hellish training camp wasn't as sissy as this guy. Rather, they would use their tears to invoke sympathy from the other party while secretly aiming to turn the table. Even the youth called Somni, who he called a weakling a while ago, was still trying to accomplish his mission despite the wound that prevented him from using right arm. Even as a joke, a kingdom knight shouldn't be as sissy as this guy. Or maybe, I see now, he wanted me to let go of my vigilance toward him. Huh. Indeed. His acting is so real that it almost fooled me. Since he knew that he couldn't win against me from the front, he chose sink or swim tactic. Since that was the case, all his crying and bawling might be just a performance. Just how much are you looking down on me, brat? You think your crude acting can fool me, huh? Deimos was Kai's subordinate. Thus, he thought that Temari was doing something like trying to dishonor his lord as part of the latter's plan to turn the table against Deimos. But, smearing mud on their lord's face was the biggest taboo for all member of Subjugation picture book. Why you're mistaken. I really can't fight anymore. Temari screamed desperately with tears and mucus smearing on his face as he held on the cross-section of his bisected right arm. You can still babble such nonsense, huh? Then I shall punish you so that you can't spat that kind of nonsense anymore. Deimos raised the black sword in his right hand and then stepped in closer toward Temari, and then he unleashed dozens of punches with his left hand toward Temari's abdomen. It was a storm of a punch with residual strength and rapid pace enough to suspend Temari's body in the air in the form of letter from start to finish. Chapter 35, Another Emergency. After the case has settled, Temari, who fainted from a punch to the abdomen, fell on the stone floor. Naturally, he who couldn't resist ended up getting beaten black and blue. Deimos stopped when his opponent was on the verge of death. He was a man who deserved the worst death after committing the greatest taboo for Deimos and co., namely speaking ill of their supreme ruler. Deimos really wanted to kill Temari, but stopped since the human was a precious sacrifice for their plan. That was the only reason for Temari to still breathe. Are you an undead who was originally human and had mastered martial arts? Tokatsu asked an irrelevant question with a deep frown on his face. Wrong. Martial arts is something that I learned after becoming immortal. By now, the time he spent inside the mysterious realm, in which time flows differently from the real world, to train his martial art had long since surpassed the time he spent delving into the mystery of magic as a human. It was truly a hilarious story that made him chuckle. He who chose to become undead in pursuit of ultimate magic had practically been trained in martial arts by transcendences for a time that was much longer than the time he spent to study magic, an amount of time until he felt that his goal to pursue the ultimate magic was a trivial and hazy childhood dream. Not to mention that the magic he always pursued for his entire life was achieved so easily due to a miracle. The divine protection that he got from the Great Ones were the reason for that. In short, something that he regarded as the penultima, the final truth of magic turned out to be nothing more than small milestones for the transcendences. Bullshit. Magic aside, as if there's an idiot in this world who chose to become undead just to learn martial arts. That very person is right here though. Well, I was half forced to experience those hellish experiences though. Everything seems to be trivial once someone tastes those hellish days. As if that wasn't worse enough, the one who finished and allowed to go out after that training camp was the Windcats folks. As for me, Titan, Lucas, Oberon and co., that training was nothing short of an appetizer. Ha, you liar. Becoming undead while maintaining human consciousness has always been a necromancer's lifelong goal. It's impossible unless they're a necromancer. And I've never heard about that being achieved either. But here I am. Sure enough, He was right about transforming into undead while keeping one's soul has always been the focus of necromancer. But, I did that despite not being a necromancer. Or so I used to think. Only after knowing those transcendences did I realize that it was nothing more than short of a child play. Oh whatever, I'll dig out the information from you later. Tokatsu spoke while licking his lip and then turned around toward the undead Hyuga who stood silently behind him. Restrict this skeleton, and ordered. Hearing Tokatsu's order, the Hyuga started moving while raising a bestial roar. The ogre who spent his days quietly with his family till it got killed because a scoundrel took his daughter hostage, and then he turned him into an undead. The old me who lost my human heart might regard this as trivial matter. But, for the current Deimos, how nauseating. Deimos desperately held back the extreme disgust that he felt in his heart. Deimos was fully aware that he had no right to condemn Tokatsu, but that doesn't mean forgiving Tokatsu. He felt that the guy before him was truly a selfish human beyond saving. For some reason, Deimos really wanted to be a little selfish with his judgment this time. Kyukaku. High ogres are strong, you know. Let's see how much your swordcraft can mar. Without waiting for Tokatsu to finish his remark, Deimos pointed his right palm toward the Hyuga who was rushing slowly toward him and, flame parasol, black flame appeared above the head of the Hyuga the moment he spun the words of power. The black flame then spread down till it formed a hemisphere that covered the Hyuga's entire body. The Hyuga, whose body was burned down by the black flame, crumbled on the spot. The Hyuga body was burned down by the black flame, and yet, "Thank you." The ogre muttered these words of gratitude right before his body turned into ashes the next moment. "Don't thank me for this. I can't do anything to save you after all." Deimos could only grit his teeth as he tasted the bad aftertaste boiling up from within. Though Tokatsu didn't even flinch when he saw the Hyuga turned into ashes right before him, he suddenly shuddered, sweating like waterfall from all of his body. "Why, you bastard, what did you do just now?" and shouted at Deimos. "Why should I answer your question?" Hearing Deimos replying with dumbfounded voice. "Then, I'm gonna beat you till you're willing to." Tokatsu got annoyed then started chanting aria. It was a chant in ancient language. Hearing the composition, Deimos barely managed to recollect that it was a necromancy. Reason being the grammar used by Tokatsu was a total mess. It was a spell to mass-produce mid-rank undead to take care of small fries, and this spell had a fatal weakness, namely its long aria. In the first place, this place was most suited to be used when the user was hiding. It had the worst compatibility with close combat opponents, with the user was being exposed. Cancel. The current Deimos could disturb the magic as easily as blowing small flame from candle. Tokatsu's spell got interrupted midway. Seeing Tokatsu raise a dumbfounded voice upon witnessing such phenomenon. "If you really had exceeded human standards, you should be able to cast this kind of low-level magic without aria." He spoke while raising his right hand, conjuring several magic circles. Thereupon, 10 armored skeletons rose up from the ground. "Is this my summon undead knight?" "No, different. This is a completely different magic." "What king of magic is this? Why, I've never seen this magic before." "This is summon undead knight." It was undoubtedly summon undead knight, but, thanks to the divine protection granted to Deimos, perfection of magic, the effect of his magic got enhanced dozens of times. In fact, the strength of the skeleton summoned by Deimos could rival over-rank adventurer's class, and all of them was equipped with armaments. So, each of them could easily kill the likes of Tokatsu. "Impossible. This is impossible. I've never seen such magic before." "Aren't you a former swordsman?" Tokatsu started to mumbling incomprehensible remarks as he retreated. "When did I say that I'm a former swordsman? My name when I was still alive was Starlanige. I'm a sorcerer. The memories of my life when I was a human that I've been forgotten for a long time became vivid clear lately." According to Giram Kalasama, this wasn't the effect of his divine protection. None of his peers' divine protection had this kind of effect too. "Maybe the reason why my memory got refreshed was directly connected to that supreme ruler." Such irony. Deimos recalled his passionate youth and come to a realization that he had long since lost sight of his true goal. It might be too late for him to correct his mistake. But, Him who regained his passion decided to turn over a new leaf and atone for his past mistakes. Lineage, don't mess with me. Ain't that the name of one-eyed sorcerer? The greatest sorcerer of the past. They did call me that. At this point, I realized that I got too cocky with the strongest title. Honestly, I feel nothing but embarrassment recalling that embarrassing name. If that's the case, I'll save the questions for later and beat the crap of you. Tokatsu glared at Deimos, and looking outside of the building, "Oi, dragon zombie. I'll give you the life force of the night sleeping over there." Beat those guys, and shouted an order. Yet, no one replied back to him. Countless presences outside of the building vanished before he realized it. Something that Deimos realized too, dragon zombie, was the corpse of one of strongest race in this world that become undead. They possessed intelligence despite being an undead. It was the kind of opponent that could give Deimos a run for his money, in the past. That's it. But, the current Deimos could make a dragon run away with its tail between its legs. What are you doing? Kill him quickly. And yet, the one who replied to Tokatsu's impatient voice was, "No one will come no matter how much you call them." A swordsman with long black hair entered the building, dragging something huge with his right hand. "Skull. This guy is dangerous. We might be able to escape if we cooperate." Tokatsu's loud voice toned down at the end. That was only natural since the thing that got dragged in by the swordsman with long black hair was the head of the dragon that had its flesh melted in various parts. Good grief, to think that I'll have such hard time due to their overwhelming number. The swordsman with long black hair tossed the melted head of the dragon as he muttered such complaints. Tokatsu's mouth was flapping non-stop as he saw the head of the dragon crash down on the stone floor. "Impossible," and barely managed to squeeze the word. "Deimos, there's a change in our plan due to your ad-libs. We don't have to move behind the scenes anymore." "I guess your ad-libs is also part of our supreme ruler's plan." "Right." "That's right." "Maybe this was a test from that personage for me, a test to see whether we could move in accordance to his plans or not. I'm sure that we would lose trust of that personage if I decided to let that youth die a while ago." "Skull, what's the meaning of this?" Upon hearing Tokatsu's bewildering question, Lucas turned around as he returned to his original appearance, a middle-aged man with a wide grin on his face. "You bastard." Maybe because he noticed that he just got duped by the duo, Tokatsu could only curse with vexed look on his face. "My name is Lucas, a faithful retainer of our great personage. It's pleasure to meet you." Lucas bowed lightly with theatrical gesture. In fact, human might be a wrong expression to call the current Lucas. "What's happened to the other undead?" Seeing Tokatsu asked with impatient look on his face, causing local rain of saliva. "Naturally, I killed them all." "Well, since they're undead, the correct expression is returning them back to soil," Lucas replied without erasing the grin on his face. "Lies." Tokatsu sprinted. Deimos ordered his summoned skeleton knights to guard Lilo and Somni before he went after Tokatsu. This must be a dream." Tokatsu fell on his knees upon seeing mountain of corpses around the building, crying and laughing at the same time. Deimos, who saw that, knew that Tokatsu had lost his fighting spirit. Thus, he could entrust Lucas to finish the job while he delivered Lila to Kai. "Deimos." Lucas, who was still composed a while ago, suddenly called out to Deimos with tense voice. That moment, several red lights fast approaching him. Deimos invoked magic shield to protect himself. Lucas also shook his right hand as if swatting a fly, and then, one of the red lights hit Tokatsu through his head, evaporating his head in an instant. The body that had lost its head fell to the ground like a potato sack. The one who fired the red light was a grotesque being donned in black clothes and black hat covered their melting square-shaped face, dancing with strange movements. Chapter 36, Vessel to Acquire Greatest Flesh, Death Metropolis of Flower Area 5, Rotten King Palace. Time rewinds. A man with a physique resembling that of Balloon, wearing sunglasses as he lay down in the bright red bed inside a giant building resembling pulsating meat. The Rotten King bent forward as he looked at the projection in front of him. "All of you are just cowards." When Somni swore in the projection, the Rotten King wasn't focusing on Somni, Tamari, or Tokatsu. He didn't even care about the swordsman with long black hair that exterminated the undeads like a demon god. His focus was on the beautiful, blonde-haired girl who slept on the stone table. Ooh! Found it! Found it! I found it! The Rotten King raised hysteric roar, trembling all over as he touched his cheeks with his hands. I found it! I found it! 4 monsters with star, circle, inverted triangle, and square-shaped heads sang a chorus as they dance around his bed. That girl, is my! Exclamation mark. The Rotten King was crying as sphere-shaped tears fell down from his sunglasses. That girl is your majesty, Rotten Kings. And just as expected, the 4 monsters weren't missing a beat to dance along the tune of the Rotten King as their unnaturally sounding chorus came out from their zombie's mouth. Vessel to acquire the greatest flesh death. Seeing the Rotten King dancing joyfully as he spread his arms, the 4 monsters' dance became more erratic. The Rotten King's delighted face vanished in the next moment as he stood on the bed. Bring that girl to me. The 4 zombie monsters with square, star, circle, and inverted triangle head bowed and left at once. Seeing that, the Rotten King nodded with satisfied look on his face, and then spread his arms as he cried joyfully. In 1,000 years being sealed by Ares, not even a moment I forget about my hatred. He cried with enraged look on his face. Moreover, his face turned into that of joy in the next moment, and, this secret wayish, this encounter is my first step of revenge to those Neanderthals and also the first step of changing this world into the rotten paradise death. He raised another out-of-tune scream. Chapter 37, Predicament and the Closure. Sighed. Deimos, the square-headed zombie with black cloth, clapped its hands and bent backward. Follow the order of the great personage. You plebeians should follow his order, and spoke as if they owned the place. Deimos' train of thought froze for a moment when he heard such joke-like remark, and then exploded in rage in the next moment. How dare a mere low-rank undead to mock me? And spewed a remark unbefitting of a skeleton. Low-rank undead. Lucas had also cranked his hands while revealing a faint smile toward the square-headed undead and, how annoying. You tell us, who obey the will of our supreme ruler, to lower our head to you. He slowly approached the square-headed zombie as he asked that question. There was no stopping for them, reason being the square-headed zombie's remark was the biggest insult for Deimos and co. It was akin to the square-headed zombie spitting on the face of their supreme ruler. Currently, there was no one but their supreme ruler who could stop them. Rotten King Sama is an extremely tolerant person and he needs a lot of manpower to wage a war with Ares force. Your life is guaranteed if you swear your loyalty to him. Otherwise. The next moment, Lucas had already stood right behind the square-headed zombie who, snapping their fingers in rhythmical manner, grabbed their head and then, disgusting, 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 slammed it down on the ground with bloodshot eyes. Small crater created as he slammed the zombie's head on the ground. It became bigger and bigger with each slam. Oh crap, Lucas Dono is truly pissed off right now. I understood why he was so angered, but he would end up destroying this building and harming Lila-sama if he kept doing that. Lucas stopped as soon as Deimos called out to him, revealing a smile and, see, it seems I overdid it a little bit. After he got away from piece of meat that had already lost its original shape, he shook his hand to get rid of the pieces of meat and blood stuck on his hand and wiped it with the handkerchief he took from his pocket. It's not just a little bit though. Dear me, it seems his skill has improved again since not even I reacted when I saw his movement to that zombie when he got past me a while ago. And this man is supposed to be a human, right? Both Lucas and Obra, it was as if they were transformed into unknown creature in order to chasing after the brilliant sun, our supreme ruler. Well, we failed to get more information about that disgusting thing who called themselves Rotten King. As soon as Lucas said so, the lump of meat that had already lost its original shape suddenly started moving again, forming its original shape. complete with their black clothes. When the square-headed zombie standing on their feet while shaking their head, star-headed zombie appeared from inside the building and, Square, be careful. These guys are apostles of another god, warned the square-head with a song, different from before. The square-headed zombie stopped their weird dance this time, completely raised their guard up. Deimos, leave this guy to me. I shall teach them an extremely painful lesson for their transgression of mocking our supreme ruler. Lucas' face warped into that of belligerent smile. Despite the earth-shaking change in regard to his strength, Lucas never forgot his chivalry. Thus, anyone who dared to mock their supreme ruler would meet an extremely tragic end. And the target happened to be the zombie who stood before them. Whether it was Tamari, Tokatsu, or Lucas, the previous Deimos had always been looking down on that human. Deimos thought that if it really happened in accordance to their supreme ruler's plan, Lucas, who looked calm outside, was in fact a volcano that was already on the verge of exploding. And, the moment Deimos about to give his consent, he felt that the presence of the skeleton knight summoned by him was vanished. No way. He entered the building immediately, but Lila's figure had already gone. The only thing left was an empty stone bed. He left the building immediately and they kidnapped Lila-sama, he shouted. Lucas' body stiffened the moment he heard that, and then trembling non-stop, "You bastard! How dare you to kidnap our supreme ruler's dearest person? Don't expect that you'll get a peaceful death. You'll taste the hell on Earth," he roared toward the heaven with enraged look on his face. "I'll try to recover Lila-sama." Deimos about to run, but not so fast, but got obstructed by the star-headed zombie. Just like Deimos and Lucas, these zombies were also in existence beyond the norm of this world. In short, they're the subordinates of the other god that was mentioned by Giram Kala before the start of the operation. Good grief, never in my wildest imagination had I expected that I would end up getting myself involved in the battle of gods. But, since this battle related to the safety of the people that our supreme ruler care about, defeat isn't option. Deimos, quickly secure Lila-sama. Suddenly, Lucas' hands popped out from the star-headed zombie. He did so right after he crushed the square-headed zombie. By now, the square-headed zombie had already crushed to pieces, and when they were about to be burned to crisp by Lucas' black flame, Deimos went to chase into the ruin immediately, but the flesh of the star-headed zombie suddenly moving on its own, forming a giant wall of flesh that blocked Deimos' path. "I won't let you go." Scrap. Lucas is clearly more powerful than those star and square-headed zombies. He could easily beat them down in proper fight. But, after they realized that Lucas and I were also the apostle of another god, their previous self-conceitedness vanished. Now they were completely focused on buying time. Moreover, if my guess is correct, the other party had the worst compatibility with Lucas. At this rate, Lila-sama would fall into an extremely dangerous situation. I had to avoid that at all costs. Frankly speaking, the one who received the order to protect Lila was Deimos. But, Lucas could move faster than him. Thus, he judged that it wasn't the time to worry about his honor. He had to prioritize Lila's safety by choosing the best course of action. "Lucas, let me to handle those guys. You go and retake Lila-sama." Deimos invoked his divine protection, pinnacle of magic, and activated the legendary class magic that he knew with his enhanced magical power. Inferno, world-destroying conflagration. Several crimson-red spheres appeared beside the square-headed and the star-headed zombie, rushing toward the wall meat behind them as they tried to dodge. Though the wall of meat melted down due to extremely high heat, another wall of meat appeared to reinforce the wall, making it bigger and thicker. Its futile regeneration power can't be compared with the likes of those lowly undead. Moreover, the more you attack, no matter how much Lucas chopped up the wall of mat, it kept getting thicker and thicker. That's right. Rotten King Sama has almost acquired new flesh. When that happen, we will become stronger too. We can easily defeat the like of Ares' army. When the square-headed zombie said so with triumphant look on his face, a tall and muscular baldy fell in front of the building. And then with his face that was covered with tears and mucus, "This is the place. I received order to guide you to this place," He raised a shriek as he pointed toward the building with trembling hand. Standing in front of that baldy was none other than the person who was referred by Deimos and Co. as their supreme ruler. Chapter 38, The Only Way to Destroy It Safely. After following the baldy who ran desperately to guide me, we came out of the forest and arrived in the ruins area, welcomed by a mountain of undead on the ground. Those undeads were clearly different from the ones found around this area. Two familiar faces were confronting some sort of melting monsters with serious faces. Standing behind those monsters was a meat wall. The meat wall must have been conjured by that starhead. This is the place. I received order to guide you to this place. The baldy didn't seem to have the leeway to care about the situation, ignored the monsters and pointed at the ruined building with his trembling finger. And then, even though both of them were in front of their enemies, Deimos and Lucas kneeled the moment they saw me. Seeing their faces, I could guess what had transpired. Maybe, my deepest apologies. Lila-sama got kidnapped by them because of my blunder. Deimos reported the situation with trembling voice. No, this incident happened due to my blunder and the fact that I overestimated my ability. This is definitely my fault. Lucas also blamed himself as he reported to me. In the end, Lila still got kidnapped. My bad premonition really did come out to be true. You dare to look away in the middle of battle against us? How absurd. The star-headed undead was singing. It approached Lucas, while the square-headed undead neared Deimos while ridiculing the latter. But I chopped their body below neck to atomic level, including the meat wall behind them, with more same loaded to the brim with my mana. The meat wall behind the two undead crumbled down to dust, as if it melting into air. Maybe because they failed to see through. The star-headed and the square-headed undead stared at me with a dumbfounded face for few seconds. Why it's not healed? The square-headed undead kept mumbling and the singing until now had finally asked that question with a normal, bewildered voice. Well, monsters like them were dime dozens in that dungeon after all. It come to the point that I always loaded my sword with mana and sliced them up without any question the moment I saw them, since fighting a prolonged battle against them was a chore. In short, what I used on them was a normal slash that hadn't sublimated into a skill. Well, that alone should be enough to kill these small fries and send them up to afterlife. I stabbed Morasame into the square-headed face, sewing it on the ground. Shut up. Wait there, your turn will come in a while, I declared in an irrefutable tone. That simple action was enough to shut the mouth of the square-headed and star-headed zombie, and drive them to fear. Let's ignore these two small fries who couldn't even talk properly until a while ago. I have to improvise with my plan immediately. Lucas, Deimos, keep your explanations for later. Nothing will change the current situation even if you kneel. You failed this time, make sure that you learn from this failure and not repeat this kind of failure again. The moment I told them, both of them bowed respectfully to me. Despite my remark, I really couldn't bring myself to blame them after seeing the desperate look on their faces. To begin with, I wasn't so cruel to give an extremely harsh punishment to those who tried their best to accomplish their duties. Anyone would experience failure in their life. They could only grow after learning from those failures. But, fact still remains, we are racing against the time. So, I had to postpone the consultation with my subordinates for later. Now you guys should go back to Plaza while protecting the remaining examinees and regroup with us to Endco. Your wish is my command. As you wish. Lucas vanished the moment he said so, and despite gritting his teeth in frustration, Deimos went into the building and then came out with a youth on his shoulder as he ran toward the plaza. Well then, seeing that Lila had really been kidnapped, I guess I couldn't afford to waste my time. In addition, I shouldn't act unrestrained. I have no idea about the identity or whereabouts of the other party, but they actually dared to kidnap my childhood friend. I guess I shall respond in the same manner as them. You lots, come out. I flipped open the subjugation picture book, and summoned my subordinates. Urgent situation needs to be dealt ASAP with my all. Thus, I called all the elite members of subjugation picture book, the big shot who managed the top spot of each faction. Those monsters whose number reached few hundreds appeared one after another from subjugation picture book. Hi! The baldy raised a shrill scream the moment my subordinates appeared. That's right. I'll give you a painless death as a reward for guiding me to this place. After I said so with a spine-shiver voice, I plugged his mouth that kept spewing nonsense scream and blasted his head with dozens left punches. I was almost convinced that this man was one of the thugs hired by Babel to hunt down the examinees, including Roman and Lumin. If they used this kind of shitty examination, this guy might have already killed many examinees, youngsters who had yet to grow up. I had no intentions to letting this kind of trash go off alive. Hi Jahi. The square and star-headed undead could only look at the situation as they screamed. Fools. If they're already scared shitless with this level of strength, they should just buckle up in their nest and never come out. I heaved a sigh, and looking around at the monsters who just come out from the subjugation picture book, whether they were standing on the ground, trees, on top of the building, or flying in the sky, all of them prostrated themselves in front of me at once. Our supreme ruler, we await your order. A golden dragon with 7 heads, Ladon stepped forward as a representative. I pulled more Rasame from the skewed square-headed undead on the ground, tapped the backside of the blade on my shoulder as I took a deep breath. My childhood friend has been kidnapped by our enemy. Protect the blonde-haired girl. That will be your top priority. And then, exterminate the pest behind this incident. Yes, it's a mouse hunt. We will hunt them down till there's not even a speck of dust of them left in this world. I gave a strict order to my subordinates. Hearing that, the top brass of the subjugation picture book raised a yell at once, and scattered to all direction at once. I grabbed the star and square-headed undead, who leaked some sort of liquid from their eyes and noses, with my left hand, and raised them up in the air. Now listen, pray that no harm, not even scratch on the skin of the girl that you just kidnapped. Once that happens, you can only wish as peaceful death is the last thing that you'll get. And whispered those sinister words into their ears. Gui, as I sent sidelong glance at the square and starhead who raised despaired scream, bells, a giant, bipedal fly with crown on their head rushed out from my shadow as I called their name. When Beelzebub was out in the world, their favorite nest, space, seems to be my shadow. Extract the information regarding Lila Helner's whereabout from this square and starhead, ASAP. With pleasure. Beels, who wore plain clothes, ignored the scream of the square and star-headed undead as they took them with flew back into my shadow. Cross-examination like this should be left to a specialist. Beels, they should be able to provide me with the information in no time. Actually, it was much easier to find the culprit if I turned the entire region into wasteland, but I had to avoid that method since Lila was kidnapped by them. It would be much faster to move after I got the specific information from Beels rather than wandering aimlessly in such vast place. Once I find the place, it would take no time for me to get there on my feet. All I had to do now was wait for Beels to deliver the information while letting the top brass of subjugation picture book to encircle the culprit and their subordinates, narrowing down their course of action. Please be safe, Lila. Feeling the impatience for the first time in a really long time, I grit my teeth while muttering those words. Chapter 39, Nightmarish Lullaby. The sphere-headed undead, Maru, snickered, carrying the blonde-haired girl on its back. They would be rewarded by the Rotten King for accomplishing such an easy job. They had estimated that the Rotten King would possess the blonde girl's body and would easily destroy Ares. After Ares' fall, this world would fall under Rotten King's control. Humans would become livestock for them. Both in name and reality, they could literally do anything with them. It wouldn't really matter whether they break the humans, kill them, or eat them. There was nothing better than that kind of high-quality livestock. They imagined the moment when they would chop up a couple in front of the other, or when they force a mother to choose between her 2 children. That was the best entertainment for Maru. I can't wait for that to happen. As the Rotten King's subordinate ran while humming, the triangle head beside him spun. Yes, it spun. Literally. It halted in reflex upon seeing that and took the distance from Triangle Head, and yet, Triangle Head of his subordinate kept spinning non-stop, followed by their body spinning in the reverse direction. Sankaku. When Maru asked timidly, the head of the Triangle Head, called Sankaku, suddenly separated off from their neck and spun in midair. Something like white mist then oozed out from its body. Hi! Maru retreated, raising a scream, and yet, something caught their head from behind. Higher, where are you going now? Chills ran down its spine the moment they heard that bone-chilling voice of a woman, and when they tried to turn their head round, Maru saw that the culprit was none other than the blonde-haired woman it carried. Exclamation mark. Maru ended up raising a mute scream. That was natural since blonde-haired woman's innocent smile split until her ears, and pair of sharp tusks peeked out from the split. No matter how they think about it, that tusk, and the crafty smile of the woman wasn't that of livestock, human. In short, the woman herself wasn't even a human to begin with. Thus, Maru tried to shake of the woman from their shoulder. But, why I can't shake her off? Yes. Despite her slender arm that looked like it was going to break at any moment, the power of her grip was no joke. Something like human-shaped mist came out from Sankaku's body and then stretching their arms. That moment, Sankaku's body crumbled down to dust. No way. Maru could only let out a hoarse exclamation upon seeing that. Impossible. This is impossible. We, the direct subordinates under Rotten King Sama, was supposed to be endowed with divine protection of restoration. We will be able to recover immediately whenever we got sacked. And yet, Sankaku got killed so fast. Does that mean Rotten King Sama's divine protection aren't functioning properly? Rotten King Sama is an evil god. He didn't bound by the logic of this world. Only an existence of similar level could negate the effect of his divine protection. In short, this blonde-haired woman and the human-shaped white mist are Guji. The moment Maru reached such conclusion, the blonde-haired woman pulled its head with terrifying strength unbefitting of her slender arm, and then, the human-shaped white mist also approached Maru. They're too terrifying. Maru lost everything the moment human-shaped white mist touched them. Any intelligent creatures could accept this result normally, and yet, for some reason, they failed to detect the presence of such evil being. At the end of their life, Maru felt a malice that far surpassed even their Rotten King from the human-shaped white mist and the blonde-haired woman. They realized that they're dying slowly while being tortured by the extreme pain from their wound. How did it come to this? Due to the divine protection of the Rotten King, Maru and Co. could recover instantly from any wound, and supposed to never felt any pain, and yet, now they were tossed around by extreme pain that carved slowly and carefully, bit by bit on their body. They raised a bestial scream as they felt the terror of the pain that was akin to their limbs being torn off, something that they had long since forgotten. Amidst their cracked field of view, I see, you guys has been protecting our supreme ruler's dearest person all along. A tall man with an intimidating face appeared before them, and the human-shaped mist extended its hand toward Maru. Maru fell into a never-ending nightmare the moment that human-shaped mist's hand connected. Chapter 40, Participation of the Biggest and Strongest Faction. After Maru and Sankaku's heads fell to the ground and turned into white ashes, the man with intimidating face glared at the blonde-haired woman, whose appearance no longer resembled human. Giramkala, how's the safety of our supreme ruler's dearest person? He asked. The blonde-haired girl stood on her feet, placing her hands on her hips as she transformed back into her original form, a giant, long-nosed monster. What a foolish question. She's sleeping quietly inside my realm. His scream shook the air in the area. About this matter, does our supreme ruler know Abo? No. Have you told him about this? The intimidating man shook his head as he asked. Naturally, that personage already know everything. Giramkala replied so. His three bright red eyes filled with absolute faith. It was the look of a faithful servant without shred of doubt on their master. You guys seriously overdid it this time. You might get re-educated from that personage after what you know. Or rather, that might be considered as reward for you guys. Good grief, you guys are truly beyond help. The man with the intimidating face shrugged, turned around and then vanished. Several grotesque beings appeared around Giramkala as soon as the men left the place. Every single one of them were pillar-class evil god, one-man army in the subjugation picture book, and together, all of them formed the strongest and biggest faction amongst Kai's subordinate. You lots. This is the opening war of our supreme ruler in this world. What should dung beetle like us do? The ground shook when Giram Kala asked that question. Even if our enemies are just small fries, we shall become the limbs of our supreme ruler, and crush them till there's nothing left. Featureless existences with their entire bodies dyed in black and a ring floating behind their back replied immediately, "What shall we do to those foolish undead who dare bare his fangs toward our great supreme ruler? Merciless slaughter." A naked, grotesque-looking youth with 8 eyes on his upper body shouted. "Then, there's only one thing that US dung beetles have to do: kill, break, smash, crush, everything in accordance with the order of our supreme ruler." The grotesque beings raised bestial roar along with Giram Kala. The strongest and biggest faction was making their move. Chapter 41, Little Garden for Mouse Hunt. The center of Area 3 of Death Metropolis Flower, Ruin. The with long-nosed monster, Giram Kala, appeared out of nowhere smoke and observed his surroundings. This place looked okay. He sat right on where he stood, and drew a symbol with his hands. Suddenly, vast amounts of dark mist gushed out from his body, and quickly engulfed the entire Death Metropolis of Flower. Now then, without interference of a being on par with me, none of those cretins should escape. As he said so, the human-shaped white mist suddenly appeared by his side. Giram Kala, those shitty undead invading this area have been exterminated. We should use this chance to completely encircle them, and reported fast, as expected. That's only natural. Everyone was so fired up since this is divine order of our supreme ruler. I guess we mustn't falling behind either. This is a chance to prove our faith to our supreme master. Giram Kala stood on his feet, and spread his arms as he spoke. Exterminate those rats till none of them are left. That's the wish, the divine order of our supreme ruler. This dung beetle will make sure to see your order fulfilled. Giram Kala, whose 3 eyes were dyed bright red, shouted loudly, even shaking the air in the entire area. Thus, the little garden mouse hunting steadily reached its completion. Chapter 42, The Completion of Little Garden for Mouse Hunt. Area 4 of Death Metropolis of Flower. Have you met Maria-sama? The zombie, a former red dragon, received the blessing of Rotten King. Ridrid asked their subordinate. I received a report that they have kidnapped the aforementioned woman. And received a reply. Well, I guess there's nothing to worry about. Maru, Sankaku, Hoshi, and Shikaku. The 4 of them were evil gods who received blessing from the Rotten King. Their power was simply beyond imagination. Whether it was the dragon race or the demon king, the 4 of them far outclassed every living being in this world. The only one who could rival them were the same outlier being as them, holy warrior Ares, who managed this world. And there was no report about Ares' apostle coming in until now. Most of all, even with this amount of force, Ares won't recklessly go declaring a war on us. Zombie monsters such as dragon race, mythical beasts, spirits, and many other monsters, those who once challenged the Rotten King, got defeated and pledged their allegiance to him. Every single one of them was a 1,000-man army in themselves. Fighting against them was simply, Ridrid-sama, there's a black mist over us. When Ridrid observed above him upon hearing his subordinate reporting with anxious voice, they saw a dome-shaped black mist covered the entire Death Metropolis of Flower. Is that a barrier? No, that's impossible. This place is supposed to be Rotten Realm of Rotten King Sama. In short, his sanctuary. It should invalid all kinds of gift, divine protection, and miracle. It's literally impossible to cover the entire sanctuary with a barrier. In the first place, making a barrier that can cover the entire Death Metropolis of Flower is, Ridrid-sama. Another one of their subordinates returned as Ridrid was caught in their own train of thought. Is something the matter? They were at loss for words, looking at their subordinates with dumbfounded face. That was only natural since the being caught in their line of sight was a majestic, 7-headed golden dragon. And then, the momentary silence shattered by a myriad of screams. Since when did countless grotesque beings appeared out of thin air, in the sky, above the building, wilted forest, and ground as if those beings surrounded them? Their measly few hundreds manpower was nothing compared to the army of the Rotten King, and yet, Ridrid's intuition told them to escape as far as possible. The alarms in their head kept ringing, as if trying to make them leave. Against the overwhelming numbers of Rotten King army, the seven-headed golden dragon acted. If you want to blame something, blame your own rotten luck. Blowing such words at Redread and Co. As if the latter was nothing more than a bug. Who are you? The moment Redread tried to ask a question. Our supreme ruler has been displeased by your existence. That alone is enough reason for extermination. Thus, as the representative of our divine dragon army, the royal guard of our supreme ruler, I shall deliver divine punishment to you and your people. They got interrupted with such haughty speech. Wait right there, Ladon. Don't use this chance to claim the position of royal guard. That's right. Supreme ruler's royal guard should be U.S. Goddess Union. Oi, stop trying to use this chaotic situation to fulfill your desire. Various banters resounded. Every single one of their booing was strong enough to distort space, sending crackling lightnings flying in the air, or creating a local storm. The gust created by their overwhelming magical power sent dozens of Rotten King's soldiers flying. They either landed on the ground, or were smashed to pieces after colliding with one of the ruin. My facial muscles twitched. Even though their state looked like a joke a moment ago, they were army of the Rotten King. They were supposed to be the strongest in this world, and yet, some random gale from those people had actually killed some of us. This must be a dream, or is this some sort of illusion? And yet, for a mere illusion to exterminate Rotten King armies, getting a cold facing against several hundred bugs. Yeah, really sloppy. Redread, if you don't want to go, I'll be the one who kicks their asses. Decadika, leader of the giant undead army, came forward with steps that caused small tremors, shouldering a giant metal rod on their shoulder. The giant undead army was the elite of elite amongst Rotten King army, and their leader was none other than Decadika. Strength-wise, Decadika could rival Redread. It's no chance. Turn. On the other side, a human-like girl with her face covered from her hair came forward, raising her right fist. Unlike before, the other party suddenly looked like as if they saw the most unexpected sight. Are you kidding me? That Norn is actually taking the initiative? Yeah, that Norn who fell asleep as soon as something felt troublesome, even if that something is just a meal, has actually motivated. This looked like a bad omen no matter how you look at it. A really bad omen, though. Well, we're lucky that she's on our side. The mysterious group was starting to clamoring amongst themselves. Something is amiss. That girl shouldn't be able to defeat Decadika. And yet, none of her allies showed a shred of doubt. I mean, all she did was just coming forward ahead of her peers, and yet, that point alone seems to cause a shock to them. No matter how I perceived this situation, it's clearly way too abnormal. Oi Decadika, be careful of that girl. She's way too creepy. Redread warned their ally immediately, and yet, that runt won't even be able to scratch this great Decadika's steel-like muscles. Decadika replied so, while squinting their eyes, completely looking down at the girl as they tapped their metal rod on their shoulder. Finishing this guy's off will allow no Chan to monopolize master's pats for her. The girl stepped out, leaving her comrades behind, and stood in front of Decadika's giant frame, declared so as her beautiful eyebrows formed a sharp curve. A brief silence followed that bold declaration, and then, "Don't mess with me, no stealing." Start. A storm passed along with the girl's enraged roar, and then, the white-haired girl's enraged roar made none of the undead army see the girl came out as the victor. As I thought, something is really off. With exception of Mariyasama and the other three, Decadika is one of the 5 strongest in Rotten King army. The most prominent factor about them was their extreme physical strength. No, the difference is already obvious even at glance just from the difference between the two's frames alone. Decadika's victory is clear, and yet, that girl's overly composed manner is simply too bizarre. Decadika. They tried to warn Decadika again, but their entire body trembled from rage. The throbbing vein on their forehead looked like as if it was about to explode. "Don't look down on me," and brandished their metal rod toward the white-haired girl as they raised an enraged roar. Decadika's metal rod was enchanted with flame, a weapon granted in person by the Rotten King. This girl's body would be crushed under the metal rod's might. her bones toasted till nothing left, or so it was supposed to be. The first one to raise dumbfounded voice was Decadika, and not without reason. The girl actually stood unscathed right in the center of the melting ground. She caught the metal rod with her right hand. Maybe because something unrealistic happened right before their eyes, Decadika could only stand still with a dumbfounded look on their face for a while after that, but they snapped right away and tried to raise their metal club again. But it won't move. The metal rod caught in the hand of the fragile-looking white-haired girl, who appeared to break on touch, didn't move an inch even when Decadika tried to pull it with their full strength. And then, it didn't take long for the enchanted metal rod to raise a cracking sound. Impossible. Decadika tried desperately to pull back their metal rod as they raised such scream, but the metal rod refused to budge an inch, and finally broke apart with a loud dry metallic sound. A monster. Decadika looking down on the girl while raising such terrified voice, completely aware of the abnormality of the girl before them. That moment, the girl's figure flickered as she delivered an elbow strike into her opponent's abdomen. Waiter menu, and those were the last words of Decadika. Pop. Their flesh torn apart, bones crushed to pieces, literally exploding into tiny pieces. Decadika's upper half smashed to pieces, and the lower half fell to the ground like sack of potatoes. Wait, at this rate none will take all the glory. It's first come first serve. Suddenly, one of the unknown groups raised such ominous-sounding exclamation. That moment, Redread suddenly recalled fear that they had long since forgotten. Run, otherwise, we're dead. They tried to act in accordance to their instinct but... They suddenly lost their voice upon seeing a creature with black smooth body and weapon resembling a red ring had already arrived before their eyes. The next moment, Redread's line of sight suddenly turned around many times as their head separated from their neck, landing on the woods and crushing many ruined buildings before stopping, and then crashed onto Rotten King Palace without even the chance to raise a scream. Thus, Redread's consciousness descended into eternal darkness. In this way, Area 4 of Death Metropolis of Flower that had already transformed into Garden for Mouse Hunt turned into Hell for the Mouses. Chapter 43, Mouse Hunt. The one who stood on the ground was a petite girl whose entire body was covered with amulets. A subordinate of Rotten King whose appearance resembled that of Giant Turtle ran away from such girl while raising such desperate cries. The petite girl casually pointed her palm toward the turtle. And just like that, the turtle whose entire body rotten suddenly stopped in its place as its body rose in the air. The petite girl then clasped her hand, and just like that the rotting body of the giant turtle squeezed till it became round sphere of meat along with unpleasant sound as if it just got squeezed by giant invisible hands. The giants whose leader got killed by the white-haired girl decided to fight back with resolution to die. Monster. Few giants who wore decayed armor was rushing forward while creating small tremors and swinging down their metal rod toward the red-haired youth with red wings growing from his back who stood right in front of them. The youth didn't dodge their attack, he just let the strike to land right on the crown of his head. The youth's height was around 2 meters. It looked like that he would be crushed far too easily by metal rod of the giants who were a dozen times bigger than him. Normally speaking, the youth's brain should be smashed by now. But! The metal rod melted like candle. Impossible. The enchanted weapon I got from Rotten King Sama is melting. The red-haired youth seems to be extremely displeased upon hearing the rotting giants rambling and then, even though it's just a brittle weapon that can't even withstand Norn's strength, why do you think the weapon of such a weak evil god will work on me, the Phoenix? He shouted back with enraged voice. His name was Phoenix. The immortal divine bird gained the ability to take human form after registered into subjugation picture book. The moment Phoenix snapped his fingers, a fire pillar descended from the sky, burning all the giant's flesh and bones till not even speck of dust left of them. I guess that terrifying personage is truly enraged now. Somehow it made me remember just how foolish my past self back then. His body then rose slowly in the air while muttering such words with self-derision smile on his face, and started gliding in the air as he truly began the total annihilation as his master order. Several giant rotting dragon that should be one of the strongest race in this world could only raise despair draw as they tried to run as fast as possible, when the eyes of one of the head of seven-headed golden dragon shone, golden thunderbolts raining down from the sky, reducing the rotting dragons to nothing, not even a single cell of them left in the world. Moreover, another head opened its jaws, and unleashed crimson flame that reduced numerous undeads to nothing. Hey Ladon, are you trying to kill us too? That attack just now killed almost all enemies in this area. Are you trying to hoard the credit from Supreme Ruler Sama? Loud protests resounded from the entire hunting ground, and yet, the golden dragon with 7 head, Ladon didn't even pay any attention to those voice. He just kept trampling down on the remaining rats in the area. And then come the strongest faction whose strength rivaled Divine Dragon faction. Featureless being who floated in the air unfastened the red ring floating on their back, and throwing it toward the undead. The red ring rotated at extremely high speed, decapitating one undead head after another. The body whose head decapitated by the red ring was melting like burning candle in just a moment as the red ring went toward its next target. The decapitated head wasn't even spared as they just floating unsteadily around the featureless being. Several group of undeads was rushing forward with resolution to die. The youth whose naked upper body had 8 eyes was shrugging his shoulder and swung his right arm casually to the side. The undead of giant serpent who happened to be in line with his claws got filleted into 3 portions. Countless bubbles arose on the surface of the filleted meat before it exploded. The exploded meat were also affecting the other undead, turning them into burning fine pieces of meat. Jaihi, the youth pointing the palm of his right hand toward the back of mythical beast-like undead whose appearance resembled giant monkey who escaped with tail between their leg. The next moment, countless bubbles appeared on the skin of the giant monkey before it exploded with a bang. Seeing that, the youth smiled as he walked in the battlefield again, searching for the next prey. Chapter 44, What a Foolish Question. Front of a tent in the plaza, Death Metropolis of Flower. Black mist enshrouded the deepest part of Death Metropolis of Flower, located far away. As a result, the exam ended in a hurry and the students were ordered to evacuate to the tower. Thus, the only one left to watch the situation in front of the plaza were apprehended members of Vice Headmaster faction, Inea, and her subordinates from Headmaster faction, several hunters including Ralph Excel, and lastly, Rose and Co. Currently, they're looking at the situation inside the black mist from the projection created by Esther, the monocle-wearing woman claiming to be Kai Heineman's subordinate. The dimension is way too different. The chief of research division, Chloe, voiced out what everyone in that place excluding Rose and Co felt right now while sweating profusely. The projection depicting the group of undead got trampled down mercilessly, not even getting the chance to resist. The spectacle of the undead getting trampled so thoroughly showed the other party's strength. Tell me Esther, is Kai's subordinates truly that powerful? Hearing Rose asked with puzzled voice, you are asking that now? Despite how they usually act, all of them are cream de la cream of the combat power in God's ordeal, not to mention that they've become even more powerful thanks to Master's power. Those lowly bugs are nothing. To others, it looked like as if it wasn't the answer they're looking for. At first, Esther appeared to be wary toward Death Metropolis of Flower, but it only took a few moments for her to return to her usual languid face. God's ordeal, is that place has something to do with the reason why Kai suddenly becomes so powerful? That place isn't a place where a mere bug, human, can enter wantonly. Ignorance is bliss. After voicing such ambiguous remarks, her lips formed a straight horizontal line as if to say that she wouldn't open her lips anymore. The reason being the scope of the topic was beyond mortal understanding. That moment, a flying object pierced the black mist, flying toward their direction at high speed. The flying object came from black mist then landed right in the plaza, creating a huge crater as a result. A while later, the flying object was clear for everyone to see and was none other than the rotting head of a dragon. And it didn't take a long time for a featureless existence with entire body dyed in jet black color, wielding a weapon that resembled a red ring fastened on their back. It landed right beside the head of the dragon that fell a while ago. This is my blunder. The featureless existence bowed to Esther, and then, it came toward the rotting head of a dragon, making it float in the air. The next moment, they became flash of light, and returned inside the black mist. Ah, so the big shot of Giram Kala faction is making their move too, eh? Those undead truly screwed this time. When Zack made such serious statement, and the worst thing in this situation is the fact that those evil beings who used to work behind the scenes are given the chance to come to the front stage. Well, I guess it's about the time for the climax scene. Esther nodded in agreement while voicing such meaningful remark. I have a question. Is Kai really far more powerful than all of them? Hearing Rose's question, Esther just blinking silently for a few seconds before she opened her lips. What a foolish question. As if supporting the fact, Esther replied so with a wicked smile on her face. Chapter 45, The Fall of Rotten Desire, Death Metropolis of Flower Area 5, Rotten King Palace. Shit. The supreme rotten body would arrive any time now. Thus the Rotten King hummed happily as he rolled in his bed, dreaming the rotten world within his grasp. As the manager of this world, Holy Warrior Ares was the only one vigilant against the Rotten King. Thus, as long as Ares was defeated, no one in this world could stop the Rotten King. 4 great demon kings, dragon race, mythical beast beings who weren't even divine beings wouldn't be able to defeat the Rotten King. This have nothing to do with being good or evil. Definitely not a place for some mob. Rotten King had already received a report from Manu, informing the former that the latter had successfully secured the ultimate vessel for him. The moment he gains an ultimate rotten body, this world will fall into his hands to play with. Oh right. It's time for afternoon snack. Death. Bring me the snack's teeth. Waking up from thousands of years of sleep, he wore his stylish dress before having the main dish. Yes, the zombie butler bowed respectfully and left the room. Shit. He floated from the bed, humming, sitting in the chair in front of grandiose round table. Momentarily, a zombie maid came and placed a napkin on his chest. Thank you for waiting. Few minutes later, the zombie butler appeared in a chef's attire carrying 2 giant plates. Cloth napkin hung on each of those plates, moving restlessly, indicating that the ingredients were still alive. I shall do a live cooking show of the freshly caught human. The chef placed his hand on his chest, and bowed respectfully. Fresh meat. I love it. I'm waiting. Death, with a fork in his right hand and a knife in the left, he happily poked at the clothes. After another bow, the chef uncovered the clothes, revealing a man and a woman, bound with some restraint on the plate. The male being the shorty giving off a young master vibe, and the female a blonde-haired woman with braided hair. Both were crying and shouting desperately from the gags in their mouth. Alas, it was futile resistance. Blood like red liquid covered their body, restricting them. Are they domesticated? Our scout happened to catch them in the wild. After washing them clean and using my secret sauce to cover them, I hope your majesty will enjoy their fresh, wild flavor. A smile formed on the balloon-like face of the Rotten King upon hearing that. Awesome. Death. Live. Wild livestock. Human. My tongue smeared in despair is a really tough one, but no one hates the sweet rotten taste. Rotten King shouted triumphantly. It was the usual nonsensical song. Seeing the 2 ingredients screaming even louder, alas, the best is to start from the head. Rotten King opened his mouth, suddenly widening several times the normal size, showing the rows of sharp teeth inside, and then, right when he was about to take a bite of the woman, Beelzebub-deboo, a humming could be heard from above. Hearing that, Rotten King's mouth returned to normal as he stood from his chair. Shows their death? He asked so despite looking around desperately. That was natural, because that very place was the sanctuary created by Rotten King. A god's sanctuary, an existence that could destroy it shouldn't exist in this world. Even if they did exist, it would be at most as strong as him. Thus, he wondered if that was Ares' apostle, but dismissed it immediately since he paid special attention to Ares' apostle and would realize immediately if they entered his realm. Also, his realm was hidden thoroughly this time. Thus, not even an apostle could ever hope to find, or infiltrate his realm. If there was someone who could do that, It would be Ares himself, or other gods. As Rotten King pondered, found him, Supreme Ruler Charmer, he suddenly got interrupted by the bipedal fly who appeared out of nowhere! Exclamation mark. A glance at that fly was enough to instill an indescribable fear that he never felt before. He took a step back, preparing to fight with his all. What the hell is that? Rotten King realized that the bipedal fly before him was in a completely different league. They're gods, moreover, one strong enough to stand on the zenith of each mythological system. Don't mess with me. How can such a mighty being appear in this backwater world? It was common knowledge that there was a restriction placed on each great god who stood on the zenith of each mythological system. And they couldn't even enter reality. No way. He raised a despaired voice as realization dawned upon him. A fact that this world would become miniature garden for that war. Why, you must be kidding me, Deeth. If his guess was right, Rotten King was almost convinced that he had somehow found himself right in the middle of war between ancient gods of good and evil. The infamous God's Death Game, Death War. It wasn't a place in which a being like Rotten King wouldn't even be considered a foot soldier. The only silver lining of the current situation was the fact that the fly before him didn't seem to come from the good faction. Rotten King still had the chance to get out of the pinch since the other party seemingly came from evil faction. Your Majesty, name is. The moment Rotten King said so, the fly suddenly kneeled in a certain direction. That moment, the surrounding was wrapped in black light. And then, only few moment for him to realize that his Rotten King's palace had already turned into a vacant lot! Exclamation mark. When he rose in the air due to the confusion, what in the world just happened? He confirmed that his surroundings turned into a vast vacant lot. His Rotten King palace, his kin who lived inside, everything had already been annihilated, including the core of his palace. The only things left was the round table with two restrained living humans, the great god of fly who kneeled on their knees, and Rotten King himself. Hi, and then, he noticed, the fact that he had already been surrounded by a few hundred gods. Every single one of them could kill Rotten King in less than a second. Impossible. This is impossible, Edith. He wondered what caused him to face such impossible lineup. Initially, the bipedal fly was already powerful enough to rival the zenith of each mythological system. Since it'd come to this, Rotten King was convinced that something that he did had provoked the wrath of the gods who surrounded him. The gods who surrounded the Rotten King only spared a glance to the latter, who raised an unsightly scream as he slapped his balloon-like face before they kneeled at once toward a certain direction. In the direction they faced was a normal, weak, human youth, walking toward the Rotten King with a long sword in his hand. Chapter 46. This place is your graveyard. Right after I gave my order, a doom-shaped black mist enclosed the entire region. This sensation. It was definitely Giram Kala's cursed realm, though he didn't appear before me. I could guess that he had secretly interfered with this event behind the scene. Well, the fact that he didn't appear before me when I summoned all upper echelons was already strange though. Moreover, his cursed realm was tough, not to mention it was perfect for isolation of information. Nevertheless, it wasn't perfect. My connection with Beelzebub was disturbed by the cursed realm too. Nevertheless, there was nothing to worry about since I just received communication from Damas a while ago mentioning that he managed to get out safely with Lila. It seems Damas found Lila safe and sound right outside the perimeter of the cursed realm. She was just unconscious. Naturally, the timing was too good to be true. So, I realized immediately that the Lila that got kidnapped before must be one of my subordinates disguised as Lila. Since that was the case, the only thing left was to exterminate the harmful pests in this region. Reason being they tried to kidnap my relatives. Thus, I had to break, twist, crush and exterminate them till nothing is left. Found him, Supreme Ruler Charmer. That moment, Bill's voice resounded in my head. At the same time, vivid images and the map of the intricate cursed realm popped out in my head. I honestly didn't care about this, but Giram Kala seems to be overreacting again. Well, none of those pests would be able to escape from this place though. And since Lila was safe and sound, I'll play along with Giram Kala's plan. After running in accordance to the map given to me, I arrived in front of a uselessly huge building that looked like it was made of pulsing red flesh. So the guy who tried to kidnap Lila was right inside this abominable-looking building. I guess I would never get along with the one who made this abominable-looking building. Maybe it's just a knowledgeable undead who got overly excited. How foolish. I found it laughable that an idiot built this building so brazenly in this world filled with strong misunderstanding. That fellow was asking for death. I scanned the building with divine eye and grasped its inner structures. Aside from Beals, there were two people tied up on huge plate-covered cloth, and a balloon-like monster donning another world's sunglasses. There was also Butler, and the cook looked scared shitless. It seems that balloon with sunglasses was the mastermind. Surprisingly enough, the two people on the huge plate were none other than my teammates. I thought that they had already retreated after my threat, but I guess they got unlucky and were captured by those undead. I guess it would leave a bad aftertaste if I didn't save them while I can. Okay, time to end this game. I unsheated Morasame from its sheath hung on my back, and raised it up. That form should be the most suited one to destroy a structure. Thus, after confirming with divine eye that there was no other human aside from my two teammates, I targeted everything except the balloon-like man, my two teammates, and Beals. True Commandment Sword Art, 1 Sword Style, 7th Form. Sakai, World Destruction. Revise. I swung down Morasame wrapped in jet black aura. The blade fired jet black wave, every building in its way decaying and crumbling down in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all that was left was the vacant lot. And the bipedal flew kneeling toward me, to the table with my two teammates, and the balloon-like man who kept rambling. Amidst those surreal spectacles, the members of Subjugation picture book surrounding this vacant lot kneeled down at once to me. Thank you for the hard work. Everyone hung their heads down when I thanked them. Well then, all that left is your disposal. The balloon-like man with sunglasses could only stare at me, trembling in fear. Plea, Gudjia. I bisected right arm of the guy who rushed toward me, begging for forgiveness. His screams resounded in the vacant lot in Area 5. Forgive you? What are you talking about? You tried to kidnap people dear to me. Since you tried to commit such folly despite your weak power, it's only fair for you to prepare for the consequences. I mean, from my perspective, his strength was not that much different from a goblin. Even if I left him to his own devices, this small fry undead will be dealt by Hunter Guild or Babel sooner or later. Yet, this guy actually dares to hurt those dear to me. I wasn't so naive as to let this guy off the hook. Why death? Can I feel pain? Death? I am an undead. I should be unable to feel pain, and yet I sliced off his left arm too. That moment, the balloon-like man with sunglasses rolled in pain on the ground. Shut up. I don't care about whatever shit happens in your body. I don't even care if you're an undead or whatever you call yourself. The only end waiting for you after angering me is death. Impossible. Death. The fella shook his head as he retreated, trembling in fear both in body and expression. I cannot perish. Teeth. Seeing that him trying to jump back, I severed both his legs as well, which made him scream in pain again. I looked at the miserable balloon-like man who almost turned into a real balloon. This place is your execution ground. You'll die in the unsightliest and pitiful way with no one to speak for you. Unfortunately, I've to tell you another bad news. This would be my last gift. Worse news? The fella asked back. I have zero intention to simply just end the matter with killing you. After I gave my verdict, I lowered my center of gravity and pointed Morasame's tip behind. And lastly, I loaded an enormous amount of mana into its blade. This form was an outlier, one that directly attacked the soul of the target. The number of times I used this form in that easy dungeon could be counted on one hand. I only used it when I deemed that my opponent was truly unnecessary, and this balloon-like man with sunglasses just happened to fall under such category. Not to mention that I couldn't just let him go after he brazenly tried to hurt Lila. Thus, I decided to erase his existence, once and for all. No. The balloon-like man with sunglasses turned around in air with his limitless body, trying his best to get away from me. True Commandment Sword Art, 8th Form, Shiranui, Unknown Flame. Morasame flashed, and the balloon-like man was sliced up beautifully right in the middle. The wound from my slash spread out quickly, as if eating the balloon-like man from inside. This was the 8th form, Shiranui, Unknown Flame, an extremely dangerous skill that directly attacked the soul of the target. This was the form that I gained in the middle of registering as a member of the Subjugation picture book. This form had various strict restrictions, and might not be that effective against a truly powerful opponent, but it should be enough to exterminate the vermin before me. Good grief! This examination, farce, that had been going long enough had finally ended. To all of you, thank you very much for your assistance this time. Let's have a party after this. After I thanked them, the member of the Subjugation picture book bowed at once and then returned to the book. Lastly, I looked at the bipedal fly and, Beals, can I ask you to take care of the aftermath? Give your best hospitality to those trashes laughing behind the scenes. I gave a direct order to Beelzebub to crush the one responsible for the incident. With pleasure. Beals nodded, and vanished like smoke. I approached my 2 teammates trembling on top of the plate, severed their binding tool with Morasame and gave them clothes which I took out from my item box. Well then, let's go back for now. Well, I wasn't cruel enough to leave behind these 2 who had lost their fighting spirit. Let's take them along to the plaza. The 2 didn't move, just staring silently at me. What's the matter? Are you not going to go with me? Well, I don't really care even if you want to go back to Plaza by yourselves. You know, we will go with you. Me too. Both of them wore the clothes in a hurry when I asked so. I shrugged my shoulders and waited for them to finish wearing their clothes as I looked in the direction of the plaza. Chapter 47, Song of Ruin. I sighed. Crabahstein. Inside one of the most luxurious rooms in Babel's tower. Failure? You mean the removal of Spear King has failed? The tall old man donning a green robe, the vice headmaster, Crabahstein, asked aggressively to the slit-eyed, expressionless man wearing a similar green robe. Indeed, the slit-eyed mass was Crab's right-hand man, normally brimming with confidence. Even if something went wrong, his face wouldn't ever pale as now. And then, as one of his eyes opened wide, something that the man never did before. What about that Lumen girl? Fail too, he replied, averting his gaze, sighing as if his soul left his body. What about Somni Barrel and the Incompetent? All of the plans failed. Seeing his right-hand man's reaction. You idiot, my reputation depends on this matter. This will affect the next term headmaster election. Failure is unacceptable, Crab finally shouted at the slit-eyed man. But, reputation? Aren't you just simply incapable? The latter just replied with an eerie laugh. The other staff raised hysteric scream upon seeing their superior's right-hand man in such state. You bastard, what are you laughing for? Crab was now enraged seeing the laughs directed at him. Nevertheless, the slit-eyed man kept laughing without care. Cackling, cackling, cackling. Stop laughing. Even though the slit-eyed man got blasted away, striking him to the wall behind, he stood up again like a doll and started dancing merrily instead. Beelzebub dee-boo, Beelzebub dee-boo, boo-boo, boo-boo, boo-boo. The slit-eyed man's limbs suddenly flexed loosely like rubber as the merry laughter continued. At the same time, his bones creaked, and his flesh crumbled down. Oi, stop that joke already. Crab tried to stop the slit-eyed man, but the strange fellow didn't stop even as he bleeded all over, dancing to his own beats. Beelzebub dee-boo, Beelzebub dee-boo, boo-boo-boo-boo. Stinkiest amongst the stinky maggots, the king of fly. His name is Beelzebub. Beelzebub dee-boo, Beelzebub dee-boo, boo-boo-boo-boo. Very fragrant even if it covered in shit. That's paradise that I want, baboo. Beelzebub dee-boo, Beelzebub dee-boo, boo-boo-boo-boo. Finally, the strange, rubber-like bleeding body lost its shape and transformed into something resembling a bipedal fly. One of Crab's staff tried to escape as soon as he saw the slit-eyed man transform into a fly. Oi, you bastard. Crab couldn't finish his sentence, aimed to stop the escaping staff. Kishishi kisha aha. As the unseeming laugh resounded in the room, several feelers flew out from the mouth of the rubber man who was in the middle of a transformation, skewering the man escaping right in his crown. Though the body of skewered man twitched for a few seconds, he suddenly started another strange dance. Another scream filled the room upon seeing what was used to be the staff, dancing strangely while vomiting blood. The man with slit eyes completed his transformation into a bipedal fly, then placed his hands on his hip. "It's a verdict for you. Your action has greatly displeased our supreme ruler. Therefore, I'm sent to punish those deeply involved in this matter." In a completely different voice, the bipedal fly spoke in an extremely solemn tone. That sentence had transformed the room into purgatory. In the blink of an eye, the entire staff present transformed into animals of unknown species. Crab didn't even show discomfort upon seeing what was used to be his subordinates. Even though he felt nauseated, the flow of his blood reversed. He could neither speak nor breathe due to the extreme fear which felt like it almost tore his throat, and managed to retreat toward the window behind him. Crab was desperate. He knew that he would be free from this hell once he left the room. Thus, believing his instinct, he kicked the floor with his entire power and broke through the window. And then, just as he was about to invoke a flying spell, Crab's last hope was smashed to pieces upon seeing countless fly-like monsters waiting for him right outside. Crab's consciousness descended into darkness amidst his screams. Chapter 48, Song of Ruin 2, Side, Pandora. Central Church's Babel branch. "What did you just say?" Cardinal Pandora showed her trademark iron wall-like smile in front of the communication magic, questioning with a shrill voice. "His Eminence, the Pope has passed away." "The same goes for Cardinal C." "Huh? No, I mean, how can it be?" Her legs shook as she retreated, and plopped in the chair behind, barely managing to keep her calm. "Because they offended someone they shouldn't have," the man in front of his communication magic replied in an awfully calm tone, holding two bundles in his hands, as if convinced of something. "Who did they dare touch?" Pandora asked back immediately. But she was almost convinced of the reason. It was most likely someone related to Lumenhelna. As for the reason, it was because the one who received revelation about Lumenhelna's gift being the one scorned even by our father's god was none other than Cardinal C. And Lumen's execution had literally been approved of by His Eminence as soon as he heard about that revelation. And since it happened now of all time, it was too much of a coincidence. But those two, if we discounted the four archbishops who hailed as castaway child of God, are supposed to be two of strongest person in Central Church. Run-of-the-mill methods won't be enough to assassinate them. When Pandora was pondering about such things, guess who? The man who contacted Pandora suddenly burst into mad laugh. "What's the matter?" Pandora got away from the communication magic tool. Archbishop Shni, who acted cold as usual, displayed an expression that he had never shown before. "Beelzebub-debu, Beelzebub-debu, bu-bu-debu-bu-debu." Stinkiest amongst the stinky maggots, the king of fly. His name is Beelzebub. The head of the man suddenly rotated unnaturally as it made creaking sound. His body also started dancing wildly as he sang, ignoring the sound of snapping bones and torn flesh. That moment, the bundles in the man's hands unveiled. Pandora's armor. "This guy is bad news," Archbishop Shni shouted as bead of sweats appeared on his forehead. "I know that. Cut the communication immediately." It was a natural reaction after seeing such gore. The bundle contained the head of a crew-cut brown-haired man. That head's mouth opened wide as blood trickled down from its nose and eyes. "Please cut the communication immediately." "I can't. I've been trying to do that." The magic tool isn't responding at all. How strange. The communication magic tool should have been cut off and yet, it didn't react at all. Moreover, the strange dance of the priest who used the communication device was kept on display. "Beelzebub-debu, Beelzebub-debu, bu-bu-debu-bu-debu. I'm faithful follower of Supreme Ruler. His order is my pleasure, babu. Anyone who displease him will babu." Beelzebub-debu, Beelzebub-debu, bu-bu-debu-bu-debu. Suddenly, the flesh of the priest transformed into a fly-like creature. The fly-like creature then stopped dancing, standing in attention. "You've offended our supreme ruler. Therefore, anyone deeply involved in this matter shall receive punishment. He won't be this merciful if something like this happens again." The communication was cut off on after the fly-like creature said so. "We are safe?" As my tense nerves eased out, I plucked on the ground as if my hips just dislocated. "Maybe." Archbishop Schnee confirmed so as he fell on his knee. His current expression was as bad as Pandora, and it might be the first time he felt like that ever since his birth. That must be the ultimatum. The reason why Pandora was still alive was simply because she wasn't involved in the execution plan. Anyhow, Pandora's real reason for visiting Babel was completely unrelated to the plan. She just acted as mere messenger, just happening to receive the communication from the priest when she had nothing to do. Those two factors resulting in her barely dodging the bullet. Most likely, the world seems like it's went mad. Lumen Helena. Though I had no idea why His Eminence the Pope and Cardinal C regarded that girl as dangerous, now it was clear to me. The supreme ruler mentioned by that fly must have been really enraged after discovering that His Eminence the Pope and Cardinal C are trying to kill Lumen Helena, thus sent assassins to eliminate the two as a warning. No, maybe everyone directly involved in Lumen Helena's assassination plan had already stopped breathing. Rather, maybe I should feel relieved that it only ended up with this degree of damage. That was definitely an enemy of mankind, a god. That's just how wicked the fly she saw was. Due to this incident, the Central Church had to pay with the lives of Cardinal C and the Pope. But it wasn't a big problem since she knew that personnel change happened regularly. Though the loss of the two were a huge blow, it wasn't fatal. That fly was definitely far more dangerous than the Demon King. No, the likes of Demon King might be equal to tiny ant on the road for that fly. They're definitely not an existence that's supposed to be left on their own devices in this world. Even if they exist, it should be our God dealing with them. But our God would have already entered this world if it was so simple to do so. Even if we mobilize our entire Central Church force to fight that fly, I can only see our side being slaughtered one-sidedly, leaving behind a mountain of corpses. Since that was the case, we had no choice but to accelerate that plan. If the four archbishops and I get divine power in true sense, we might be able to fight them. No, that alone might be far from enough. The heroes team, their strength would grow exponentially once they gain divine force. Though we're going to dispose them once they subjugate the Demon King, we've to make a little adjustment to our plan. And it wasn't just the hero. We wouldn't be able to fight that unless we use everything that we can use. Contact the hero Dono, and then, please arrange a meeting with all archbishops. Maybe because he understood Pandora's intention, Archbishop Schnee, who usually complained to her, agreed and left the room immediately. This is a war that us, children of God, can't afford to lose. Pandora clenched her right fist as she steeled her resolve. Chapter 49.1, Song of Ruin 3, Side. Ares Celestial Palace, Geeting Room, Ares Palace. The angels in Geeting Room, located in Ares Palace, paced around quickly, gathering as much information as possible. To be exact, it wasn't just in Geeting Room. The entire Ares Palace has descended into chaos. It began when they received the notice about Rotten King, the worst of the evil gods sealed in Lemuria. The world under Ares management was resurrected. That news sent the entire Ares Palace into a state of turmoil. Rotten King was a god with a distorted divinity, and an extremely powerful one on top of that. Not even Cardinal Pandora or Hera Mashiero, who received a direct blessing from Ares, could ever hope to defeat him. Rotten King was almost immortal. One had to spend so much power to kill him once and for all. Not even Ares could completely kill Rotten King in the past. Thus, he had no choice but to seal the latter. Now that the seal had been undone, war against Rotten King was unavoidable. Rotten King's immortal army was truly powerful. Ares' army definitely wouldn't leave unscathed in a war against the immortal army. How's the situation of the Rotten King's immortal army? Currently, he might be trying to swallow the area around Babel. That guy was a really troublesome foe since he had the ability to make undead put under his curse to follow his order. Something unspeakable would happen in the human world if left as is. That is, the angel subordinates spoke with baffled look on their face. What's happened? Ares asked, frowning. The Rotten King's immortal army has been annihilated. Any trace him has vanished. The angel spoke total BS that no one would believe. Huh? What did you say just now? Ares couldn't help but question, while after being enveloped by dome-shaped black mist. The Rotten King and his immortal army. Even the Rotten King's palace has vanished without trace, leaving only a huge empty lot behind. Naturally, the angel had no choice but to continue his report with bewildered look on their face. That's impossible. That palace was made by Hermes, you know. Yes, that palace was made by none other than Hermes, a powerful god, and Ares' longtime friend. Not even the Rotten King could destroy that palace. Thus, he concluded that someone had cleared the condition to unseal the Rotten King. That's true. Not even a blade of grass left in the place where the palace used to be. Impossible. Please take a look yourself. The angel displayed the scenery of Area 5 of Death Metropolis of Flower located in Babel, the world of Lemuria. No way. The picture displayed was a literal circular-shaped empty vacant lot with none of ruin left. The only thing left in that lonely picture was a huge wooden table located right in the center of the vacant lot. What in the world is happening here? Ares was asking himself. Alas, he couldn't find plausible answer for that question. The only thing he understood was the fact that there used to be a palace at that place. It was a sealing facility created by Hermes, and no one in Celestial World can even left a scratch on it. It was even more impossible from those from Lower World. In short, someone, or something had annihilated the palace who known for its toughness along with the Rotten King. But still, being from Lower World supposed to be incapable of such feat. When Ares was pondering like that, Corinth Sama is asking for audience. A gatekeeper goes into gating room in a hurry and kneeling in front of Ares immediately. We're facing emergency situation right now. How about later? Ares couldn't help but reply with slightly vexed voice. Did this angel even understand what kind of emergency we faced right now? The world under my management, Lemuria, has fell into unprecedented danger right at this very moment. I tried that too, but when the gatekeeper was about to finish their report, sorry, Corinth Sama, we're in the state of immersion. Voices of several gatekeepers trying to stop Corinth could be heard from the other side of the gate. The door opened forcefully, and a tall and muscular blonde-haired man with a neat cut entered the gating room. He was the mid-rank angel, Corinth. His main job was coordinating with the Central Church. To be exact, he was the one responsible for the revelation of the human race's gift in the form of an oracle, or giving orders to observe every individual who awakened a highly dangerous gift in the lower world. But he was reprimanded due to excessively intolerable acts he committed, such as giving cruel orders to the Central Church for a specific gift holder. Thus, Ares thought that the reason for Corinth to come this time was to raise an objection in regard to that. And though Corinth's action tended to be over the top nowadays, he never forgot to show proper respect to God. Corinth, we're busy right now. If you came to protest, return late. Corinth suddenly raised a mechanical laugh before Ares could finish his remark. What are you laughing for? Despite of Ares asking with a frown, Corinth just raised a mechanical laugh. The other angels murmured among themselves upon seeing that strange state, and then, when he finally stopped laughing, he unwrapped the bundle of clothes he carried under his right arm! The content was the bald head of a human priest. Beelzebub Debu, Beelzebub Debu, Babubu, Babubu, Babubu. The eyes of the bald priest suddenly opened wide and sang a strange song as Corinth started to perform a strange dance. Creak, creak, rip. The sound of Corinth's snapped bones and split flesh resounded in gating room, though the people in that room were dumbfounded for a while upon seeing such bizarre scene. Corinth, stop this madness immediately. All of you, stop Corinth. Ares snapped immediately and ordered Corinth to stop, though the angels also tried to pin him down but got blown away as a result. Thus, the dance of death continued on. Beelzebub Debu, Beelzebub Debu, Bubudbubudbu. Stinkiest amongst the stinky maggots, the king of fly. His name is Beelzebub. Chapter 49.2, Song of Ruin 3, sighed Ares. At that point, Corinth's body, already smashed to bits, lost its original shape and transformed into a fly-like creature, attack from the god of another mythology. Everyone get away from Corinth, now. The moment Ares ordered so, the fly-like creature stopped dancing and, our great supreme ruler is really displeased by your actions. Therefore, they ordered me to punish those deeply involved in this matter. He started talking with solemn voice, and then, this is the ultimatum from our supreme ruler. When the fly-like creature spoke with an inorganic voice that caused the air to tremble, the gatekeepers approached him slowly from behind and pinned him down, and then, right at that moment, Corinth fired tentacles from his mouth. A gatekeeper's head was immediately pierced by that tentacle and twitched for a while, and suddenly stood up and performed that strange dance again. Kill the two gatekeepers immediately. The entire personnel in Ares' palace moved at once to eliminate the intruder. Bad news. We can't hold them back. But then, each attacker turned into fly-like monster, one after another. Keep going. Ares ordered his angel subordinates to keep rushing forward instead of retreating. As a result, Ares' palace suffered a fatal blow. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before all personnel in the entire palace turned into a repulsive fly-like monster. I have to prevent that at all costs. A god who couldn't even protect their people from evil didn't qualify as a god. Losing his people meant a complete defeat to Ares. Thus, he had to stop the fly-like monster at all costs. Maybe the main body was Corinth, which located in the center. Slaying him should be able to put an end to this nightmare. Thus, I rushed ahead at full speed toward Corinth, brandished my divine sword Arata toward him, but then, it caught so easily with his talon-like right arm. Are you kidding me? Not even this divine sword Arata can cut him down. Despite asking such question, not even he had the answer. Reason being, the divine sword Arata was a sword forged by god Hermes, an extremely famous miraculous sword even in celestial world. Parrying it was by no means a simple matter, and yet, it happened right before him, amidst such bewildered train of thought. A kick landed right on his abdomen, sending him flying till he crashed against the wall, creating a huge crater on the wall. Ares frowned as he tried to stand on his feet. His body was riddled with pains. His defeat meant that everything was over. He braced himself. He had to win no matter what. Ares pointed Arata's tip toward Corinth, who took the shape of fly, stomped on the floor with his feet, plunging himself into a battle that most likely would end with his defeat. Ares' body was riddled with wounds, but he managed to prop himself with solely his strong sense of duty. Strangely enough, the group of fly-like monsters suddenly stopped attacking the angels in the room and stopped still as they stared at Ares and Corinth. Fly. I won't go down. The eternal peace of the people lay on my shoulders. When he raised his voice as he pointed Arata with little power that was left in his body, the flies suddenly formed a line with Corinth Fly as its center, and dancing with perfectly coordinated movement. Babu, Babu, Beelzebub Debu. All of them danced to that mysterious song. And lastly, took the strange pose, punishment complete. After Corinth Fly shouted, his body twisted again as if he was a mere laundry being wrung dry pan, and then popped off into tiny pieces. As it ended, just like a puppet with its strings cut off, I plopped on my rear while muttering so. When I looked around, that terrifying existence was no more, vanished into dark mist. When he opened his eyes again, he already rested in the medical ward of Ares' palace. A familiar old face was looking at him with a worried look. Deus Sama. This old man was the great god Deus. He was also hailed as king of gods and the strongest god of celestial world. The reason why Deus Sama visited me, a mere high-rank god, was simply because he was my grandfather. What happened back then, Ares? Deus asked his grandson. What? I raised my body from bed as the memory of that evil being revived in my mind, but I ended up falling on the floor, and vomited all over. The frustration of being unable to save his faithful subordinate, his disappointment of his own weakness, and lastly, the fear toward the unknown evil being gnawed him from inside. When such violent emotions settled down, Ares had finally got a grip on himself, and then, he started to explain the situation to Deus. Fly-like monster. Could it be? No, that's impossible. That guy should have been sealed inside that maddening dungeon. And that fella should be a lump of pride that won't submit to anyone. Deus muttered in soliloquy while shaking his head to the side. Deus-sama. Oh, don't worry about it. That enemy is clearly a bit too much for you. Leave the rest to me. Don't involve yourself in this matter anymore. Deus left after he patted Ares' back to give his grandson some reassurance. Don't involve myself in this matter anymore, eh? Ares asking himself in soliloquy, but only parched laugh came out from his mouth. Like hell I can do that. Wash your neck. I'll definitely avenge my beloved subordinate who died like a bug. Ares clenched his fists as made such a vow. Chapter 50, Last Compassion. Sighed. Gilbert Lotto Amelia. Private room of a certain high-end residential area in the north of Babel. Has the report of Somni and the Incompetent's execution arrived? The first prince of Melia Kingdom, Gilbert Lotto Amelia, asked a guardian knight with loach beard, the top dog of his guardian knights, in an irritated voice. Though we've yet to receive the report, I do understand your worry. We were different from all of your previous untalented senior knights. Watching the guardian knight straightened his posture, replying so while pinching his prided loach beard. Naturally, I've paid exorbitant amount of money for your service after all. I'll be in trouble if you're not worth the price. The guardian knights smiled. Their figure was overflowed with confidence. They did have the ability to support their pride, and unshakable belief that their side would be the final winner. All of them were martial art masters scouted by Gilbert from all over the world, and offered their service after being promised to be paid handsomely. Hunters, mercenaries, even people from underworld. Every single one of them was a one-man army. Until now, only a senior knight with certain amount of military exploit could become guardian knight. But Gilbert decided to change them, prioritizing real ability over everything after witnessing Somni's immaturity and Timuri's timidness, which caused his defeat to an incompetent. Yeah, you'll see just how useful we are. Spare me your lip service. Show it with your actions. That's our intention. And as expected, the guardian knight's loach-bearded leader replied so while maintaining a smile on his face. So, what's the explanation that you prepared after the disposal of the two? Gilbert sat in the most luxurious chair in the center of the room, heaved a sigh and then asked. The incompetent hired Tokatsu to kill Somni, though Somni managed to kill the incompetent right before he died. Timuri, who fought Tokatsu, ended up killed in action. That's the scenario we're going to use. Timuri is useless. As the former leader of your highness's guardian knight, he actually lost to an incompetent, resulting in your humiliation. That's good enough. But, are you sure that there really is no problem in there? Yes. We received information from Vice Headmaster that they've already disposed the incompetent. They've confirmed the corpse of that pitiful silk pants called Somni too. I see. Maybe because the report he wanted to hear already reached his ears, Gilbert sat back in his chair with a relieved look on his face. With this, he managed to execute the incompetent who was ignorant of his status and dared to humiliate Gilbert, a royalty. In addition, Gilbert had already disposed Somni and Timuri who proven to be useless. He also used this chance to deal with the incompetent apprentice knight. After this, the power of Gilbert's new guardian knights were greatly augmented. The death of the incompetent would mean the death of Rose's royal guard too. In crown contest, royal guard and royalty has inseparable relationship, like head and body. The death of one's royal guard wasn't a simple matter. It would be followed by a huge penalty, which would make winning crown contest close to impossible. Will Rose drop out of competition after this? The moment Gilbert beamed delightfully, the entire building shook with deafening sound. What the hell is that? Seeing Gilbert rise from his chair as he asked loudly, the loach-bearded guardian knight raised his vigilance at once, and signaled to his subordinates, the man with lizard tattoo on his right cheek, to check the situation outside. The man with lizard tattoo drew closer in the entrance at once as he unsheathed the knife from its sheath on his waist. When he was about to reach the entrance, the man with lizard tattoo frowned upon seeing several lines on the gate. The next moment, the door broke to pieces along with the man. "Draw your weapons. Protect the prince." After the Loachbeard's order, the Guardian Knights unsheathed their weapons, and moved forward to protect Gilbert. Standing in front of the sliced door, a black-haired youth. How did the incompetent? Gilbert screamed in shock. That was natural. A baby-faced youth with medium build wearing a foreign attire. That was the description of Kai Heineman supposed to die in the report. Kill. The moment the head Guardian Knight gave such order, the tall and muscular red-haired man with crew cut leapt toward Kai Heineman in a flash, and brandished his great sword toward the latter's neck. The great sword was repelled much easily with the wooden sword in Kai Heineman's right hand. The next moment, body of the red-haired had already been sliced to pieces, and plopped on the ground. Impossible. The head knight barely managed to squeeze that word. That idiot prince over there. Follow me like a good kid. Denial or resistance is futile. This is an order. Kai Heineman ordered Gilbert with an extremely arrogant attitude, as if the man with Loachbeard wasn't even worth his attention. How dare you, a lowly noble, order me? Kill him. Gilbert ordered the Guardian Knights around him, but every single one of them trembled in their place. What's matter? This is a prince order. None of them flinched no matter how much he screamed at them. It's futile. Their eyes are that of losers. As soon as Kai Heineman said those words, "What are you doing?" "Kill him," Gilbert shouted again to the point that his throat was about to rupture. "Impossible. We can't win against that." The captain, who showed composed face until now, barely squeezed those words. "Don't mess with me. Just how much I pay you geese to use your service?" Hearing Gilbert's rambling, Kai Heineman frowned in displeasure, then threw something wrapped in clothes in his left hand. "Humphrey, yeah, maybe you've to realize your current situation first. Open that cloth wrap. That's the idiot to whom you entrusted that plan," and ordered Gilbert with a forceful tone that didn't allow any refusal. Gilbert, who felt humiliated by the way Kai Heineman spoke to him, "You cur, who do you?" was about to curse at the latter, but his line of sight suddenly spun few times before his face slammed right on the wooden floor. "Gayu." Gilbert, who felt the intense pain in his nose, then noticed that his hair had already been grabbed by Kai Heineman. "Hey, you've to at least confirm it with your own hands. This is the end of the man who died because of your foolish actions, after all," Kai Heineman ordered with a voice that sent a chill running down into Gilbert's spine as he threw the item wrapped in a cloth bag in front of the latter. Safi, MHE. Though he ordered his Guardian Knights as he raised his upper half, none of them dared to make a move. "You really are an idiot with zero learning ability, eh?" As soon as Kai Heineman spoke in a somewhat dumbfounded tone, Gilbert saw another sea of stars. It then followed by intense pain a second later. "I said, open the cloth bag." "How dwarf why?" Naturally, his face was slammed onto the wooden floor again. The next moment, he felt unbearable pain. What came later, I know. "I'll open it." The moment he said so, the grip on his hair loosened and he frantically opened the cloth bundle before him. And then, when the content of the bundle was revealed to his dimming eyes, he threw the bundle from his hands. The content of the bundle of cloth was an old man's head, and Gilbert was familiar with the old man's face. It was the head of the vice-headmaster of Babel to whom Gilbert made the request to kill Kai Heineman. Seeing the dead head's eyes wide open and face filled with fear in the last moment of his life sent an unspeakable terror into Gilbert's whole being, and then, he was assailed by intense nauseating feeling, and vomited on the floor. Shocked with just this, to begin with, you should have at least committed dozens of such atrocities, right? Kai Heineman asked so with a bone-chilling voice while looking down at the crying Gilbert, as if the latter was an existence even lower than an insect. Gilbert couldn't answer that question as he vomited. Yet again, properly speaking, I'm going to send Beals to deal with you too. But, someone made a plea to me, to spare a trash like you, and it was none other than the one you wanted to eliminate on top of that. So, you can rest assured, Rose isn't the one who pleaded for your life. Even if she did so, I won't change my decision since she is still your relative. Kai Heineman then paused, and turned around. Take him to the aforementioned place, and gave such order to androgynous beauty clad in foreign attire with monocle on her eyes. Roger. What are you going to do about these people? These guys are. You are. A single glance from Kai Heineman was enough to scare Gilbert's guardian knights. They abandoned their master at once. Fools. I've no intention to spare the lowly trash who killed children so brazenly. Kai Heineman's figure blurred for a moment. The next moment, the head of few guardian knights who ran toward the door was already separated from their necks, their bodies tumbling down on the floor like puppets with its strings cut off. And then, the figure of Kai Heineman appeared again at the entrance, holding blood-stained wooden sword in his right hand. We surrender. Rejected. You guys had already crossed the line. Your fate had already been decided the moment you guys tried to harm those innocent children. Color drained from the face of the head guardian knight as he retreated a few of his steps. This is my last mercy for you. I'll at least let you to die as a swordsman. So fight me with everything you have. When Kai Heineman shouted so with wide grin on his face, damn it, damn it, damn it, the man with loached beard raised a despaired roar and rushed toward Kai Heineman. Kai Heineman calmly raised his wooden sword to upper head stance. The next moment, crimson lines ran through the body of the man. His body cut into pieces and fell on the floor. The only thing left in the room was a pool of blood and pieces of meat lost in shape. In the blink of an eye, the gathering of strong warriors, which supposed to be the strongest group of guardian knights until now, screamed in despair upon seeing their peers turning into minced meat without any resistance whatsoever. Terrifying. Kai Heineman's strength was unfathomable. Too terrifying. As if Kai Heineman's act of murder was something akin to breathing for him. In Gilbert's eyes, the Kai Heineman in front of him had already transformed into a monster in human skin. He tried to escape but his body refused to move. Let Babel deal with the aftermath. When Kai Heineman muttered that soliloquy, the androgynous beauty with monocle then grabbed Gilbert by the nape of his neck. The next moment, Gilbert's consciousness descended into darkness. Chapter 51. I've told you right. No one going to save you now. I opened my eyes and my body was assailed by bone-piercing cold. I raised my torso the next moment and was surrounded by greenery and closed thickets. And then, he saw the faces of a few familiar people on his side. Father, Prime Minister, and the last figure entering his line of sight triggered a great terror in his entire being. He choked up. The three people started talking, disregarding Gilbert's situation. Despite being a truant, he's still my son. Allow me to express my gratitude for giving him a chance. The King of Amelia Kingdom, Edward Lotto Amelia, expressed his gratitude toward Kai Heineman. Save your gratitude to that freckled boy and Somni boy. This trash barely avoided most gruesome death penalty entirely due to their request. All I did is just respecting their value for willing to give this trash a last chance despite being betrayed by him. I understand. I shall personally express my gratitude to them, the victim of my son's runaway law. But then, Kai Heineman raised his right hand, interrupting Edward from finishing his remark. No need for that. They might be willing to give this trash one last chance, but that doesn't equal them forgiving what he did to them. Those two have expressed their extreme fear towards royalties. I see. Well, that's natural. For some reason, my father spoke with a lonely voice. Your Majesty, it's about the time. When the Prime Minister urged my father, you're right. Father heaved a sigh as he looked down at me. Gilbert, you just committed a taboo for royalty. Assassination attempt to your subordinates. I really can't give any compassion to you who treated others like mere bugs. The only thing I can do as your father is wish that you can overcome the trial that about to fall upon you. What are you talking about, father? What trial? Gilbert raised his voice as he felt something was amiss with the way his father spoke those words. But his father just closed his eyes in silence and, do it, he asked Kai Heineman while gnashing his teeth. Sorcery. Kai Heineman nodded lightly and conjured a book. Out of nowhere as he spoke, a green-haired girl with bob cut appeared out of nowhere. Have you call me, Supreme Ruler Sama? The girl then bowed respectfully toward Kai Heineman. Yes. I want to ask your help to temporarily erase this guy's memory. And, Kai Heineman suddenly placed his hand on his chin before he finished his sentence. Make it so that his memory will be back after he fulfilled the condition that I'm about to say. And then, Kai Heineman told the green-haired girl with bob cut about the condition to return Gilbert's memory. I see. My deepest apology for causing so much trouble for you. Though father shut his eyes while chewing his lips, he suddenly turned round and bowed to Kai Heineman upon hearing the conditions. The current king of the Great Amelia Kingdom had actually bowed his head toward the incompetent. The me from before would definitely find a fault in this situation. But the current me knows for better that Kai Heineman was an unknown monster in human skin, and my father actually sold me off to that monster. Seeing that, I felt something really repulsive. Father, no. Save me, he pleaded to the king as his son. Gilbert, your participation in the crown contest will be suspended until further notice. You may participate again once you gain some essential qualities needed to become the true ruler of Amelia Kingdom. What are you talking about? Yes, you won't understand it even after you hear the conditions from Kai. That's why you've to be grateful since, at the very least, your life is spared. No matter what kind of a failure you are, it doesn't change the fact that you're my son. That's why. Please do your best to pass Kai's trial with flying colors. After saying so, Further turned around and never looked back again. I was dumbfounded. It was the first time I saw the back figure of my father. A king trembled like that and, Sorcery, do it. Kai Heineman sent his order. As you wish. The green-haired girl with the bob cut appeared before Gilbert again and grabbed his head with her hand. The next moment, Gilbert's consciousness descended into the darkness. Chapter 52, Babel's Aftermath. Babel's top floor. Chloe, overlooking the scenery below, had heaved. Who knew how many sighs already? The last event became a herald for various changes, namely a revolution, in various means in Babel. First was the sudden disappearance of the vice-headmaster, Krabenstein, and his cronies, which were later discovered in the form of corpses that appeared to have experienced hell on earth. At the same time, the fact that the vice-headmaster and his faction received requests from several influential figures to murder examinees during the current entrance exam, which became the trigger of that event, was found. That news shook Babel from its very core, and caused the investigation to all of the staff in Babel without exception, excluding the headmaster. As a result, an unheard scandal of receiving a commission from a certain royalty to kill an examinee student was unearthed. Though it was only known by an insider, that certain royalty was none other than Amelia Kingdom's first prince, Gilbert. The reason was his grudge toward Kai Heineman, who made him lose his image in public. Naturally, anyone who got a peek at that aberration's true nature wouldn't even dare to think about assassinating him. Well, it's not like that monster would be enraged at a little rabbit that tried to bite him. The only reason he was so enraged was the fact that the stupid prince went as far as involving Lila Helena. And then, upon knowing that stupid prince even wanted to kill other examinees including his own guardian knight, Somni, his rage was so great that he purged the mastermind who hired the assassins, the vice-headmasters and his faction, and left none of them was spared. All of them died in the most gruesome way one can imagine. As a result, Inea and Ka from the headmaster faction could finally put the vice-headmaster faction, who in fact got too arrogant as of late, in its place. But, since Inea did so by inciting the rage of the strongest transcendent in history, she retired from her eternal headmaster position as a form of apology. The headmaster's seat never changed since the formation of Babel was now left vacant, and that was the culmination of chaos in Babel's tower. During the Magic Academy gathering, which included the vice-headmaster faction, the reason for the power split in Babel's tower, we publicly announced that this incident had nothing to do with us. Everything was due to Krabenstein's doing. As a result, there was heated political strife between the headmaster faction and vice-headmaster faction, which ended with the election of the temporary headmaster. The result of the election was Chloe, who, forced by the headmaster faction to announce her candidacy, won by a small margin, and became the new headmaster of Babel. Inea, I want to retire already. Inea was stripped of her fangs after that event and lost her previous passion that felt like it was pricking my skin just by standing near her, and transformed into a calm personality as if gaining enlightenment. She even said with a strangely refreshed look on her face that she could finally research what she always wanted to do in her mansion on the outskirts of Babel. In a certain meaning, Inea's current lifestyle was the future that Chloe envisioned. At least, she didn't have to constantly make a decision that feel like it would be bad for her gut. She looked at the piece of paper in her hand. Kai Heineman, and other people who gained 0 marks in the practical tests were assigned to D-rank Academy, Uber University A. She slapped the piece of paper on her table after reading its content. Realistically speaking, Kai Heineman could enroll into Tower with his ability, but Babel also couldn't overlook the fact that the result of his practical test was 0. Since even his aptitude test was amongst the lowest, Babel had no choice but to place him into Uber Academy, or as it was commonly called Umbra, Tattered, Academy. Babel truly had no choice but to be impartial in accordance with the result of the tests, since they really couldn't afford to lose more trust from Kai Heineman. All they could do was show him that they really are a proper educational institute, not pawns of political powers. Although both Sigma and Bra were dissatisfied with this result, I ended up forcing them to accept it. I mean, knowing that Transcendence's personality, this was the best choice we had in our hands. Yeah, that's what I believe. Moreover, I hate the tendency of the academy that assigns rank first. If the result of the entrance exam decided one's future, then this Babel had already lost its meaning as an educational institution. Thus, I should use this chance as some sort of camphor medicine to erase this trend bit by bit. I had to be very careful too in order not to receive heart attack just because I went too far like Inea-sama. Nevertheless, the interference of Magic Academy meeting, who had no idea about the viciousness of Kai Heineman, was the source of many of Chloe's headaches. Thus, Chloe had a thought. Inea-sama, you should take responsibility till the end after you messed up everything. As she stared at the scenery of the streets far below, the corners of Chloe's lips rose up as she muttered so. Chapter 53, Liberated Man. A certain cold prison island. Cold Prison Island. A place located at the north end of the northern block of Amelia Kingdom. It was the worst prison for criminals whose crimes warranted them more than lifetime imprisonment. The giant, heavy metal gate was never opened except for new prisoners. The same opened slowly. A tall man with an unshaved beard and long red hair appeared. The tall, red-haired man with an unshaven beard then stretched his back. Nothing beat the fresh air of outside after a long time. He said so. And then, he looked at the two men who stood in front of the gate with their hands on their chest. You seems to be in a good mood, Your Highness. One of them was a muscular man with sinister eyes and short hair, who spoke as he put on a red robe to the red-haired man with an unshaved beard. Your Highness, this, a black-haired, bespectacled woman in maid clothes handed over a black knife, her face radiating respect. Thanks. The red-haired man thanked the black-haired maid as he took the knife, and started to shave his long beard. Once he shaved, his visage transformed into that of handsome youth. Canute. And then, a masked person clad in black appeared behind the red-haired youth. Canute. Charybdis. Canute took a glance at the masked man. Took you long enough to come out, eh? Well, yeah. For once, this is greatest prison of Amelia Kingdom after all. Is that really the reason, coming from the mouth of someone whose power surpass even me? You should be able to destroy this miniature garden made by mere human with flick of your finger. Not going to deny that you're right about that point. Canute then received a long sword from the sinister-eyed muscular man, touched its hilt and then turned around toward the cold prison island, and then, he unsheathed the blade from its scabbard. Canute swung his sword lightly, and then turned around with his back facing against the fort. The next moment, the giant fort split into two, and disintegrated into countless particles. This damn monster, the strength of your existence become far more powerful than when you summoned me. The masked man, Charybdis, didn't even try to hide his disgust. Well, time to meet my older brother, I guess. Canute returned his sword back into its sheath and then walked toward the Soul Harbor in the cold prison island. Oi, are you sure that you are allowed to destroy this facility? That place is filled with nothing but pigs who fill their own belly using their position and trash who committed felonies. Their unnecessary existence in the world that I'm about to create. Is that the reason why you willingly entered this prison? Seeing Charybdis asked while shrugging his shoulder. The barrier that Johannes placed on me is really powerful and even more troublesome than this prison. Canute shrugged his shoulders as he raised his hands. Nonsense. Though I've to admit that we overlook that. But if it's you, even if you can't break his barrier, escaping from this place should be piece of cake. You overestimate me. As if. That's just a logical conclusion. Maybe, the real reason is the power that is currently dwelling within you, right? Gifts that grow by eating on malice. Well, that prison didn't lack that though. Had you already surpassed me since the first time you summoned me? And growing even stronger after all these years? Indeed. As for the reason, you've long since been aware of it, right? Charybdis, seeing Canute, asked with a carefree smile on his face. Good grief, you're far more sinister than me, a devil. To be honest, I feel sorry for the king of this kingdom who is a monster-like little brother like you. Charybdis, walking alongside Canute, shook his head as he said so. Two of Canute's retainers were also following from behind. Thus, the crown contest entered a new stage. Chapter 54, That question is off the mark, sighed Edward. Throne room of Melia Kingdom. The gorgeous throne room, normally bustling with cabinet ministers of each ministry, was currently deserted with only two inside. Johannes, why did you free Canute from his imprisonment, and allow him to participate in crown contest? Of top of that? The Prime Minister just smiled gently upon hearing Edward asked with such rude tone. I'm just following the rule of the crown contest, since the request from those people from Blood Oath Alliance didn't contradict the rules. And replied with composed voice. Spare me the beating around the bush. What I wanted to know is why you, who was persistently against the release of Canute all this time, actually became first one to agree to his release. Up until now, Prime Minister Johannes never complied with any request to release Canute, Edward's younger brother from Cold Prison Island, and yet, now he actually permitted Canute's participation in the crown contest after Gilbert's fall, and even released the barrier used on Canute. As a result, Cold Prison Island was decimated, all jailers and prisoners killed. Your Majesty, from the very beginning, it's been impossible for someone like me to imprison him. The only reason why he never left that prison until now is simply because there's no conflict of interest between our side and him. Does that mean the destruction of Cold Prison Island isn't conflict of interest too? Edward almost couldn't suppress the boiling rage in his chest. He had somehow anticipated this result. He also knew that Johannes was aware of the consequence of releasing Canute under that situation. In short, from the very beginning, Johannes had planned to sacrifice the jailers and prisoners in the Cold Prison Island. You've been reading into it too much, Your Majesty. And just as expected, seeing Johannes replied with the same smile as usual, even though they're criminals, all of them are citizens of the Amelia Kingdom. You even sacrificed the innocent jailers. Give me a proper explanation for this. Johannes smiled deepened upon hearing Edward's complaints, and it seems Your Majesty still has a little misunderstanding in this matter. He calmly pointed out the mistakes in Edward's complaint. Misunderstanding? Your Majesty, there's no innocent people on that island. That place is the den for beasts who are only faithful to their own desire, greedy beasts with insatiable desire. Beasts who will never turn over to a new leaf or regret their mistake. What do you mean? You've to investigate this matter on your own for more detailed information in this matter. Johannes replied with smile. In that way, the Prime Minister, a monster who single-handedly suppressed the wicked nobles in Amelia Kingdom, didn't give an answer to what Edward wanted to know the most right now. Okay, I've to calm down first. Trying to argue with this Prime Minister is fool's errand. No doubt about it, my own experience had proven that. Thus, Edward heaved a deep sigh to allow the blood gathering in his head to flow down. Then, can you answer another question of mine? Asked Edward after he calmed down. As long as I know the answer, what is your reason for allowing Canute to participate in crown contest? I should have told you before that it's simply because the rules allowed it. Splendid official stance indeed. You of all people should be aware about what will happen to this kingdom if he ever becomes a king, right? Why did you take such risky gamble? Thus, for the first time since the start of our conversation, a complex emotion could be seen on Johannes' face. It was an emotion rarely seen from someone as stout-hearted as Johannes, namely, dejection and disappointment. Your Majesty, that question is off the mark. And read such as expected, Johannes admonished Edward again for who know how many times since his childhood. Off mark? Yes. At this point, the goal of this crown contest has long since changed. The moment you're talking about risky gambling, I'm aware that you've failed to see the true essence of this game. What change are you talking about? Edward asked as he struck the left armrest of his throne with irritating voice, but Johannes just stared at Edward in silence with a smile on his face. Don't feel like telling me, eh? At least, Johannes wouldn't give the answer to Edward before the latter reached the conclusion closest to the truth. But for the victory condition and the meaning of the crown contest itself to change. Was it? What did he mean? The original victory condition was by calculating the achievement and the condition of the area under the management of each candidate. So if we exclude Canute from the huge change in the crown contest, we only had one last thing. Namely, the existence of Kai Heineman. That fellow was definitely a beast beyond common sense. One of the two absolute rulers of Babel. Vice Headmaster Crab had literally vanished from this world just because he provoked the wrath of Kai Heineman, and even the headmaster, Inea, who only used Kai to get rid of Crab, started to become tumor for Babel, was forced to retire from her position and life a retirement live. In that regard, even Gilbert, whose vicious act toward Rose knew no bounds as of late, was forced to retire from the crown contest by Kai Heineman. Gilbert had been taught since his childhood to become a good king for his own people. Unfortunately, the one who taught him was one of the top brass of the Blood Oath Alliance. Thus, he wasn't taught the most important things to become a good king. As a result, he committed numerous atrocities toward his subordinates and his own people, and he went as far as selling his own sister, Rose, to the Empire. By the point he hatched the plan to sell Rose and Phyllis to a pig of shit called Ketzer, Edward knew that he had to prevent Gilbert from going too far. But he met a problem, namely Gilbert being one of the rightful contestants for the crown contest. That including his backing, the Blood Oath Alliance, and dealing with them wasn't a simple matter. When Edward and co were racking their brain trying to make Gilbert and co to show an opening, the latter ended up baring his fangs toward Kai Heineman over a stupid quarrel in Babel and was forced to retire from the crown contest, solving one of Edward and co.'s problem immediately. At first, Edward had also regarded Kai Heineman as nothing more than one of Rose's Royal Guard temporary advisors, but he revised his evaluation upon hearing the last condition he imposed in order for Gilbert to regain all of his memories. He was convinced that Kai Heineman was the vessel of a king, and unlike a fake king, much like Edward, Kai Heineman was a true king. He was the personification of a perfect king for the monster-like prime minister beside him. Thus, the prime minister regarded Kai Heineman as the eye of the typhoon. Thus, he concluded that the matter of the release of his monster-like little brother was related to Kai Heineman. At this point, Edward had no choice but convinced of that. Canute was akin to tumor for Amelia Kingdom. That was even more reason for the prime minister to remove the said tumor once and for all. And that chance was right before him. But Edward couldn't help but to think that Johannes might be too hasty this time. He was very much aware of how much of a monster Canute was. An overwhelming charisma that seemingly didn't belong to humans, and then, a gift that grew by consuming the malice of others. At this point, a normal person like Edward had no idea just how powerful his little brother had become, because he knew that if not for Canute's extremely depraved nature, the one who would sit in the throne right now was Canute. I know that you have a high evaluation for Kai Heineman. Nevertheless, I really can't picture him defeating the current Canute. It was a natural conclusion he came with as someone who witnessed Canute's past deed. Canute's power was beyond human comprehension. He was a walking natural disaster, and a human could never fight the natural disasters. Kai Heineman was an important talent for the future of Amelia Kingdom, more than the hero party who were blinded by their job to annihilate the demon race. That's why I absolutely wouldn't let him be crushed by Canute. You can't imagine him win against His Highness Canute, is it? Johannes said so toward Edward with an amused look on his face. But that sound good. This will be my last homework for you. Your Majesty. Make sure you submit the report about the true meaning of this crown contest after you see the conclusion of this Game of Thrones. After saying so, Johannes bowed once, turned around and left Edward behind. Last homework A. Up till now Johannes never said anything for no reason to Edward. The way Johannes expressed that in a roundabout way means that there really was a deep meaning behind the crown contest. Meaning that the crown contest wasn't a mere competition of governing skill and power. Sure. Just as you wish. Let's see through the end of this contest. Edward's soliloquy echoed inside the throne room with no one inside. Chapter 55, Nightmare of Domino Effect. High-end residential area in the northern part of Babel. Ha! We lost our sponsor. Hijiri, a red-haired slender man with an undercut, leaned on his chair while placing his hands on the back of his head. Hearing Hijiri's remark, everyone's line of sight gathered toward a handsome black-haired youth who wore a complicated look on his face. Satoru. What's your problem? I know already. If you want to blame someone, blame that idiot prince who moves only to his own rhythm. Satoru shouted furiously since he felt that he did nothing wrong in this situation, which was true, seeing that he was safe and sound. Do you know the details? The beauty with long, silky black hair, Masahiro asked to the knight who donned white armor behind her as made a gesture of pondering about something. The Kingdom Investigation Corps arrest Prince Gilbert as the suspect of the murder attempt of apprentice Knight Tekle and Guardian Knight Somni, who participated in Babel's entrance exam. The temperature of the room feels like it dropped by a few degrees the moment the words Kingdom Investigation Corps came out. Speaking of the leader of that investigation corps, it's that monster-like Prime Minister, right? Even Hijiri, who still acted carefree a while ago, spoke with serious look on his face. Yes, since Prince Gilbert committed the greatest taboo for royalty, namely, an assassination attempt on his own subordinates without cause, his participation in the crown contest will be suspended indefinitely. That was what the report had said. Yup. Gil ended up infuriating that man. That's the natural result for ignoring our warning though. Hearing Mashiro's remark, you're right, Mashiro. Gil is all ready. Hijiri gave an appropriate reply and talked about Gilbert's safety. Nope, it's the Prime Minister after all. If Gil really is dead, he will say lost instead of suspended. Since he says suspended indefinitely, it means that Gilbert is still alive. The moment Mashiro said so, the tense air in the room eased out. But then, what shall we do now? How do you think we will get our stipends without Gil's assistance? Satoru asked Mashiro while stomping angrily. Don't worry about it. An alternative proposal just came from the high nobles who belong to the Gilbert faction. In regard to Gilbert's suspension this time, I think we received one part of it. Alternative proposal. Seeing Satoru frown, yes. It seems Amelia Kingdom has another candidate with inheritance rights to participate in the crown contest. Another candidate with inheritance right? The current king only has 3 children, right? Yes. The other person is the younger brother of the current king. They have a huge age gap between them. According to the ruler of the crown contest, as long as they're still young, even the current king's brother can participate in the crown contest. Well, since Gil has literally dropped out from the competition, I guess there's no male candidate for the throne at this point. Is that why certain someone has to take the burden? Mashiro nodded lightly. Naturally, this rule has been adopted before the start of the crown contest. It'll be another case if this rule was added after the start of the contest. Firstly, I think the situation in Gil's participation in the crown contest being suspended shouldn't apply to this particular rule, since he isn't dead, and yet, the reason why they used this particular rule must be because those high nobles are in hot water, right? Do you think that Prime Minister will buck in with their nonsense? He won't. I can't imagine a situation in which he loses in an argument. Anyhow, what are you trying to say? Seeing Hijiri frown, he asked. Well, nothing. But, I feel that the case isn't that simple. It isn't that simple? Mashiro, you are way too vague here, you know. Seeing that the annoying sage Satoru was pressing for more explanations, Mashiro just shrugged his shoulders and, It seems that a particular little brother of the king had been imprisoned for a long time somewhere far away for several crimes he committed in the past. And he was released from that prison after the prime minister buckled into the pleas of those high nobles. She disclosed that information with an indifferent voice. Several crimes? Can you give a more concrete description? One of them are murdering the previous king, patricide. Just what kind of a person is he? When Hijiri stared at the soldiers around them, about that, all of them were looking at each other as if hesitating what to say. Their expressions were complicated, a mix of negative and positive emotions. That's how they react whenever I ask this question. It seems that he is quite a flippant person. He, along with the Prime Minister, is the leading actor behind the explosive growth of Amelia Kingdom in the past. Seeing Masquerade shrugging her shoulders as she shook her head. So what is the reason for such a dangerous guy to participate in the crown contest at this kind of timing? No, let me change my question. Is there any reason for him to participate? Hijiri didn't beat around the bush. I also have no idea of the reason. If Prime Minister has his own agenda in this plan, he is already ahead of us by at least 2 steps. That's 2. In the first place, Gil's dropping out of the crown contest seems to be a part of the Prime Minister's plan too. Well, about that, Gil might have already been considered as a piece of the game by the time he tried to violate the Prime Minister's ultimatum. But this is a bit too much for the Prime Minister, whose moves are always well hidden. Which reminds me, seeing Masquerade cross her arms, she pondered deeply. Let's stop. We're off topic. We, who were fundamentally stronger than average before coming to this world, have no one to consult about this matter. Honestly, what that Prime Minister is trying to do has nothing to do with us. We should prioritize our plan after that. What do you think, Masquerade? Satoru stood up as he gave such a meaningful proposal. Hearing that, Masquerade heaved a sigh and, yeah, we're derailed from our topic. With the participation of the rumored Archduke Canute in the crown contest, almost all high nobles decided to support him. She started to disclose the information that everyone wanted to hear the most. So, are the 2 of you interested to become the royal guards of that Archduke? By the way, is it impossible for me since I've already become Gil's royal guard? Masquerade shook her head upon hearing Satoru's question. There's no reason for us to dance on top of that Prime Minister, monster, Spam. For the time being, we will just do what we have done. On the surface, we will act as if we're cooperating with that Archduke. In exchange, we will receive undivided cooperation to annihilate the demon race. They should have agreed with that offer. The air in the room heated up at once the moment Masquerade said so. Yes, it's still too early to feel delighted. The crown contest has nothing to do with our goal after all. What are you going to do about Gil's Westland? Are we going to toss it aside now? Well, that will be too selfish, right? Hearing Satoru's question, Masquerade, Hijiri, and the knights around them stared at Satoru with surprise. What's with that look? No, I just never expected that you're actually such a responsible person. Seeing Masquerade expresses her true intentions, she's right. Why did Satoru do something like that now instead of me? Aren't you supposed to say this crap is bothersome at some moment? Hijiri added in a teasing tone. You lot. Seeing Satoru's shoulders tremble in anger, Masquerade raised her hands as if telling the former that she gave up. Okay, enough with the jokes. Satoru is right. Westland territory has already become our territory. It'll become our base of operation after we exterminate the demon race. We'll do our best to look for a way to return to Earth. That's why I've already settled this matter with the people from the Archduke's side. Are you telling me that Westland is ours as long as we cooperate with Canute in the crown contest? Are you going to believe that Archduke San's words? What will you go to do if he betrays us? Hearing Hijiri's worry-filled question. It won't happen. The reason being our backing is the biggest, strongest, and wealthiest organization in this world. Masquerade's lips rose up as she declared so. He, backed by the biggest, strongest, and wealthiest organization, eh? What goal do they have to do that? I mean, they're the ones who want to get rid of us after we exterminate the demon race, right? Yeah, Well, it seems they're also in a serious predicament which caused them to have no leeway to deal with us. Anyhow, the Archduke's side also isn't stupid enough to make an enemy of the Central Church. As long as we don't become a hindrance during the crown contest, we will get the right to govern Westland. Well, we still have to pay tax to this kingdom. So, it makes no difference with being governed by a noble. They have no choice but to accept that condition. Everyone raised their voices of relief upon hearing Hijiri's thoughts. The nightmare of the domino effect was something that they, as outsiders, could feel at this point in time. But then, due to Masquerade's decision, the nightmare which came from Cardinal Pandora would soon haunt the hero team. Yes. At this point in time, one might say that the hero team had foolishly participated in a war against the most terrifying monster in this world with nothing but a simple wooden stick. Chapter 56.1 Despair and sighed, Ramunera. Damn it, we went too far. One of the Empire's 6 generals, Ramunera, cursed inside as he ran with his fellow general, Kirky. After he eliminated the wasp user, clearly an assassin from Underworld, Kai Heineman headed towards the plaza with 2 others on his shoulders. The 2 tried to go after him but fell behind. On the way, they suddenly realized that the entire place was suddenly wrapped in black mist, and just when they managed to come out of it, they met the undead. The one chasing after them right now was a flock of zombie-like monsters. Hey, Ramunera, they're clearly toying with us. I know that. It just as Kirky had said. The undead who went after them was maintaining reasonable distance. They were chasing after Ramunera and Co while circling around them. Either way, we're slowly being cornered by them. Kirky, let's fight back. He turned around and cast one of the 4 holy relics. The 4 light towards the undead. It formed a cubic-shaped barrier. Ramunera was trying to buy some time with that barrier, and then, when he turned to Kirky, she nodded at him and drew her long sword. Let's do this. Kirky's weapon was also one of holy relic, one with best compatibility with the 4 light. At glance, it looks like a long sword, but it had the effect of adding holy attribute in each of its slash. Since the barrier gave debuff to the enemies within its range, the 2 of them could reduce the number of the pursuer as they retreated. Nevertheless, even though manifesting the 4 light took a toll in its user's mind, thus reducing movement speed, the 2 of them could gain some distance. Though this skill was a double-edged sword, he knew that Kai Heineman could easily kill the undead pursuing them. Kirky's long sword was wrapped in a silvery aura. The silvery slash went toward one of the headless undead, and yet, the headless undead slapped down the slash like an annoying fly. When Ramunera and Co raised a dumbfounded voice, the figure of headless undead before them blurred. Ramunera. Kirky's mouth flapped like goldfish out of the water as she pointed behind Ramunera. Ramunera turned round at once and then, he saw that the headless undead was right inside the silvery barrier that was supposed to be safe haven for them. Impossible. The moment he shouted in exasperation, Ramunera felt a strong blow on his solar plexus, and his consciousness descended to darkness. Chapter 56.2 Envy, Ramunera. Ramunera regained his consciousness as he came across a rotten smell, and when he opened his eyes, he realized that he was on top of a giant plate. When he moved head toward the sobbing voice, he saw Kirky sobbing like a child. Though he couldn't ask Kirky what happened since both of them were gagged, he saw that both of them were placed on top of a giant plate in their birthday attire. Kirk herself realized that they're in huge trouble. As if their situation wasn't worse enough, their entire body was smeared with some sort of seasoning. It seems they're going to eat us. A normal undead had no concept of eating a human seasoned with sauce. Nope, like hell. A normal undead couldn't penetrate the barrier of 4 light conjured by holy relic when not even 6 generals were capable of doing so. Fosan might be the only one who could do that. In short, that headless undead was about as strong as Fosan, and yet, it was as if there was nothing special about it. Meaning that undead with Fosan's level of power was normal in this place. Finally giving up. Even Kirky, who was hailed as a war princess, was sobbing like a kid. That's just how hopeless their current situation is. They were surrounded by undead whose strength was on a completely different level from them. It was as if the humans were mere ants for them. Or else, there might be akin to divine beings for Ramunera and co. Demon King, Dragon King, they were just trash before these guys. They were monster whose power rivaling that of Fosan. The only one who could defeat them were those whose power had broke through the ceiling of this world's logic. The transcendence, the thing that interrupted Ramunera's train of thought, was a cook-like undead who entered the kitchen. That cook then placed both Ramunera and Kirky on a giant plate, and covered them with cloth. When the cloth was unveiled a while later, Ramunera saw a genuine monster. It was a short man with a balloon-like body. ! He wanted to scream, but the gag in his mouth prevented it. Say, "What the hell is this guy? Are you kidding me? This fella is on a completely different level. His presence alone made me want to vomit." Like hell, Fosan can win against these fellas. The seemingly bottomless magical power that feels like it burn my skin was far more sinister than the one owned by Kai Heineman. Just how in the world did we encounter such terrifying existence one after another? Ramunera really wanted to cry now. Naturally, the biggest reason was fear, but he was also very frustrated. Up until now, Ramunera had never doubted his own strength. And yet, now he had to face bitter reality. First he encountered a human whose strength was anything but human, Kai Heineman, and just a while later, he encountered another monster whose power surpassed even that Kai Heineman. In short, he was forced to realize that the strength that he took pride until now was worthless in front of those true monsters. Thus, he couldn't help but feel really vexed about it. Are they domesticated? Our scout happened to catch them in the wild. After washing them clean and using my secret sauce to cover them, I hope your majesty will enjoy their fresh, wild flavor. Awesome death. Live, wild livestock, human. My tongue smeared in that despair is a really tough one, but no one hates the sweet rotten taste of teeth. Overhearing such disgusting remark from the more so disgusting looking balloon-like man, Ramunera felt as if millions of ants were running amok in his spine. Maybe because he was so scared to the point that his blood felt frozen due to fear, Ramunera screamed inside. But his mute scream was futile. Alas, the best is to start from the head. The mouth of the balloon-like man opened wide, to the point of abnormality as he prepared to eat Kirky. Before being picked up by foe, both Kirky and Ramunera were children living in the slum. By the time they were conscious of their surrounding, they had already been raised like siblings, and now, the restrained Ramunera couldn't do anything but see his sister-like figure eaten alive right before him. He couldn't even scream to curse the balloon-like man. That situation was, "Don't mess with me." That was absolutely unforgivable, even if the other party was godlike existence. And then, when the boiling rage in his stomach exploded and he raised bestial roar despite the gag in his mouth, "Beelzebub-de-boo, Beelzebub-de-boo." Another voice resounded directly in his head. "WH shows their death?" The mouth of the balloon-like man returned to normal as he looked up in anger. As if to answer that question, found him, Supreme Ruler Charmer. A bipedal fly appeared out of nowhere. Ramunera knew that fly was summoned by Kai Heineman, but was aware that the fly wasn't strong enough. Reason being he couldn't feel sinister magical power from the fly like the one emitted by the balloon-like man. And the same goes even if Kai Heineman appeared in this place. But Ramunera knew he was wrong a moment later when he saw the dreaded expression of the balloon-like man. That expression was similar to when Ramunera and Go looked at the balloon-like man. "Your Majesty's name is..." And just when the balloon-like man seems like he wanted to say something, the castle made from red flesh suddenly crumbled down to pieces, leaving nothing but a vacant lot. Impossible. This is impossible. Death. Numerous grotesque beings surrounded the confused balloon-like man. And then, all of those grotesque beings bowed down to one direction. Standing in the direction to which they bowed was Kai Heineman, holding a foreign sword in his right hand. What's the meaning of this? Ramunera was truly confused right now, the reason being he felt nothing from Kai Heineman, the same for the bipedal fly, and yet, the balloon-like man was pleading for his life instead. It appeared to him that the balloon-like man couldn't defeat Kai Heineman no matter what. And as if to prove Ramunera's suspicion, Kai Heineman mercilessly destroyed the balloon-like man with his overwhelming power. A while later, Ramunera and co followed Kai Heineman back to the plaza prepared for the refugee. This man, just what in the hell is he? Well, of course, I know that unlike Fosan, he is a genuine transcendent being. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for how he could destroy an existence akin to the embodiment of despair as if trampling an ant. What I wanted to know isn't superficial things like that. I wanted to understand his true nature, the root that made him today. Excuse me. When he tried to raise his voice, albeit barely audible, Kai Heineman stopped his gait and turned around. What matter? And asked Ramunera and Kirky with a rich expression, befitting that of a genuine human. Why did you save us? Did you want to die? Seeing Kai Heineman frowned as he asked back to Ramunera. No, I don't mean that. Honestly, I'm really grateful for the fact that you saved us. Ramunera denying it, shaking his hands while expressing his gratitude to Kai Heineman. What's the meaning of your question then? I mean, what do you really want to ask me? I want to know why you protected us under such circumstances. Well, I guess because it'll leave bad aftertaste in my mouth. That's all? Are you really surprised with me saving you guys? No. It's just that, despite his light tone, Ramunera knew that Kai Heineman was the lord of numerous powerful transcendences. He was a league ahead of the balloon-like man, the literal strongest transcendence in history. And that very person himself said that leaving Ramunera and go to die would leave a bad taste in his mouth. That remark was completely different from the remark of a transcendence basically godlike being in Ramunera's imagination. Well, if I'm forced to say, the reason why I save you guys are because I'm a human. Who are you referring to? Ramunera couldn't help but to ask back upon hearing such ambiguous remark. Me. I said, I am a human. Are you joking with us? Even Kirky was nodding along, agreeing with Ramunera this time. Not you guys too. Kai Heineman face-palmed, heaving a sigh as if expecting that situation, and then, from the tip of my hair till the bottom of my feet, I am a genuine human. Whether in the past or present, I'm still a human. And said such unbelievable sentence to both Ramunera and Kirky. But Ramunera knew from seeing Kai Heineman's expression and gesture that the man wasn't lying to them. Or rather, there really was no reason for him to tell a lie to them. Thus, making Ramunera even more confused than before. No way. You really are human? Ramunera couldn't help but ask for the final confirmation. Of course. I've been telling you that, right? No matter how you look at it, I'm a human. If you're a human, what are us then? Just where do you find a human who can trample down that balloon-like man which felt like an embodiment of despair? You really are a human, right? If that's the case, no matter how many times you ask me, my answer remains the same. Maybe because Ramunera kept repeating the same question, Kai Heineman, who always gave the same answer, looked slightly irritated. But the last confirmation answered Ramunera's question. If Kai Heineman was truly a human, it means that he... Have you exceeded it? Asked so in an extremely passionate voice. His body was trembling non-stop. He didn't even realize that he was starting to cry. And he understood the reason for his tears. There was no way a martial artists who lived their lives pursuing the pinnacle of their respective path wouldn't move to tears by this fact. Same as Fosan? Are you kidding me? No matter how you look at it, this personage stands on a completely different dimension. This must be the reason why those transcendences referred to him as their supreme ruler. He wasn't just strong. Despite his human body, this personage had broken through the limit as humans and attained the pinnacle of power in every possible way. Exceed? Exceed what? No, it's nothing. I've got the answer I wanted to hear. I see. Kai was looking at Kirky and Ramunera with a twitched smile on his face, but then, he heaved a sigh as if giving up on something. You geese too, huh? And said a remark that telling the two that this wasn't the first time he saw such case. Kai escorted Ramunera and Kirky until they arrived in the plaza and vanished by the next moment. What will you do after this, Ramunera? You know the answer, right? For the current Ramunera, his status as 6th General was nothing more than useless baggage. He had lost all attachment to such empty status. It was replaced by a strong desire to serve under Kai Heineman, serving by his side as his sword and shield. Yeah. Since you feel the same, let's do it together. And that desire the desire to serve under Kai's armor. Naturally, Ramunera and co didn't express their intention right away since they knew that Kai wouldn't accept them right away, at least not when they were still working under foe. Thus, they planned to prolong their stay in the academy in the name of observation and wait for the right moment for the chance to serve under him. Moreover, though they barely had any good memories in the Empire, it didn't change the fact that the place was their motherland. They still had to tell the Empire that it was impossible to persuade Kai Heineman to join their side. Well, let's start the formal procedure. Yeah. Both of them let out a chuckle as they looked at each other, and left the plaza. At that time, the wind that brushed past Ramunera's face felt really refreshing, as if it took a load off his shoulders. Chapter 56.3, Crossroad of Fate, sighed Somni Barrel. Somni opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. This place is... He scanned his surroundings with his still muddy head, and finally recalled the nightmarish reality. Lila. Somni jumped out of his bed to confirm the safety of the girl that he tried to protect with his last bit of pride as a knight. That moment, the peculiar alcohol smell on the bed sheet finally reached his nasal cavity, making him to realize that this place was the sick bay. Oi, why are you suddenly shouting Lila San's name the moment you woke up? A handsome youth with light brown hair seized Somni by his collar, staring into his eyes as he heard him. Though it had nothing to do with Somni, he knew the name of the youth who seized his collar. Roman Heineman, one of the supermen who received the gift of Spear King. He was the owner of overwhelming talent which couldn't be compared to his small one. Yeah, I'm the only one allowed to call dear Big Sis by her name. Roman's voice was followed by another voice. When Somni turned to the direction of the voice, he saw a blonde-haired girl with bob cut glaring at him with anger. And beside her was, I see, you're safe, eh? A beautiful girl with long wavy blonde hair. Lila Helena. Thank goodness. Seeing her safe like this made me feel that it's worth to sacrifice my left arm to save her. Let's just say that her safety is the reward of my effort. Eh? My left arm? He found that his left arm, that was supposed to be severed, was just fine, as good as new. As he wondered if he was still in a dream, he realized that the current situation felt too real for that to be true. It was undoubtedly a reality. Most likely, his arm was healed by the Babel. Upon a closer look, he did saw a shallow, almost invisible trace of cut. Anyhow, let's inquire the current situation first. How did I ended up in this place? Lila shook her head and, I've no idea. I've been unconscious the whole time and by the time I woke up, I was already in the sick bay. Right, Lumen? Yup, it's as you say, sis. The girl with bob cut nodded grandly as she replied with bright smile on her face. That wasp's a bastard. I'll make sure he pays for what he did to us the next time we meet. Roman punched the palm of his left hand with an enraged face when he said so. Hey, Big Sis. What about him? When Lumen asked with upturned gaze, the girl's face flushed red as she entwined her hands together. Kai is safe and sound. He came for a visit a while before you guys woke up. Lila replied with a smile brimming with innocence and joy. Her smile became even more profound upon seeing Lumen heave a sigh of relief. Humphrey. It's not like I'm happy seeing him safe and sound. Maybe because she noticed the profound smile on Lila's face, Lumen rejected it, puffing her cheeks as she placed her arm on her hips. Okay, I know already. Seeing Lumen acting like that, Lila patted her head, nodding with gentle smile on her face, as if she was coaxing a sulking child. I am serious. Lumen shouted at Lila with flushed red cheeks. Thus, Somni realized that the bob-cut girl was Kai Heineman's acquaintance too. He then remembered that Kai Heineman's birthplace was Fortress City Lama. Thus, it might be natural for him to be the acquaintance of the Spear King too. Lila, what happened to Egg's corpse? Even if only his head remained, he wanted to deliver Egg's corpse back to the latter's parent. He would then ask for the dead boy's parents for forgiveness. It was his mission, and duty as the one who involved Egg in his trouble, albeit by accident. That was his true feelings. Hearing that, Lila frowned, tilting her head lightly to the side and, corpse. Egg is still alive you know. Somni was about to refute Lila, because he saw the moment when Egg got beheaded. He had no doubt about it since he saw Egg's last moment with his own eyes. No, I'm sure that he already. The door of the sick bay opened up with a bang the moment he was trying to say something. I've brought the food. A black-haired youth with burly build entered the room with a bag of cloth in his hand. The moment that person entered Somni's sight, Egg, he couldn't help but shout in confusion while pointing at Egg. His reaction was only natural because the Egg he saw stood right there without any physical defect. You? Who do you reckon I am then? Ha! You should have died back then, right? The Spear King. Roman was bringing up the topic to Egg as if mocking the latter. So cruel. I'm still alive, you know. Somni walked with staggered manner till he arrived by Egg's side, who was still pouting, and he touched Egg's body as if trying to confirm something. What are you doing? Somni-san? Stop, you're creeping me out. Seeing Egg's cramped smile, Somni felt relieved as if he had just been released from the abyss of despair and fell on his rear with a smile on his face. Chapter 56.4 Crossroad of Fate. Sighed Somni Barrel. After that, Somni listened to Lila and Egg telling him about their current situation. The last thing that Egg remembered was when he got attacked by the girls, while in Lila's case, it was when she lost against the skin-red man. The next time they opened their eyes, they're already lying in sick bay. After that, a few organizations came in and asked a few questions to Lila and co. Amongst them were Babel and Amelia Kingdom. Nevertheless, the other party seemed to have a rough understanding of the situation and was actually just asking for confirmation. In the end, I'm just king of a mountain. When Somni said so with self-depreciated tone. Yeah, I knew you're feeling. Egg also said the same things wearing a similar expression. You knew? Yeah. The rumor about that matter is spreading wildly after all. Well, it's not like you're weak, Somni-san. But, being able to become semi-finalist in SACE martial arts tournament or having your abilities approved to become His Highness Gilbert's guardian knight is just a bit. Egg replied while scratching his cheek. I see. So everyone already knew about that, huh? I'm such an idiot. The reason why I managed to reach the Big Four was simply because my father had prepared the stage for me. And I'm being such an idiot for being the only one who failed to notice that when I was just a greenhorn with no combat experience. Yeah, all this time, I was nothing more than a clown. But, the same things can be said for me. The reason why I passed the entrance exam of Kingdom Knight Academy is because my father used his influence to rig the match, resulting in me facing a commoner. In my case, my father told me about that fact soon after though. Egg squeezed those words with an unpleasant face. I see. Come to think of it, my first impression about Egg when I met him was a boy passionate about sword. But then, it quickly became a boy who loves fooling around and doesn't care about sword at all. Maybe Egg had experienced many setbacks during that transition which made him the latter. So, what are you going to do now, Somni-san? It seems Egg had been told about the mess he accidentally stepped into. Seeing that I've been dismissed as the guardian knight of that shitty Prince Gilbert, there was no reason for me to stay in this Babel anymore. But, Somni's pride didn't allow him to run back to his birthplace, reason being, he didn't want to become clown who life under the protection of his father again. Thus, I'll stay in Babel. Even if I fail this year, I'll work in this city and try my luck next year. Though he didn't know if staying could make him stronger, he knew that he wouldn't get another chance if he ran back to his parents. Egg was looking silently at Somni for a while, but, Somni, it seems you're getting over it too. Egg ended up saying something with a solemn look and tone, something that Somni would never expect to come from Egg. Just when Somni was puzzled by Egg's change of personality, the door of the sick bay opened, and an old man entered the room. The old man took off the hat on his head, and bowing lightly as he placed it on his chest. Somni Barrel-kun, our master wishes to see you. Come with me. The old man's tone was calm and yet, for some reason, Somni couldn't refuse it. Why yes. Ended up agreeing immediately. Egg who sat by his side tried to say something with incomprehensible look on his face, but it's okay. Our master isn't a lowlife like a certain idiotic prince of Melia Kingdom. You're granted the honor to meet him. Somni's safety is guaranteed. The old man raised the palm of his right hand to the front as he said so with passionate voice. Seriously? He even dares to say that the Prince of Melia Kingdom is an idiot. As expected, it isn't something that a citizen of Amelia Kingdom would say. From his tone and gesture, it seems that he really regarded Gilbert as lowlife and unsalvaged idiot. Then, I can at least trust him enough to follow him to meet his master. Not that I have a reason to refuse this old man's invitation. Understood. But, is it really just me? He stopped Egg, who tried to say something with his right hand as he asked that question while looking into the old man's eyes. Yes, the old man squinted his eyes as he replied to him, and then jerked his chin as if telling Somni to follow him before he left. Chapter 56.5, Crossroad of Fate. Sighed Somni Barrel. The place he was guided to was an old mansion located in a certain residential area for general students. Just when Somni was wondering to which royalty residence he was about to bring, they arrived in front of the room that looked like a living room. The old man turned around to face him upon arriving in front of the door and, "Now listen to me. The one who waits inside this room is an extremely powerful person in this world except for a few. This is my last reminder. Never forget your manner when you stepped inside." And gave a reminder with an extremely sinister smile. His eyes shone in bright red light, and the corner of his lips rose up until his ears. Somni gulped his saliva, expecting the identity of the person waiting behind the door. "Why yes," nodded vigorously. That was akin to the survival instinct. At this point, Somni knew that he was completely in the mercy of the old man. Upon seeing his attitude, the old man nodded in satisfaction and then knocked on the door. "Enter." The door opened slowly along with a man's loud voice. "Hi!" Somni ended up screaming upon seeing the room. No one would blame him for screaming at this point. The reason being the majority of the people inside the room was people that he wouldn't see in his entire life under normal condition. There was a man with a lion head, a monster with a long nose, a man with a dragon head, a red-haired youth with pair of million wings on his back, a silver-haired beauty with 9 tails, a tall man with a third eye on his forehead. Crap. Why do I feel that those guys are really bad news? His breathing became ragged and his heart thumped really hard, almost as if it wanted to break out of the rib cage. His vision dimmed and he fell to his knees, trying his best to maintain his consciousness. It's rare for a mere human to understand our power in a single glance. His senses is not bad. Hearing the remark of the youth with million wings, is that his intuition regarding the level difference? This lad seems to know that in a single glance. The man with an intimidating look and a pair of horns growing from his forehead muttered so while crossing his arms. I heard that humans would awaken to some sort of special ability when they fell into danger. Is this one such case? Herein the man with a lion head said so with an extremely interesting look on his face. At least he is much better in this regard than that undead who don't know of their place. The man with an intimidating look added so. Well, I guess we need some change in the air. The monster with a long nose clapped his hands. The dread that he felt suddenly vanished. Contrary to your appearance, you turned out to be quite skillful, eh? Hearing the silver-haired woman mutter in admiration. A little trick like this has been this guy's speciality since a long time ago. When the man with a dragon head said so in a spiteful manner, and the lizard who can only rely on their brute strength to demolish everything has no right to tell me that. The monster with a long nose replied back with another spite. And what gives you, gloomy folks, the right to call us lizard? The man with the dragon head asked so. Sparks of fire spewed from the corner of his lips as he glared at the monster with a long nose with bloodshot eyes. The monster with a long nose was staring back at the man with a dragon head. Beelzebub-dee-boo. Beelzebub-dee-boo. Suddenly, a huge, bipedal fly appeared in the center of the room along with that strange song. The bipedal fly then faces toward the door in the interior of the room and kneels. The dangerous atmosphere in the room dispersed immediately. All otherworldly beings who bickered till just a moment ago stopped at once and kneeled in the same direction. After a male black skeleton and the old man who guides Somni opened the doors respectfully, a few other people entered the room. Everyone's line of sight gathered on the black-haired youth who walking in the center. Somni was baffled. The reason the black-haired youth who stood in the center of the hooded people was none other than Kai Heineman, The man who was despised by Somni and labeled as the worst apostate till just a while ago. Chapter 56.6, Crossroad of Fate, Side, Somni Barrel. Kai Heineman's gift was the most incompetent in this world. In short, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the least talented human. And yet, the one the otherworldly beings kneeled to was none other than that Kai Heineman. He swept his heavy gaze at the otherworldly beings kneeling before him and then turned around, speaking to the monocled woman behind him. "Do we really need to gather all of them for this occasion?" With a dumbfounded voice. "It can't be helped. The others are involved in this matter in some way or the other." "I see. I understand. Thank you for your hard work." The otherworldly beings bowed down again upon hearing Kai Heineman's praise. Amidst such a bizarre spectacle, he turned around to observe people whose figure covered by hoods behind him. "It seems the Freckles boy has yet to arrive. Make yourself at home while we wait for his arrival." Seeing the corner of Kai Heineman's lips rose up upon saying, "Why yes." When a woman with white hood took off her hood with a stiff smile on her face, the other hooded people followed the fashion. They were the figures that Somni familiar with, Inea Sama, Knight Lead Ronald. Somni unintentionally called out their name. His reaction was natural since these two figures were well known by any knight who took part in Babel's entrance exam. And the woman with ornamented white hood was none other than the Grand Headmaster of Babel, Inea Lorelei. The blue-haired man with an unshaven beard and greatsword on his back was the strongest Amelia Kingdom knight, who also acted as their leader, Arnold. "Well then, let's have some tea while we're waiting." Kai Heineman urged everyone to sit on the long wooden table in the center of the room and then took a seat himself. Though Somni ate some of the pastries prepared for the occasion, he couldn't taste it properly since his mind was too tense. The sound of the cup placed on the plate was the only sound in that room. In that situation, which already resembled that of a gambling house, the front door opened again. "Sorry for the delay. I've brought him." A 2-meter tall, muscular man with wilder face and pink-haired girl entered the room. They brought a docile-looking boy with freckles on the base of his nose. Her Highness Rosemary. There was no way Somni was going to mistake her beauty and pink-colored hair for someone else. He knew immediately that the girl was Princess Rosemary. When he had yet to recover from that shock. "We brought him, notice you." "We brought him. We brought him." When the silver-haired beast-folk girl and blonde-haired girl with monochrome attire rushed into the room along with the three, they rushed straight toward Kai Heineman, diving into his abdomen. A small, black puppy sitting on top of the blonde-haired girl jumped onto Kai Heineman's chest and started to lick his face. "Good job everyone. Look, we prepared sweets and tea. Take a seat and indulge in these. We prepared hamburgers for you too, Fen." After Kai Heineman patted the head of 2 girls and 1 puppy, he told them to sit in the chair prepared beside him. "Yay, sweet, notice you." "Sweets, sweets." "Hamburger." The 2 girls and 1 puppy sat planted in their seats and were about to dig in, but, "Don't forget your manners," Kai Heineman reminded them. "Yes, notice you." "Yes, yes, yes, yes." The 2 girls started eating with their knife and fork. The black puppy digging into the meat dish with his tail keep going round and round. "Well then, let's start the discussion." Kai Heineman confirmed everyone's presence. The discussion that already went far and beyond the international level started for the first time for Somni. Chapter 56.7, Crossroad of Fate, Side, Somni Barrel. So does that means the leader of the Vice Headmaster faction, Krabahstein, was the mastermind behind this incident? Kai Heineman asked so to Inea while tapping the table with his index finger. "Yes. At the very least, none of my subordinates was involved in this matter." "So the Headmaster faction held no responsibility in this matter since you guys are unaware of this place. Is that what you wanted to say?" Kai Heineman stopped tapping the table and asked Inea again. The sound of people from Babel's side who were present in the room swallowing their saliva resounded in the room. "No. I felt that the other faction is up to something, and decided to use you to hinder their plan." Kai Heineman was staring in silence toward Inea for a while after that, but he then sent a glance toward the monster with a long nose who stood on the edge of his vision, and heaved a sigh. "Oh whatever. It seems my subordinates also secretly moving behind the scene and guarantee the safety of the test takers. Most of all, no harm comes to me. But, I'll only overlook your action just this once. This will be your first and last time. I hated it when someone tried to use me in this way, and concluded the case. Understood. The people from Babel's side heaved a sigh as if they'd just awakened from a nightmare upon hearing the judgment for Inea. That came from a youth with a gift that literally turned him into the most incompetent person in this world. And yet, Somni understood that the people from Babel's side, including Inea, truly feel relieved upon hearing that they're being pardoned. If that's the case, we already punished the idiot called Crab. I'll leave it to you guys from Babel to deal with the aftermath. Yes, we've made an arrangement for that. Headmaster Inea secretly clenched her fists under the table as if to express her delight. The woman who stood at the summit of one of the biggest organizations in this world. Babel was in fact truly scared of Kai Heineman from the bottom of her heart. Next is the matter of Amelia Kingdom. Rose, sorry about this but... Kai Heineman turned toward Rosemary, and actually stuttered with his words. Don't worry about it. Killing on own subordinates are the biggest taboo for royalty. There's no room for sympathy for those who break that taboo. Even if the person is my own blood-related brother. Rosemary said so with a determined look on her face despite clenching her fists so hard. Kai Heineman nodded, then looked towards Somni and the youth beside him. The Freckles youth was an apprentice knight, Tettle. Though Tettle came from a family of noble of low status in Amelia Kingdom, his family had served the royalty for generations. Therefore, he was chosen as a playmate for Gilbert. The royal family had also made the arrangement for Tettle to enter Babel and continue serving Gilbert during that time. Nevertheless, when it comes to knowing that he was accepted in the worst and lowest rank academy in Babel, Ubra Academy, the other Guardian Knights including Tamri started treating Tettle like an incompetent. I think you've been aware of this fact, but let me make it clear for you too. The mastermind behind this incident involved you two are the first Prince of Amelia Kingdom, Gilbert Lotto Amelia. Seeing that many people died during this incident, he has to receive his punishment. Al, the kingdom won't object to this decision, right? Nope. You received permission from His Majesty. Arnold the Knight Leader nodded with a mortified look on his face. Kai Heineman looking at Somni and Tettle and, are you two hate Gilbert? He asked that question without beating around the bush. Hate? He tried to kill me. Of course, I hate him for that. Not to mention that he wanted to kill Lila and Egg, who are completely unrelated to this matter. And the reason was that I'm too weak. I hate him. The voice that came out of my throat was filled with hatred. I also can't trust him anymore. Tettle also spoke while looking at the table. His body was trembling from rage. Seeing that, Somni knew that Gilbert was trying to dispose of Tettle too. Even though Tettle had always been together with Gilbert since their childhood, Somni was still shocked to know that not even Gilbert's childhood friend was spared from Gilbert's cruelty. Gilbert's idiocy was truly beyond saving. Hearing that, both Rosemary and Arnold frowned. But, Somni really couldn't bring himself to forgive the man who could easily betray his own comrade. Then here is a question. Do you want Gilbert to die? Both let out dumbfounded voices at the same time. They then saw Kai Heineman looking at them with an expression as if he didn't care about this matter. Now listen to my explanation. I won't show mercy to those who pick a fight with me. Even if he is just a greenhorn, I won't forgive those who tried to harm those who are dear to me. And Gilbert really did try to harm the people dear to me. Therefore, his end has already been decided the moment he oversteps his boundary. Or so it was supposed to be. Supposed to be? Yeah. The two of you ended up involved in the quarrel between us. This matter was entirely on me. That's why I'll give you guys the privilege to stop me from killing Gilbert. Now let me ask you again. Are you going to allow me to kill Gilbert? Somni knew that Kai Heineman wasn't joking or testing them when he asked that question. He was serious. In fact, this matter was conveyed to him as soon as he saw the expression on Rosemary's and Arnold's faces. Permission to kill that guy? To be honest, after the incident during the entrance exam, Somni come to hate Gilbert so much to the point that he wanted the latter to die. As a knight, his chivalry also wouldn't allow such horrible human beings to get the chance to rule Amelia Kingdom. Those were his true feelings. Not to mention that he didn't even feel a shred of guilt even if he allowed Kai Heineman to kill Gilbert. That is just how much Somni came to hate Gilbert. But I guess I can't do that, huh? Just like how Somni couldn't bring himself to hate his father who arranged match fixing for him in the martial arts tournament, Gilbert also had a family who was worrying about him. Rosemary was obviously showing an expression as if she was waiting for her own judgment right now, and she was obviously on bad terms with Gilbert. Somni pretty much guessed that the king of Amelia Kingdom himself must feel the same way as Rosemary right now. It was almost impossible for Somni and Tettle to forgive Gilbert after what he did to them. Moreover, no, I shouldn't think of that now. I don't want Gilbert, His Highness, to die. Somni's voice overlapped with Tettle. Kai Heineman stared silently towards Somni and Tettle but understood. I won't kill him. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to let him off unpunished either. I'll give him a test. Is that decision satisfy your wish? Oh, of course. Rosemary thanked Somni and Tettle repeatedly since she heard them forgive her brother. Somni felt his chest tighten seeing Rosemary acting like that. At the same time, Somni understood something else. But then, speaking of not punishing that stupid prince, who will take the blame then? There's no way he won't go unpunished after he caused such a huge incident, right? When the wild and muscular man then asked that question, I've prepared a scapegoat for that. We can use that idiot knight called Domri. Push all the blame on him. His fate has been decided anyway. He either received capital punishment or become Beelz's toy till he died. Both are the same. A chill ran down Somni's spine the moment he saw Kai Heineman make such declaration with a smile on his face. Same as always, Shifu. The face of Babel's staffs including Inea paled the moment the wild-looking and muscular man said so. Arnold was the only one who heaved a sigh with a wry smile on his face. My apologies, I ended up involving you two in our quarrel. Do you have a wish that you want to fulfill? I'll try my best to help you to fulfill your wish as long as it's possible. The current Somni really had no other wish. He just wanted to become strong. He knew that he wouldn't be able to protect anything dear to him if he was weak. I want to become strong. Thus, he expressed his true feeling. He wanted to receive the teaching of Kai Heineman, because the current team had finally understood why his friend changed after he saw Kai Heineman's match back then. Kai Heineman was really strong. Moreover, his strength had surpassed anyone in this world. That matter was pretty much clear after he saw the otherworldly beings who kneeled toward Kai Heineman a while ago. A wish to become strong, is it? Kai Heineman squinted his eyes as he looked into Somni's eyes for a while and, me too. Tettle was also bowing his head to Kai Heineman. The otherworldly beings have raised a ruckus. They had never expected that Somni and Co would demand such a request. Speaking of becoming stronger, are they asking us? No. They might be asking our Supreme Ruler. No. Absolutely no. How dare they ask Supreme Ruler Sama to teach them in person. I'm so jello. I mean, I won't let them to disturb Supreme Ruler Sama whose schedule is already filled. Let them make a pact with us. Hearing the monster with a long nose scream like that, Oigiram Kala, what's the right you have to make such a decision on your own? When the man with an intimidating look on his face shouted in irritation, the grotesque beings were starting to offer themselves to become Somni and Tettle's teachers. No, the one responsible for this matter is me. So I should be the one to take responsibility. I've no problem with taking that role too. Is that okay with you too? I mean, I'm literally the political enemy of both of your fathers, you know. I decided to take a different path from my father. I won't walk on the same path as him again. He said so with a melancholic look on his face. Is that the same for you too? Kai Heineman scratched his head upon seeing Tettle nod to him but, okay then. I'll train you guys. He gave the answer that Somni and Tettle wished to hear the most. Thank you very much. Thus, both of them bowed as they expressed their gratitude. But since I'm a swordsman, I can only teach you guys swordcraft. When it comes to something other than that. Come to think of it, Kai Heineman touched his chin as he spoke, and pondered for a while before he opened his mouth again. Deimos, you're responsible to teach them magic, and gave such order to the black skeleton. Me? Are you sure? The black skeleton was asking timidly as he cast a glance toward the otherworldly being. Are you dissatisfied? That's absurd. It's just that I'm not sure if someone as insignificant as me is fitting for such impo. That's why I entrusted this job to you as a way to repay your failure to guard Lila a few days ago. I did tell you that you've to compensate for your failure back then, right? It's just as you say, boo. Kai Heineman heaved a sigh and then, if you feel sorry for your failure, then teach these two properly. A former human like you is the most suitable teacher to teach human children after all. He forced the duty on Deimos with no way out. Yes, your wish is my command. Hearing that order, Deimos kneeled on the floor and bowed respectfully to Kai Heineman. The 2 meters tall muscular man with a wild look on his face, observing the situation with an amused look on his face, stood from his seat and then walked towards Somienko with an extremely delighted look on his face. Best regard, fellow pupils, and struck the 2 youths' backs. This was the moment when Somientetl rose to the stage that would decide the fate of the world. End of Volume 4.